If base armor, yeah. Cheers.
So what did you guys think about the series yesterday? I assume you guys watched 100 Thieves and Fly both play?
100 Thieves, that was a mess.
100 Thieves played against Pain. That was the one that was kind of looked a little bit close for a while.
It was low elo, I think, that series.
Yeah.
It just felt like two teams just doing this for like 10 minutes straight, and then just one team wins randomly.
Yeah, oh, that one I agree. 100 team have just big hand, you know?
A bit bigger?
Yeah, bigger.
It's true, yeah.
What do you guys think about 100 Thieves in general, though? Because I know kind of community perception is that, you know, FBI has helped them get better, Ayla's playing a bit better, and, you know, the team is, I've heard, doing a lot better in scrims than they were last year, where everyone was kind of like, okay, it's team bonding day, whatever.
They're a bit hard to gauge.
I think FBI is a much better laner than both Meech and Tomo, so he adds more pressure to the game. I think Quid and River are obviously like their best players.
Yeah.
Like most people would agree with this. I think they're just good at fighting. And I think the current metagame with like Drake, Grubs, Herald, Adagan is like good for them. You can just fight something at every second of the game. Just always team fighting. There's no like slow, you know, 0 kills, mid lane, mid game macro. So they just fight. And just hand stiff if they can.
Yeah.
It seems like their strength at least.
Yeah. And I think they're very decisive in the fights that they take. Like they just send it.
Everything.
Yeah.
Everything.
Yeah. They'll come. Like the thing about 100 Thieves, it's like almost a meme. Is like when you think that they're giving, they're really not. Like you see someone walking topside, it doesn't matter. The others will still come and fight.
I know that.
Yeah.
I remember the first game against 100 T when I played Rumble. I remember I say, okay, this guy gets shit on, but I was bot side and I'm level 6 timing. Okay, let's set up Grog, and Orun cannot TP. This is 8-second TP, and we fighting start. Jace got one shot. He still TP. And like, well, he TP here when bounce back pop wave to get bridge wave.
Yeah.
He still come to fight.
Yeah, to fight.
Prioritize the fight.
I mean, Beetle just so cannot say anything.
Yeah,
He win that fight so easily.
But they won.
But you lost, so he's the GOAT.
Here.
You know, 100 Thieves, I don't know if you guys knew this, but they actually have the bloodiest games, so most kills plus deaths combined of any team in the world, of every league.
It's like the Titan stat, right? He has the most kills and most deaths in the league.
Yeah, first place in kills and deaths. That's Giga Chad.
I was like that. It fits like 100 Thieves too, you know? Like they meet Pain.
So they got to step up. They don't have a, you know, they need, the FBI's got to die more.
Fucking KDA player.
So we also had the Flyquest series. That one felt like the most controlled to me. I don't know if you guys agree. Flyquest, I'll say, obviously the TL series was the closest, but you guys had your moments where it's like, oh, you know, they got beat in a fight or you make a mistake. 100 Thieves kind of had the same. Flyquest felt like they played the most kind of just like steady and really disciplined game where it's like even when they had advantages, even when they could maybe get more, base, reset, set up for Dragon, this kind of play. Do you guys agree with that, or how did you kind of see their series?
Yeah.
I think Fly is like a team that can't lose to teams that are worse than them.
Yeah.
They're like very controlled and they're very good at like not making mistakes, so they don't lose to like worse teams. While 100 Thieves like the opposite. They can be a team that's better than them, but they also can lose to a team that's worse than them. You know what I'm saying?
Isn't that kind of like a contradiction almost then? Like, do you consider 100 Thieves worse than Flyquest?
Yeah, I think.
So, but then, so who wins out in that situation then? Because if 100 Thieves can beat a team better than them, but Flyquest can't lose a team that's worse than them.
Yeah, I mean, it's like,
you know what I mean? It's like the movable shield versus unstoppable force or whatever.
I think it's true though. Like, 100 Thieves can lose to anyone, but also win against anyone on a good day, you know?
Yeah.
So, I think it makes sense, personally. I mean, it does make sense in that situation, but I do think it checks out, like...
I mean, for their series, I think, I mean, it's just their style in general. Like, they pick strong scaling. Like, they have, like, a clear win con in terms of, like, later, like, last year they were playing Smolder and stuff.
Yep.
Or they'll have Cassio, who's, like, scaling in the mid lane. And then they just limit, like, flips. They just take guaranteed plays. And even when there's sometimes guaranteed plays, they will choose to not take it. Like, they don't care too much. And I think they just know, like, we're a much better team than them. Like, why would we ever take risks? So, like, it's their normal style, and then because they know that they will win if nothing crazy happens, it like heightens this, or I don't know if that's the right word, but it like, you know, makes them play a little bit even more controlled than usual. You know, yeah. I don't know if that makes sense.
No, it totally makes sense. I mean, you're saying they're just
definitely slow to like control game more than other natives.
Yeah. What do you think then? You know, for that matchup, obviously it's Flyquest versus 100 Thieves. Do you give 100 Thieves a chance? It feels like even though 100 Thieves is the first seed, because it was a really quick, you know, run up to that, people still look at Flyquest like the top dog.
I think up to mid situation, my opinion.
Yeah,
I think if they with a kid caught.
Yeah, Quid and Quad.
Same. Yeah, it's both, bro. Which one is it? Is kid or caught? Kid, right?
Come on, bro.
Dude, think about it. We'll give you time. Who is it?
Kid, no?
Yeah,
For-
100 Thieves.
One
Hey, you gave me the answer.
No, I say one kid.
Okay.
Yeah, he said for 100.
Okay.
You, I,
Yeah.
kid.
Yeah.
Oops. Anyway, I think if he play playmaking champion, I think they can control the game. With
Yeah, I
how
agree.
he played the game, like I think he have a good moment to like play like aggressive.
Yeah, I agree.
Like
So-
melee champions and this
Yeah,
kind of
I
stuff.
think if he can have side lane, especially, I think he can make the good play with River.
Yeah.
I think their weakness still, I think, sniper, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree.
How he played, I mean, I remember against Earth game, I think his 3 games in a row, his was whole useless. I think he actually, I can't understand why he smiled that happy. Because if I play like that, I'm actually depression. Because I'm pretty bad now too, with how I played it.
Yeah,
Stage
yeah.
game.
Right.
Yeah.
But he's
I'm-
happy.
Yeah, he's happy. I mean, happy
I
is
mean,
good, but
you can smile and still be like mad, about
Yeah.
how you played.
Yeah.
Like the LUA versus Niski.
That's what I was
situation.
gonna say. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. It's it
went through
all
that.
depends on how you
Yeah, one
how
guy
you deal with
copes
it.
with-
Yeah.
by smiling. I
my
mean,
point is just up to mid, I guess.
Yeah.
yeah. I
Do
think
you guys see it the same way?
kind of, yeah.
Well, obviously every role matters, but I think Quid
But
Quad
midlane the
seems like
most.
2 like centerpieces of their team.
Yeah.
I agree.
But yeah, Hornet's balling I think has been doing a lot better. FBI is a better player, and I think people have been mentioning it a little bit, but Ayla, when I'm watching their games, he's actually like doing
I
a
think
lot
he's
of
way better
good
than last
plays
year.
and like people say he's a bit better, but I think he's been playing a lot better.
Yeah.
A lot better. But last year was, I can't believe, like, what he doing. Like kind of like, I mean, it's too obvious to what he doing then. And I think I remember he missed flash so many times to make the play. But now I think he's kind of clean to how he, I think
Yeah,
also
he plays
he's engaged and like make the buy situation. It's decide
I agree.
really well. Yeah.
Do you think that he got better in scrims and stuff too, or it's just like, oh, he was just nervous, so he's playing bad on stage, and now he has more experience, so he's more comfortable?
I don't know.
No idea.
Just got better, and the team got better as well.
We have to talk to them.
Yeah, I mean, a lot
We
of
don't
times supports, it's like if your team does better, it's easier to make decisions and stuff if
Yeah.
your team's more coordinated and stuff like that. It's one of the roles that every role matters how your team is doing, but I think for support it shows a bit more.
How do you guys feel about Bwipo and kind of the role that he plays? Because when people talk about Flyquest, they talk a lot about discipline, but then Bwipo to me is kind of sometimes the wild card, right? Like sometimes he's going to run it down, sometimes he's absolutely going to dominate, and in Fearless, it also feels pretty hard to like predict what he's going to play because he has his Swain and he plays Volibear and he's doing really well with that.
Well,
he has
that
kind of like
depends
his
if he
weird
posted
picks.
on Twitter, right? It's more
Was
predictable when that
Volibear
happens.
in the tier list?
It
That's the
wasn't
real
actually.
question.
Dude, he
It
lied
was?
to us, no?
I'm not sure. I don't think it was.
He lied to us though. He said he was gonna first pick Casante.
And then he picked.
Oh no, Jace.
Yeah,
But
and then he picked Casante.
Then he picked Casante. So we got like made fun of.
Yeah, that's true.
That's maybe the new meta. You post the tier list, but it's the wrong things to
Yeah.
try to bait your
That was
opponents.
messed up.
How do you see Bwipo?
The terrorist.
Well, just like how
him
he's
as a player.
playing and like him as a player, because obviously he plays kind of different champions than a lot of other people, and he seems to have a pretty different style.
I mean, kind of respect because it's kind of hard to, if I try to play that kind of stuff, I cannot do that because I know the champion weakness and like that's, I think I can do them 4-5 game, not 1-2-3 game to, it's Bolivia anger. And like Bolivia with Sejuani, the value too low,
Yeah.
And I would think more like team balance, but I think he think more like how he can win the game from himself to make the team advantage. Like I think hit up proxy wave or like make that, I'm doing 1v2, I'm die, it's fine. Like
Yeah.
that kind of mindset. I think that's how he can play that kind of champion more. So, yeah, Bripo is Bripo. I respect it, but I think Thanatos better.
I agree. I agree. Yeah, I agree.
yeah.
How are you guys seeing your matchup? I mean, obviously you're not going to want to tell me everything, but both sides feeling confident. How are you guys feeling going into that? Because you guys are going to be playing obviously against each other next weekend.
I think early game should be not hard, my opinion. If we play like normal, but after, I think we need to fix that. If we fix that, contestable, I think.
It's really hard for me to have a read on the other any teams right now because the format just made the split so fast, and turnaround was very quick. So it's very hard for me to say like, okay, well, obviously I'll say we're the best, right? But like to rank the other teams like compared to each other, it's very hard to say. And even how we match against Team Liquid, I'm not too sure. I mean, we had messy games today. They had messy games the whole month. So just because of that, maybe we have an advantage, But that's all I can say. I'm not sure. I think obviously Umti's been kind of struggling.
Kinda.
A little bit. You could say kind of.
Whoa.
I mean, we have like confidence from scrims. I think if he wasn't here, the tone will be different.
Yeah, we're being respectful.
You're just some kind, humble players.
Yeah,
over
Last time
there.
I was given TL, I do believe it was 5-0.
Yeah. That's true.
Just saying, you know.
It was not a 6 game.
So we have like a lot of confidence.
What do you guys
5 game and cancel.
Yeah.
You guys doesn't want to wait too
It
long.
was like 6:20 p.m. or something at the point.
Yeah.
What do you guys think about Jan and Core? Because they seem to be playing really well on stage. There are some players that are.
I think in spring last year, they were like much better than everyone else.
Mhm.
It wasn't even close. Like in finals, they were stomping Masu and Buzio to the
Yep.
pavement, like complete stomping them, right?
Mhm.
And then in summer, they were like even. And I feel like now they're like kind of a bit worse than Flyquest ball lane, overall ball lane. So I feel like, I don't know if they didn't get better or Fly got a lot better, faster. But I feel like last year there was a massive gap from TL and Fly and everyone else. But now it's kind of close. I think C9, Fly, and TL ball lanes are all like kind of similar.
How has it been for you guys being kind of reunited as a bot lane, right? Like you guys played together quite a while ago, no?
Yeah.
Yeah,
3 years ago.
exactly. Yeah.
21, yeah.
4 years ago, I guess.
Yeah. So how has that been? I mean, obviously for you, I feel like for a long time you were considered one of the very best supports, and then the Prince experiment didn't work out as well, the Berserker experiment didn't work out as well, I think, as people expected, and now you're back with Sven, and I feel like the community perception was, oh, okay, Sven's not as good individually as those guys, but you guys are playing much better together.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's been just very easy. I've been asked this a lot, and it's just been very easy to like plug in and go back to playing together. It's very comfortable. We played so many games together during those 2 years and a bit more, maybe because of the off-season boot camps and stuff. So we played so many games together. It's so easy to communicate during the game. Zen is very responsive compared to, it's not like an insult to my previous city carries, but Berserker and Prince obviously won't be as communicative in English. So it's a lot easier to like bounce ideas during the game, which you can always argue like League of Legends should just, it's a language and you should always know what to do, blah, blah, blah. But like sometimes I have an idea, and if my ADC is not aware and I can't communicate what I'm trying to do, then it's
you're
harder
gonna
to
look real
decide.
bad.
I'm going to look real bad, or he'll
look
ADC.
really bad.
Yeah. So it's a lot easier to get on the same page, and that just helps me, focus on what's next and stuff. So it helps me play a lot better playing with Sven compared to before. And yeah, I mean, you also asked about the TL bot lane before, and I do agree. I don't know if that's because we're like a better lane now than me and Berserker last year, but I don't feel like it's so much pressure as it was last year when we play against them. It's like, it was actually like, you show up to lane, it's like scary, like, oh, they can be in this bush, like they can roam, like it's kind of hard to decide.
There's still some things that TL Blind does better than everyone else. When they play certain lanes, they're like in the first bush, in another bush, and they're pressuring you really hard.
Yeah.
While Flyquest Blind is better at like, the support roams better, and the AD carry doesn't take damage or anything. It's like there's different strengths and weaknesses of these players, right? And like TL Blind is better at playing the winning lane than Flyquest is.
Yeah. Like
TL is better at playing like Kalista or Varus or like Draven kind of champions. I wouldn't be scared of Flyquest in that sense, right?
Yeah.
But Fly plays more for like scaling and team fighting and making out of the early game in a good state, right? So it's like a bit different how they play. TL's more scary, I guess, in that sense.
Yeah.
But sometimes when they don't play the winning lanes, I don't think they're doing that well. TL kind of relies on their winning lane, I think, sometimes, as a team.
Do you agree with that?
I don't care about lane that much, so.
Yeah, you don't care, but TL bot lane does.
Yeah, I mean, I think. Let me think. Really? I mean, honestly, like, I care about lane strong when we do lane self.
Yeah.
And like, can you deny their top lane? They can.
Sometimes Dan does come to review. So why did he get level 2, this guy? Can't see bot lane level 1? Like, sorry, man.
I'm sorry.
You got 1 million though. Like, Impact's always like hiding in a bush somewhere, like flashing over the wall for 3 minions.
Oh, they were live.
It's like.
But that was good, no?
Yeah, it was not bad.
Yeah.
Like playing against Impact lane swap is like, he can be in the alcove, he can be in the bush.
Maybe he's
he can
coming
be
from river.
He can be in my tower.
He's over the wall.
Yeah, he can be anywhere.
Maybe he's ganking you mid.
Ward here, like check this, like he like tests you, Maybe you have to make sure to find him before you can farm minions.
It's funny skills that top laners have to learn sometimes in lane
top laners
swaps.
have to do
Picasso,
Do whatever they can to get 3 melees, level 1.
Yeah, exactly. It's all about that. Well, thank you guys so much for coming in. Next weekend, you guys are going to be enemies and facing off. Next February 22nd, it is 11 a.m. Pacific time. 100 Thieves are going to play Flyquest, and then you guys will be playing right after that. And of course, on the 23rd at 11 a.m. Pacific as well, we're going to have the finals. That's going to be best of 5 Fearless. You may be not excited for it. I'm excited for it. I think it's going to be a lot of fun to watch.
We play best of 5?
for finals. For finals.
Good morning.
Yeah.
But you won't. It's okay. That's fine.
All right, well, we'll see. Also, remember, the LTA is having a block party back in LA. So if you're back in LA, you want to watch it live, you can go watch it live at the Riot Games Arena. There's going to be team boosts. There's going to be free food and stuff to hang out with.
Free food?
Yeah, free food. Free food is always a dub. But you know what I do miss? One thing I'm really missing about Immortals, no more boba at the
It's annoying.
at the block party.
Big loss to the LTA.
Yeah,
And free wins that we would get once a week.
All right. Well, that's
Anyways.
going to do it for us here on Pros. Thank you for watching. You can follow us on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Amazon Music, and YouTube, where you can find Pros in all those spots. Good luck to all of you for next week. And congrats on the wins today.
Bye. Bye.
Honestly, I was just like, wow, this is absolutely insane. Like, all these people want me to lose so badly. This is kind of funny. And then I was like actually really hyped for the
I
game to
hear
start.
that one person said it. Bodor is your father.
Oh, really? It was not.
Also, some guy called APA shit, no? After you guys won,
Yeah.
he was doing an interview. Someone was like, APA, you suck or something. Like, you're so shit.
Welcome, everyone, to this week's episode of Pros. We are here at the Riot Games Arena in Sao Paulo, and I'm joined by some victorious teams here today. We got Sven, Vulcan, and Impact, all coming fresh off of your games. You literally just finished your game.
Yeah.
So how was the series?
Game kind of disgusting how we played it.
I agree.
I thought it was fun, personally,
Yeah,
watching
I
from
mean-
backstage.
It was the most competitive series by far.
Looks fun, but like how we played the middle game, I thought really bad. When we played the very early game, we not snowball where and like we kind of hesitate what's gonna do, and like I think we are kind of poorly played that make the play more than enemy. That's why they get chance more than us. I thought that was big, different than how we used to play. So
Yeah.
we played bad.
What did you think about Isrisa Strahl? Like, I don't know if you guys scrimmed them too, but they were obviously the #1 seed coming in, and they were the team that like I had been hearing had been impressed the most in scrims, and so for that reason, I think a lot of people were looking at like this could be the most competitive matchup.
I mean, I knew that Jose Dodo, like he liked that play AD Bruiser and the engage champion. And Bodor, honestly, I still don't care that much how he played it.
He was
Because he-
hinting really hard today.
yeah, I mean, I always play bad, I think, but I play better.
Still tough gap.
Nice.
Yeah,
Maybe he played worse.
I mean, yeah, I guess I'm picking Shen, he pick Kamir, and he keep dying, I'm not dying.
Yeah, so.
I guess I'm better tough.
What did you guys think? Did you guys play against
We
Isrisa
scrimmed
Strahl?
Isrus yesterday.
Yeah,
Yep.
they made us have an emergency meeting. It was bad, yeah.
Yeah, it's like the first block, I think some people were still sleeping a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then we're like, guys, can we focus up a bit, please? And then we won. But I think they're by far the best South team that we played against, both scrim and stage.
So were you surprised then by how their series went? Because it was obviously the closest. It was the only team that actually won a game. I've been hearing from some teams that they thought you guys, even NA teams, thought you guys were going to lose, like based on the scrims.
I thought TL would win, but I think if anyone had hope, it was them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, then I agree.
Yeah.
I thought we have chance
Yeah,
to
I think
lose.
there was no hope for like the other teams like Loud or Leviathan or what was the last one?
Pain.
Pain.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I was
we
like,
scrim too.
No home, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Jose had a couple Baron steals. I started to believe, like after the Baron steals, I started to believe a bit. I was like, oh, it was getting a bit dicey for you guys.
I mean, that one is kind of two mistake, like
Yeah.
communication mistake. Like we say stop doing Baron, like hold the damage, and I need Liach, but somebody keep hitting that.
Imposter.
Somebody.
Yeah,
There's an
we
imposter.
find the imposter there.
Gonna have to do some pod review.
And I think one time, I mean, I think he get pressure too much to like hitting Baron situation. That's why after we lose Smite Bite, I think he kind of like, I can feel that he get nervous more.
Empty?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but still, win is win. So
Yeah, I mean, doesn't matter how you win.
yeah.
Eh,
I mean,
I mean,
that's true. You're in semis now.
I mean, he can smite better next time.
Yeah. How do you
I hope so.
how do you feel about how your season has gone so far then, right? Because obviously, especially, coming into this year, in summer during the LCS, it was like, okay, Team Liquid is just untouchable for a while. And then obviously you guys lost in finals. Worlds wasn't how you wanted. And then is it fair to say that 2025 hasn't started off how you guys would have wanted either?
I mean, it's kind of roller coaster for us. Like when spring season start, I think we build up really well of the team thing. But I think when we scream C9 randomly and Flyquest, we
boom
going to
them.
down straight. that time we don't.
Your grin.
Well, I mean,
But we play well against C9. People that we fucked up, you know.
Yeah.
We play well and 3-3. But
Yeah,
game wise we played well.
yeah, I remember.
But next week
The next
we,
week,
yeah.
we just get shitstorm. And like we don't know how to play mid game. Like even we are winning situation,
Yeah.
we throw everything. Like even late game we are winning 10k.
Oh, yeah.
Throw 2 times and we lose.
There's some funny screens.
And like, okay, we have big problem.
Yeah.
I think we kind of now going to roller coaster,
Yeah.
especially in stage 2. Like our mid game, especially like, it's kind of everyone. I can play the emotional.
Yeah.
They're too exciting. Like
Yeah,
want to
yeah.
do something too much.
Mm-hmm.
If we can play basic stuff first, then think of that crack play or something other. But I think we try make the play too much, and
Yeah.
we want to too much thing, but we have to just do basic thing first. So I don't know. It's like we are like now like this.
What do you think about the changes coming into this year and how they've affected TL? I'm curious to your guys' opinion too, because I know the kind of community take, or a lot of people I've talked to, felt like a lot of the changes hurt you guys because lane swaps are a lot more simple, so maybe you don't have as big of an advantage as you used to in lane swaps. And one of the weaknesses that a lot of people point to is Team Liquid's maybe not as good at team fighting. But with Otacon put in, the game is kind of like objective team fight, objective team fight, objective team fight.
Rub Drakes.
Exactly. And then
so
the third
cringe.
point that people would talk about is Fearless maybe hurting you guys, because when you think about the style that you guys like to play, it was generally like 3 frontliners, 2 hyper carries, and it's harder to find, the champions that all fit within that same style when you have to play Fearless.
I think that's kind of one wrong information.
Okay.
We hate 3 front lane.
Fake news?
Yeah, kind of fake news because we hate the 3 front lane. I mean, sometimes Xante is different because Xante can
so he's just
flank.
OP. He's
just OP, yeah.
Yeah, he can flank.
He's an
whatever.
assassin too.
Yeah, assassin, monster. He can do whatever. So we
But
don't
last
count.
year, didn't you guys play a lot of that? Because it was like mostly Umties playing Maokai, Sejuani,
Yeah.
Core's usually playing Hard Engage, and you're playing a ton of Cassante and Renekton and stuff, right?
Like do nothing.
I
I mean,
mean,
Bruiser.
Yeah.
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 Bruiser.
Okay,
like,
3
I mean,
front line.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
still, like,
Yeah.
I think we do that because we are like getting gold more
Yeah.
that time. Like we want Snow with the more gold situation, so we want strong pick.
Yeah.
House of Esken. That's why we bring up to like Langton more, and Xante is just that time is safe pick too.
Yep.
I mean that
Yeah.
time.
Running
Take notes right now
everything
for
What do you guys think? What's your kind of take on TL last year versus this year? Because I'm curious to hear
Yeah.
what you guys think.
TL was really good in lane last year, I think. They were winning a lot of lanes, a lot of
And
their
then
games.
if you lane swap, you also would get
Yeah, and they're
hurt.
by far the best team in lane swap. Now I think TL, Fly, and C9 are similar lane swaps.
Do you
So
think
it's-
that you guys improved or lane swaps got easier? Because that's kind of a debate I've
I think it's
heard.
both. I think as time goes on, we got to see like so many more situations of people swapping and what they do in certain situations. You also get so many games,
More
honestly.
variations, yeah.
Yep.
So like you get a better feel of what to do.
Yeah, everyone can download those.
Also, now there's like so
Yeah.
many cringe champs in the game, like Pantheon, Poppy, Elise.
Oh.
It's like one shot
Top
everyone.
laners hate them
Yeah.
so much.
Yeah, like
I mean, I really want to remove the lanes of so badly right now.
Yeah, it's time. Like
Yeah.
Mark Merrill, if you're listening, it's
Yeah.
time to like go press the
take care
button,
of it.
like emergency meeting, and
I'm playing mid 2v2
Yeah.
most time, you know.
yeah,
And I play bad because I use DXP and my BC is fine. And I'm like, actually fine. Okay, okay.
what can you do?
Yeah, I mean, what I can do, or I'm jobless, you know. I'm working in the McDonald's, you know.
I feel like it's come to the point where lane swaps are going to kill. Like there's obviously ways you can do it, but it's maybe just like clumsy ways or whatever. Where okay, if two laners are top lane, you get less experience and things like that. That could maybe actually kill it.
So then I think Riot is probably scared that there'll be griefers in solo queue where like somebody's done with ball lane, so they just go
He go
top, and then the top lane is also
Yeah.
griefed.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm not sure.
Also, I think you can tracking ESP like jungle in the bush.
Yeah,
And,
yeah.
oh, you are, people
Right.
mad, you know.
Yeah.
If you jungle in the
Yeah,
bush,
yeah.
wait, my ESP getting low. What the fuck? You know?
Well, you could if you make it so junglers aren't included in that,
Right.
then it would have to be like you have a smite, you have a jungle item, you're kind of like basically tagged as different,
You're
and then I
excluded
think
from
that
it,
would
yeah.
probably fix it. If it depends how much experience, but if they really want it dead, imagine you got half the experience going top lane if you have 2 people. You
Yeah.
couldn't do it
We
anymore.
had
It would
this
just be
take
gone.
about ADCs going top, right? Like in that case, ADCs were just lane top alone.
Yeah, yeah.
So you think you would just do like Mbessa and Nautilus bot lane
like,
or whatever?
Yeah.
I mean, even these days, a lot of supports don't even lane top necessarily,
Yeah.
right? You don't have to be top for the first 3 waves.
Because you can't really dive anyway.
Yeah, like sometimes you just defend instead, right?
Because
Yeah.
most of the time, if the top laner sees it coming, he's just going to leave lane.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
if he's not there, then there's no point in having
It's
2
up to-
champions up there.
That's why
Yeah.
the top
So-
tower change didn't actually matter, because like in a lot of lane stops, you go top and you defend bot anyway. So like it doesn't matter if top tower takes damage or not, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like one play difference doesn't change the game. So it's hard to nerf lane stop without just banning, saying you can't go top level 1.
That would be fine if you go
So I
top.
think Riot doesn't want to do that because they would like ruin like solo
You
queue. a
shall
bit,
not pass.
They don't
I
want the
mean,
game to be different.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
that different.
Well,
Yeah.
they
Freak
do
just
the same.
spawns in and just,
I think they don't want to the balance team doesn't want to admit defeat,
Yeah.
Saying we can't
They
fix
need
it.
to find a way.
We
yeah.
can't fix it, so we just
It's ego,
we just ban it.
it would be funny. Before we jump into your guys' series, how have you found just kind of atmosphere? Because it's been really cool hearing the crowd. Like they are so passionate, so intense. You know, like
big difference.
exactly.
Yeah.
They're jumping up and down and singing and cheering and everything. Like, how has it been playing in front of that? Even though they're obviously not cheering for you guys, they're cheering against you guys. Have you enjoyed it?
I mean, honestly, I don't remember the last time I was so hyped before playing a game.
Yeah.
Like, as I was walking, we did a walkout thing, we were standing right here, and then we had to walk in front as 5, and the fans were like very close, right? I mean,
Yeah.
fans at home can't see it, but it's pretty close, like right there, and they're screaming at us in our face, and I didn't understand exactly what they were saying, except some things, but like, honestly, I was just like, wow, this is absolutely insane. Like, all these people want me to lose so badly, this is kind of funny, and then I was like actually really hyped for the
I
game
hear
to
that one person said it. Father is your father.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It was not.
Also, some guy called APA shit, no? After you guys won,
Yeah.
he was like interviewed. Someone was like, APA, you fucking suck or something. Like, you're so shit or something.
There was one guy. I'm not sure if he was talking to AVA or someone else, but we were up in the caster booth, and it's a soundproof booth, and we have our headphones on, and we could still hear him screaming at your guys team. So he was definitely popping off. But
Crazy.
The sound level compared to like NA would be like the whole venue, like a whole finals venue.
Yeah.
It's only like what?
compared to
200
like
people?
every crowd,
Yeah,
I
it's
feel
crazy,
like
yeah.
it's actually, yeah, exactly. It's a couple hundred people,
Yeah.
but it really does feel like a giant finals venue,
Yeah.
right?
It's
And
cool.
it's kind of cool. It's almost, to me, it feels like kind of like football culture, where it's like the fans are singing songs and have
Yeah.
their chants and everything, and
Yeah.
like,
They're insulting the enemy team.
Yeah,
I mean,
like,
it's
We're
passionate.
getting booed at after we win. Yeah. We're standing there like bowing, like, boo.
Thank you guys. Thank you for coming.
You guys suck, boo. We're like, get off you. Nice crowd.
yeah, it's definitely been fun. It'll be interesting to see how it is next week, if they're going to be cheering for, to pick a team to cheer for, or like what
If
exactly
they'll
is going
show
to
up,
happen.
I mean,
Hopefully.
Just zero crowd.
Empty.
I mean, there's a lot of fans like after the games. We go like backstage. There's like a little crowd area where like the fans can be as well. There's a lot of fans there asking for like pictures or like
Yeah.
autographs. So I think people like us. They just like their own teams more. You know?
Of course.
Yeah.
I mean,
Now they're out. Maybe they'll cheer for us.
I saw on Twitter the person making the Vulcan shirt. The
Yeah.
Vulcan shirt person
Yeah.
was here. I
Yeah.
saw
Yeah.
them,
Oh,
and
she's
there was
everywhere.
there was some lone warriors out in the crowd. Like I saw a guy with the Vulcan shirt, and then I saw another person that had like C9 fan since 2013 poster.
Yeah,
and they
there was
were
a
like
couple.
battling against everyone else. I saw some people with liquid jerseys.
Yeah, I
It was
saw
like a
some
teal, like a few people in the top corner. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw
I
that.
saw like a couple fans.
yeah,
Yeah.
7, 8
Flyquest is-
people watch.
Flyquest as well. I saw there was like 4 or 5 people with Flyquest jerseys on and stuff that were out there, like in the sea of
Like
Brazilian jerseys.
5 is 100.
Yeah, exactly. But it's kind of cool, right? To
Yeah.
go into that environment and still be cheering for your team.
Staying on business.
Yeah, exactly. And they got the last laugh because they
Yeah,
were
I mean-
cheering for the winning teams.
Right. True,
You know,
that's true.
they weren't following the crowd. So let's talk about your guys' series a bit. You guys played loud. It didn't really look that close. You guys pretty happy with how you played, or kind of what's your big takeaway?
no, not really. I mean, the early game of game 1, I thought was very good. They were trolling
The
so
swap
hard.
was so good, yeah.
The
The
early
swap
game.
was really,
Yeah,
yeah.
Olaf was so fucked.
Yeah,
I
Olaf
watched
couldn't play.
it. I can't believe what just happened.
It's kind of like a remake angle in 5 minutes. in that game.
Yeah.
When you guys were up,
It's
I
a
think
lot.
it was, I don't know if you realized how far ahead. I think it was 2 or 2.5K at 4 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, Olaf,
Olaf
he wasn't there.
working in the McDonald's, you know.
Yeah.
He's just looking over.
He was looking for a job.
What I do, what I do.
Taking my order, I think.
Yeah. When he died top side, when you guys died
Second time?
man,
Yeah.
I knew that like he's die, but he just accept, you know.
Yeah,
and
he
I was
can't do
thinking,
anything.
wow,
He knows
this
it's over.
FF.
Time to open.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then, like, this happened where we're like in such a good spot so early in the game, but it didn't feel like we were how to say, putting our foot on their throat, you know? Like, they were playing the game a bit too much. I
Yeah.
feel like we should have been able to end
We
cleanly.
like lost a bit of momentum from like 6 minutes to like 10 minutes maybe.
We died at the grubs,
And
I
we got
guess.
like second grubs, which was
Yeah,
kind of
so that slowed the game down a lot.
And Loki, he's dying in the bus side. There was
Yeah.
Olaf.
Yeah, and he painted like
Yeah.
somewhere he sent his whale.
He gave hope to Olaf.
Yeah,
the game.
true.
It was abstract painting.
Yeah.
Then-
Yeah, it was that very.
Then I got a kill on Ezreal, 1v1, and
Yeah.
it was like GG. I got
That
that
was it,
kill,
yeah.
and I
Oh.
killed someone else afterwards, Garner, I think. I got 2 shutdowns, and I got a full mid tower, 5 plates, and I was like, I based from Manamune, Triforce like minute 12 or something.
Yeah.
This is
And
it.
I was like, no matter we can't lose this game.
I like
We
the
just
little
can't.
flash Valkyrie damage when you guys were.
it's
that's
it's
good.
good. I think people
I
don't
know,
know,
it
but
does a
like,
ton of damage.
It does like 250 damage level 1.
Yeah, it's
It's
crazy.
actually really, really strong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's I mean, that's like
Also in swaps, it's like you kill the wave really fast with W.
Yeah.
So it's just better spell to take level 2.
You can proxy really easily.
Yeah, it's actually like Rumble ult these days.
yeah.
Actually, I can't believe you do 1v2 against Easyder. Easyder doesn't plus any spell.
Yeah, he
that
didn't use
time.
flash or barrier. But once he missed 1 Q, I can win.
Yeah, but he didn't use anything. He
Yeah.
just
He
accepted,
just accepted his death.
I
Yeah.
think he was surprised how much damage I did. But I think, yeah.
I mean, you were giga fed at that point. You were already
I
on
think
2
we both had
items,
Triforce
right?
at that
It's
point.
both have 20
Oh,
plus.
okay.
Yeah, yeah.
So you're
Like,
thinking of a
think
later
of-
So it
fight.
was like, if I
When he
can't
dodged
win
the
right
kill?
now.
Yeah, just walk forward and then left, right. He does miss 1 Q, you can win.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then that's just it.
How did you feel about the second game?
It was bad. I mean,
A bit slow, but
it was slow, and also it was hard to play into their comp because anytime they had control and we didn't have any vision, but there was an objective spawning or like we had to defend somewhere, it's really hard to face check against Sejuani and all this. And they have Kaisa Ari on top of it, who are like they were playing mid top a lot, and both these champs can connect to a fight really, really fast. So it's hard for me and Baber as Vi and Poppy, who are both pretty squishy, to actually contest vision. So we ran it down a couple times. We did a bad job like recognizing like okay,
trial and error.
yeah, like they're in there. So instead
Can't
of being
go
like,
there.
instead of being like, okay, we can't fight, they're there first, we have to give. We were like, oh, maybe we can try, and then we walked in and died like a couple
Yeah,
times.
at that point, just give and go somewhere else.
Yeah. So like we just need to accept and hope that our draft is not that shit, and like we have like upside somewhere.
Yeah.
And even though we can't face check, we do something else. But yeah. But I think the third Drake fight was very important. The one where we killed Sejuani and then we were able to get it. I think if they win that fight, it was a bit hopeless for us, maybe.
Yeah, I think we got a bit lucky. Positioning was like kind of bad, but then their jungler and their top lane was like trolling.
decided to go in the pit
they were,
against
like,
Poppy.
trolling in the pit. Yeah,
Yeah.
against Poppy. They got slammed the wall and we just won. Yeah, I feel like that was like the only fight in the game that mattered.
Yeah.
Like, this one is GG, lose or win. So
Mm-hmm.
it was an okay game. I mean, fine, I think. Once we won that fight, we played well, I think.
Yeah. We cleaned
But
it
so
up.
before that, we were like on the back foot for the most part.
So you guys are going to be playing each other, obviously. We talked about TL and how they're doing. I feel like people are pretty high on C9 in general right now. Obviously, you lost the tiebreaker against 100 Thieves, so you're the second seed. But that was also kind of like a bit of a
I
funny
need
game.
to say something about this. Like this tiebreaker, I don't. Maybe Flyquest TL was different, but like okay, I'll explain first what I'm thinking. But we played the second series, right? 100
Yep.
Thieves played whoever
The
they
first
played.
series,
First
yeah.
series, they
TL,
played
yeah.
TL. And then they got to rest and eat and watch our game and chill, right? And we played our game, and then
Like 6 minutes.
we won. And then we had an interview first with,
Yeah, we had-
with Jad, I think.
Yeah.
On stage, so we couldn't move. We got an interview. Then we went back room to talk about the next game for 2 seconds. I had a sandwich in my hands. I took 1 bite, and they're like, "All right, stage time." So we have to go back. And like I was starving. I didn't get to go to drink water. And 100 Thieves was like, "Oh, all right. What are we drafting against these guys today?" And I'm coping, right? Obviously,
Yeah.
I'm a sore loser now. But I think like it
little
could
bit,
be
yeah.
any team, and in that format, the team who played the first series would come out on top most of the time.
It's really interesting because I was actually talking to some players who were saying that you guys were really advantaged because you were warmed up. And
It's the
100
other side of the
Thieves,
coin, yeah.
100 Thieves, like some of their players, I saw them some in the office, had literally like fallen asleep and stuff like that.
I think if
Right.
we had like just 10 more minutes, it would have been true.
Yeah.
But we were like still like dizzy, from like our game.
You were too focused on the previous game.
It
to
was like
focus
a
on the
game
next
3.
one.
If we had like
you know?
5, 10 more minutes, I would say I agree with you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
It's
they
always
also played,
interesting.
right? Already?
Yeah.
It's like the same as the argument of like you play the lower bracket final on Saturdays and finals on Sunday.
Yeah.
The lower bracket team often does well in finals because they have that warm-up,
Momentum kind of thing.
But that's because they have a whole day still to prepare for next day. But like the 5-minute timer between 2 games was like too little. I
Yeah,
feel
to
like.
rush.
Yeah, too
it was
rushed.
hard.
Yeah.
Where do you stand on that impact? Would you
Wait,
rather
who
have a
won?
break or
Who
play
played
right away?
first? When you play against Flyquest, You play against Shopify, right? And you win.
Yeah.
You play first,
Yeah,
or
we
did
play
Flyquest play
first.
first?
Yeah, it was the other way around for them. So that my argument loses a lot of credit because of that.
You're
Team
coping.
who- yeah, I'm coping mega hard.
You're reading hard.
You were winning.
Actually, you were
That's
winning,
true.
yeah, that's true.
Until you
Yeah,
didn't
until-
win anymore.
The Teal Classic. the
Yeah, you guys, they had Seoul and everything, right? You have Mountain Soul and stuff.
See?
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, that's with like 4 mountain raids.
Yeah.
I remember that actually.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Wait,
Just forget.
I choose not to comment.
That one in the void.
If I speak, I'm in big trouble.
Okay.
I mean, we played it very early mid game. Just
Just
yeah.
it's fine. We understand.
Summarizes it.
yeah.
When Balkan said that like first team played have advantage, right? I cannot say anything, you know. So I was be quiet and just waiting.
Yeah. Do you prefer waiting, or do you prefer just going straight into it?
I mean, I can understand both sides, but I feel like Balkan said it more makes sense.
Yep.
It's kind of too rushy. Like after 6 minutes, and like guys, next game go. Like huh? Like
Yeah. I'm like,
Yeah, we were like,
I'm gonna eat my
Wait,
sandwich. You know?
the time you guys doesn't have a side selection or coin toss.
We lost the coin
it was
toss.
coin toss.
Right, we did that
I
too
did that.
in between the games.
Yeah,
Our
If
manager
you were more
lost again.
rested, you could have won that
Our
coin
manager
toss
is
for
still
sure.
in coin.
You know,
coin
they
flips.
think, oh, left side pick and ban, blue
Yeah.
side pick and ban.
Yeah.
Okay, good. And like, well, guys, we are led now.
Yeah,
And we need
we
this
have
side
to go.
now. What do we play?
Yeah.
And we don't know they're gonna ban, but still, we need to choose. That's kind of sucks. I think they need to give like 10, 20 minutes.
Yeah,
Yeah, a
minimum.
little bit longer.
But for like broadcast, it makes sense to like not want to wait too long.
Yeah.
So it's a long day.
Yeah.
There's like 3 games.
Well, and just like the longer your downtime is, the more people tune out
Yeah.
between games, right?
Also,
So there is
there's
kind of
still
those pros and
like
cons.
3 games too, right?
Yeah, it's
and then
long
3
game.
games and then a break, 3 more games, and then even more breaks. I'd be like fucking 7, 8 p.m. You know, at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah, too long.
I mean, you could have the argument where the game should be played on a different day, you know.
Yeah, but it's like one-
It was for seeding, so like it
One
wasn't
game
prioritized.
for one day.
Like it should be a best of 3, I think.
Maybe they could. Yeah, that's true. Also,
Yeah.
could have like, maybe like both seeding games, like the first place seeding match and
The
the
seeding
second place.
extravaganza.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
maybe.
thought they won only one game. It's kind of weird.
But I made the joke on broadcast, but like
It's a B1
it's
Fearless.
The B1 Fearless, because like they right announcing
That's
this,
what Europe
this
ran all
video,
split.
They were like this format is gonna be full Fearless worldwide, and then like playing a best of 1 is like wait a second. I mean, it's not full Fearless.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I wonder how EU fans feel. Watching
Yeah,
the
I mean,
teams
they
play B1 Fearless.
What do you think about this? This is a little bit of a non sequitur, but if you were going to do Fearless for best of 1s, taking your draft from the previous best of 1 that you played and making it those are the picks that you can't actually play.
I think that's weird. It
That's
becomes
weird.
weird because you play against a team
Different team.
that has different. Like, how would that work? You
So
can't
it'd
play
be
the champs,
just
but they
you
can?
can't play the champions that you played in the previous game, and so it's like you guys play, Flyquest, and they play Disguised, and then you come into the game against each other, and you couldn't play the picks that you played the last game, and he can't play the picks he played the last
But I
game.
can play his champ that he played.
Yep, you can play his champ as long as it's not the same one.
I mean, that becomes very hard to think about because you have to think when you go into a game against a weak team, you'll be like, okay, I want
should
to
we play
save this
bad
champ.
champs on
Yeah,
purpose
play
against
bad
this guys or
Yeah.
something, and then
I mean,
save
it'd be
our like
interesting.
good champs for TL or what?
Yeah.
Just a thought,
mean,
if you're like trying to find a way that you can do best of 1
Fearless.
and still have some sort of incorporation of Fearless, because
That's too
Fearless to
hard.
me is really fun.
Yeah, I think so too. I think it's been overall a good addition
I
to.
think best of 3
the
is
ecosystem.
very good in Fearless. I haven't played best of 5 yet on stage.
I'm excited. Next weekend we're gonna get
But I feel,
our first
yeah,
one.
I mean, excited is a strong word in my opinion.
Yeah.
Because like game 4 and 5, the drafts are just
Sometimes-
so bad.
Yeah.
Like you play champs that are so bad that you would never want to play.
It's like I watched like Hamalife versus Genji right before this.
Yep.
And like one team has Pantheon, Twitch, Balloon.
Yeah, it's exciting, right? But then for the players, it's like, wow, my champ sucks here. And like the Millennium maybe plays Oriana, who's
Yeah.
like, it's Oriana. She's strong. She's still fine.
Especially
And you're playing
like sometimes you play like 6 mid, right? And like TL plays 6 mid or like
Yeah.
Corki mid or something. And then I have like two less champs to play. So now I'm like playing like Twitch versus Kokmo or something. And
Yeah.
in game 5, I'm like, I don't even know if this is like competitive at that point. It feels like it may like lower game quality even.
I guess to play devil's advocate, it really just depends on your point of view and
Yeah.
what pro players should be challenged on,
Yeah.
right? Should it be pro players always playing your best possible champ, and it should be mastery of one champion that you always play? Because then it's like you could make an argument that you shouldn't even have bans. It should just be like you
Yeah.
should always have access to
Yeah,
the
that's
champion that
true.
you're the very best at, and just mastery of the game. Or should part of the challenge be that you have to have mastery over a lot of different styles of champions? Is a bot laner better if they can play Ziggs and Victor and Hui,
Yeah.
instead of just ADCs? Like, is that what should be challenged, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It goes both ways. Yeah,
it
I
does.
agree.
But then there's just some champs, especially in ADC,
Yeah.
where like the 6th or 7th or 8th mid laner
Yeah.
is a lot better than the 6th or 7th or 8th ADC.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
if they find each other in the game, it's like you can't do anything.
And if you happen to be in a series where like one team bans, for example, like TL series, right? They banned Draven on blue side, you guys ban Kalista. You go game 5, you're playing like the 9th or 10th maybe ADC in this game, and you're like, they're just so useless.
How do you feel about it, Impact? Because obviously a lot of discussion around top laners is this guy a tank guy? Is he a carry guy? Can he play both, right? And so in Fearless, in theory, in game 5, you kind of need to be able to play both, or you're playing like a really crappy tank or a really crappy carry or whatever.
Yeah, but when I see that, especially I watched the BH game, Beam play Maokai game 4, and I'm thinking, this is sucks because like you need the balance or team come right. So somebody need to sacrifice. But I feel bad because it looks like always tough, you know. Top need to play tank because tank so many good options that situation. Because now it's like many bruiser play top side. Ambessa, Jace, I can count Cassandra bruiser, I think.
Yeah, everything.
He's everything. Jax bruiser, but after out play Langton or like Sion or like Odin.
Yeah, Fiora like Zeus.
I think that was
Anivia.
Anivia is
Grasp Anivia.
I feel like top lane and like mid laners have the most room to play fine champs. Like Showmaker, for example, made the most of it by playing like Cillian. What was that? Was it Kindred? He played that?
I don't remember.
And like he played Pantheon mid with Talia or something.
Was a combo, I think.
Yeah.
Doombeat did like Lee Sin mid and stuff like that.
Mid,
Actually, you're right. 80
like,
many good
but
options.
ADC is like
That's the thing.
It's like a shit role, you know. You can't play like that many other champions. You can play like 6 and stuff like that. But like.
And support, you can kind of play everything, but like there's also a big gap. I mean,
there's
maybe
some
that's
room for
every
like some funny gamers, like
Do you think like Jinx and like Trist and champions like this are just too far down the tier list to be worthwhile?
They're like in the mid lane jail, you know.
Yeah.
They were like 2 OP mid lane last year, like Lucian and Tristana.
Yep.
So now they're just trash ADCs. Cheers. Right games.
Actually, they killed it.
Yeah. Last year, Korki Tristana the whole year.
I think they worry about that one.
Yeah.
80 carry going to mid.
Yeah. So
Much.
Yeah.
then I can't play anything but, you know, after like game 5, I'm like, guys,
The champs that are fun to play ADC get sent to mid and then they get nerfed and you can't play them anymore. So you put on Ashe and Varus.
Yeah.
Nice.
Ashe of Varus and
You
Jhin.
gotta do the same thing to them. You gotta get mid laners back, start spamming all the mages bot, you know, and then get
But
them
the
nerfed
problem is
for mid
like,
lane.
and then that happens, they're like, all right, so nerf meta bot lane, nerf armor, nerf levels, like buff,
you need scale with levels.
buff everything skills with levels, and like, fine, we lost again. Nerf base armor, yeah, cheers.
So what did you guys think about the series yesterday? I assume you guys watched 100 Thieves and Fly both play?
100 Thieves, that was a mess.
100 Thieves played against Pain. That was the one that was kind of looked a little bit close for a while.
It was low elo, I think, that series.
Yeah.
It just felt like 2 teams just doing this for like 10 minutes straight, and then just one team wins randomly.
Yeah, oh, that one I agree. 100 team have just big hand, you know? And
a bit bigger.
Yeah, bigger.
It's true, yeah.
What do you guys think about 100 Thieves in general, though? Because I know kind of community perception is that, you know, FBI has helped them get better, A-List playing a bit better, and, you know, the team is, I've heard, doing a lot better in scrims than they were last year, where everyone was kind of like, okay, it's team bonding day, whatever.
They're a bit hard to gauge.
I think FBI is a much better laner than both Meech and Tomo, so he adds more pressure to the game. And I think Quid and River are obviously like their best players.
Yeah.
I think most people would agree with this. I think they're just good at fighting. And I think the current meta game with like Drake, Grubs, Herald, Adagon is like good for them. You can just fight something at every second of the game. Just always team fighting. There's no like slow, you know, 0 kills, mid lane, I mean mid game macro, so they just fight. And just hand stiff if they can.
Yeah.
It seems like their strength at least.
Yeah. And I think they're very decisive in the fights that they take. Like they just send it.
Everything.
Yeah.
Every single time.
Everything.
Yeah. They'll come. Like the thing about 100 Thieves, it's like almost a meme. Is like when you think that they're giving, they're really not. Like you see someone walking topside, it doesn't matter. The others will still come and fight.
I know that.
Yeah.
I remember the first game against 100 T when I played Lumber. I remember I say, okay, this guy gets shit on, but I was bot side and I'm level 6 timing. Okay, let's set up Grog. And Odin cannot TP. This is 8-second TP. And we fighting start. Jace got one shot. He still TP. And like, what he TP here? When bounce back pop wave to get bridge wave, he still come to fight.
Yeah, to fight.
Prioritize the fight.
I mean, we just so cannot say anything.
Yeah,
If you win that fight so easily,
But they won.
But you lost, so he's the GOAT.
here.
You know, 100 Thieves, I don't know if you guys knew this, but they actually have the bloodiest games, so most kills plus deaths combined of any team in the world, of every league.
It's like the Titan stat, right? He has the most kills and most deaths in the league.
First place in kills and deaths.
Yeah,
that's
funny.
Giga Chad.
I was like,
I like that.
It fits like 100 Thieves too, you know? Like they beat Pain.
So they got to step up. They don't have that. You know, they need the FBI's got to die more.
Fucking KDA player.
So we also had the Flyquest series. That one felt like the most controlled to me. I don't know if you guys agree. Flyquest, I'll say. Obviously, the TL series was the closest, but you guys had your moments where it's like, oh, you know, they got beat in a fight or you make a mistake. 100 Thieves kind of had the same. Flyquest felt like they played the most kind of just like steady and really disciplined game where it's like even when they had advantages, even when they could maybe get more base, reset, set up for Dragon, this kind of play. Do you guys agree with that, or how did you kind of see their series?
Yeah.
I think Fly is like a team that can't lose to teams that are worse than them.
Yeah.
They're like very controlled and they're very good at like not making mistakes, so they don't lose to like worse teams. While 100 Thieves like the opposite, they can be a team that's better than them, but they also can lose to a team that's worse than them. You know what I'm saying?
Isn't that kind of like a contradiction almost then? Like,
What?
do you consider 100 Thieves worse than Flyquest?
Yeah, I think.
So, but then, so who wins out in that situation then? Because if 100 Thieves can beat a team better than them, but Flyquest can't lose a team that's worse than them.
Yeah, I mean it's like right.
You know what I mean? It's like the movable shield versus unstoppable force or whatever.
No, I think it's true though. Like 100 Thieves can lose to anyone, but also win against anyone on a good day. You know.
Yeah.
So. I think it makes sense, personally. I mean, it does make sense in that situation, but I do think it checks out. Like,
I mean, for their series, I think, yeah, I mean, it's just their style in general. Like, they pick strong scaling. Like, they have, like, a clear win con in terms of, like, later, like, last year they were playing Smolder and stuff.
Yep.
Or they'll have Cassio, who's, like, scaling in the mid lane. And then they just limit, like, flips. They just take guaranteed plays. And even when there's sometimes guaranteed plays, they will choose to not take it. Like, they don't care too much. And I think they just know, like, we're a much better team than them. Like, why would we ever take risks? So, like, it's their normal style. And then because they know that they will win if nothing crazy happens, it, like, heightens this, or I don't know if that's the right word, but it, like, you know, makes them play a little bit even more controlled than usual, you know? Yeah. I don't know if that makes sense.
No, it totally makes sense. I mean, you're saying they're just
They play slow to, like, control game more than other natives.
Yeah. What do you think then, you know, for that matchup? Obviously, it's Flyquest versus 100 Thieves. Do you give 100 Thieves a chance? It feels like even though 100 Thieves is the first seed, because it was a really quick, you know, run up to that, people still look at Flyquest like the top dog.
I think up to mid situation, my opinion.
Yeah, I
I think
agree.
if they with a kid caught.
Yeah, Quid and Quad.
Same.
Yeah, it's both, bro.
Which one is it? Is kid or caught? Kid, right?
Come on, bro.
Dude, think about it. We'll give you time. Who is it?
Kid, no?
Yeah, for 100 Thieves.
One
Hey,
is
you gave him
kid.
the answer.
No, I say one is kid.
Okay.
Yeah, he said it for 100.
Okay.
You are
Yeah.
kid.
Yeah.
Oops. Anyway, I think if he play playmaking champion, I think they can control the game. With
Yeah, I
how
agree.
he played the game, like, I think he have a good moment to like play like aggressive.
Yeah, I agree.
Like
So-
melee champions and this
Yeah,
kind of
I
stuff.
think if he can head side lane, especially, I think he can make the good play with River.
Yeah.
I think their weakness still, I think, sniper, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree.
How he played, I mean, I remember against Earth game, I think his 3 games in a row, his was whole useless. I think he actually, I can't understand why he smiled and happy. Because if I play like that, I'm actually depression. Because I'm pretty bad now too, with how I played it.
Yeah,
Stage
yeah.
game.
Right.
Yeah.
But he's happy.
Yeah, he's happy. I mean, happy
I
is
mean,
good,
you,
but
you can smile and still be like mad, you know, about how you played.
Yeah.
It's like the LTA versus Niski.
That's what I was going to say. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. It's, you know,
Imagine
kind of
that.
all depends on how you,
Yeah, one
how
guy
you deal with
copes
it.
Yeah.
by smiling. I
my
mean,
point is just up to mid, I guess.
Yeah.
yeah. I
Do
think
you guys see it the same way?
kind of, yeah.
Well, obviously every role matters, but I think Quid
But
Quad
middling the
seems like
most.
2 like centerpieces of their team.
Yeah.
I agree.
But yeah, 100 Thieves Ballin I think has been doing a lot better. FBI is a better player, and I think people have been mentioning it a little bit, but Ayla, when I'm watching their games, he's actually like doing
I
a
think
lot
he's
of
way better
good
than last
plays
year.
and like people say he's a bit better, but I think he's been playing a lot better.
Yeah.
A lot better. But last year was, I can't believe, like, you know what he doing, like kind of like I mean, it's too obvious to what he doing. Then, and I think I remember he missed flash so many times to make the play, but now I think he's kind of clean to how he. I think
Yeah,
also
plays
he's
well.
engaged and like make the buy situation. It's decide
I agree.
really well. Yeah.
Do you think that he got better in scrims and stuff too, or it's just like, oh, he was just nervous, so he's playing bad on stage, and now he has more experience, so he's more comfortable?
I don't know.
No idea.
Just got better, and the team got better as well.
We have to talk to them.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times supports, it's like if your team does better, it's easier to make decisions and stuff if like, your team's more coordinated and stuff like that. It's one of the roles that every role matters how your team is doing, but I think for support, shows a bit more.
How do you guys feel about Bwipo and kind of the role that he plays? Because when people talk about Flyquest, they talk a lot about discipline, but then Bwipo to me is kind of sometimes the wild card, right? Like sometimes he's going to run it down, sometimes he's absolutely going to dominate, and in Fearless, it also feels pretty hard to like predict what he's going to play because he has his Swain and he plays Volibear and he's doing really well with that.
Well,
he has
that
kind of like
depends
his
if he
weird
posted
picks.
on Twitter, right? It's more
Was
predictable when it
Volibear
happens.
in the tier list? That's the real question.
Dude, he
it
lied
was.
to us, no?
I'm not sure. I don't think it was.
He lied to us though. He said he was gonna first pick Casante.
And then he picked.
Oh no, Jace.
Yeah,
But
and then he picked Casante.
Then he picked Casante. So we got like made fun of.
Yeah, that's true.
That's maybe the new meta. You post a tier list, but it's the wrong things to
Yeah.
try to bait your
That was
opponents.
messed up.
How do you see Bwipo?
The terrorist.
Well, just like how
as
he's
a player.
playing and like him as a player, because obviously he plays kind of different champions than a lot of other people, and he seems to have a pretty different style.
I mean, kind of respect because it's kind of hard to, if I try to play that kind of stuff, I cannot do that because I know the champion weakness and like that's, I think I can do that on 4-5 game, not 1, 2, 3 game to, it's Bolivar anger. And like Bolivar with Sejuani, the value too low,
Yeah.
And I would think more like team balance, but I think he think more like how he can win the game from himself to make the team advantage. Like I think hit up proxy wave or like make that, I'm doing 1v2, I'm dying, it's fine. Like
Yeah.
that kind of mindset. I think that's how he can play that kind of champion more. So, yeah, Bwipo is Bwipo. I respect it, but I think Thanatos better.
I agree. I agree. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
How are you guys seeing your matchup? I mean, obviously you're not going to want to tell me everything, but both sides feeling confident. How are you guys feeling going into that? Because you guys are going to be playing obviously against each other next weekend.
I think early game should be not hard, my opinion. If we play like normal, but after, I think we need to fix that. If we fix that, contestable, I think.
It's really hard for me to have a read on the other any teams right now because the format just made the split so fast, and turnaround was very quick. So it's very hard for me to say like, okay, well, obviously I'll say we're the best, right? But like to rank the other teams like compared to each other, it's very hard to say. And even how we match against Team Liquid, I'm not too sure. I mean, we had Messi games today. They had Messi games the whole month. So just because of that, maybe we have an advantage, But that's all I can say. I'm not sure. I think obviously Umti's been kind of struggling.
Kinda.
A little bit. You could say kind of.
Whoa.
I mean, we have confidence from scrims. I think if he wasn't here, the tone would be different.
Yeah, we're being respectful.
You're just some kind, humble players.
Yeah,
Last time
there.
I scrimmed TL, I do believe it was 5-0.
Yeah. That's true.
Just saying,
It was not a 6 game.
So we have like a lot of confidence.
What do you guys
5 game and cancel.
Yeah.
You guys doesn't want to wait too
It
long.
was like 6:20 p.m. or something at the point.
Yeah.
What do you guys
Long
think about
reviews.
Jan and Core? Because they seem to be playing really well on stage. There are some players that are.
I think in spring last year, they were like much better than everyone else. It wasn't even close. Like in finals, they were stomping Masu and Buzio to the pavement, like complete stomping them, right? And then in summer, they were like even. And I feel like now they're like kind of a bit worse than Flyquest ball lane, overall ball lane. So I feel like, I don't know if they didn't get better or Fly got a lot better, faster. But I feel like last year there was a massive gap from TL and Fly and everyone else. But now it's kind of close. I think C9, Fly, and TL ball lanes are all like kind of similar.
How has it been for you guys being kind of reunited as a bot lane, right? Like you guys played together quite a while ago, no?
Yeah.
Yeah,
3 years ago?
exactly. Yeah.
21, yeah.
4 years ago, I guess.
Yeah. So how has that been? I mean, obviously for you, I feel like for a long time you were considered one of the very best supports, and then the Prince experiment didn't work out as well, the Berserker experiment didn't work out as well, I think, as people expected, and now you're back with Sven, and I feel like the community perception was, okay, Sven's not as good individually as those guys, but you guys are playing much better together.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's been just very easy. I've been asked this a lot, and it's just been very easy to like plug in and go back to playing together. It's very comfortable. We played so many games together during those 2 years and a bit more maybe because of the off-season boot camps and stuff. So we played so many games together. It's so easy to communicate during the game. Zen is very responsive compared to, it's not like an insult to my previous city carries, but Berserker and Prince obviously won't be as communicative in English. So it's a lot easier to like bounce ideas during the game, which you can always argue like League of Legends should just, it's a language and you should always know what to do, blah, blah, blah. But like sometimes I have an idea, and if my ADC is not aware and I can't communicate what I'm trying to do,
Then
it's
you're gonna
harder
look
to
real
decide.
bad.
I'm gonna look real bad, or he'll
look
maybe
really bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's a lot easier to get on the same page, and that just helps me, focus on what's next and stuff. So it helps me play a lot better playing with Sven compared to before. And yeah, I mean, you also asked about the TL bot lane before, and I do agree. I don't know if that's because we're like a better lane now than me and Berserker last year, but I don't feel like it's so much pressure as it was last year when we play against them. It's like, it was actually like, you show up to lane, it's like scary, like, oh, they can be in this bush, like they can roam, like it's kind of hard to decide.
There's still some things that TL blind does better than anyone else. When they play certain lanes, they're like in the first bush, in and out of the bush, and they're pressuring you really hard.
Yeah.
While Flyquest blind is better at like, the support roams better, and the AD carry doesn't take damage or anything. It's like there's different strengths and weaknesses of these players, right? And like TL blind is better at playing the winning lane than Flyquest is.
Yeah.
Like TL is better at playing like Kalista or Varus or like Draven kind of champions. I wouldn't be scared of Flyquest in that sense, right?
Yeah.
But Fly plays more for like scaling and team fighting and making out of the early game in a good state, right? So it's like a bit different how they play. TL's more scary, I guess, in that sense.
Yeah.
But sometimes when they don't play the winning lanes, I don't think they're doing that well. TL kind of relies on their blind winning lane, I think, sometimes. As a team.
Do you agree with that?
I don't care about lane that much, so.
Yeah, you don't care, but
Yeah.
TL bot lane does.
Yeah, I mean, I think. Let me think. Really? I mean, honestly, like, I care about lane strong when we do lane sub.
Yeah.
And like,
Yeah.
can you deny their top lane? And
Yeah.
they can.
Sometimes Dan does come to review. So why did he get level 2, this guy? Can't see bot lane level 1? Like, sorry, man.
I'm sorry.
You got 1 minute though. Like, Impact's always like hiding in a bush somewhere, or, like flashing over the wall for 3 minions.
Oh, they were live.
It's like,
But that was good, no?
yeah, it was not bad.
Yeah.
Like playing against Impact lane swap is like, he can be in the alcove, he can be in the bush,
Maybe he's
he can
coming
be,
from river.
he can be in my tower.
He's over the wall.
Yeah, he can be anywhere.
Maybe he's ganking you mid.
Ward here, like check this, like he like tests you, You have to make sure to find him before you can farm minions.
It's funny skills that top laners have to learn sometimes in lane
Top laners
swaps.
Kind of Picasso,
Do
Yeah.
whatever,
you
whatever
have to be
they can
creative.
to get 3 melees level 1.
Yeah, exactly. It's all about that. Well, thank you guys so much for coming in.
Yeah, of
next
course.
weekend, you guys are going to be enemies and facing off. Next February 22nd, it is 11 a.m. Pacific time. 100 Thieves are going to play Flyquest, and then you guys will be playing right after that. And of course, on the 23rd at 11 a.m. Pacific as well, we're going to have the finals. That's going to be best of 5 fearless. You may be not excited for it. I'm excited for it. I think it's going to be a lot of fun to watch
We play Battle 5?
for finals. For finals.
Good morning.
Yeah.
But you won't. It's okay.
That's fine.
All right, well, we'll see. Also, remember, the LTA is having a block party back in LA. So if you're back in LA, you want to watch it live, you can go watch it live at the Riot Games Arena. There's going to be team boosts. There's going to be free food and stuff to hang out with. Free food? Yeah, free food. Free food is always a dub. But you know what I do miss? The one thing I'm really missing about Immortals, no more boba at the
It's annoying.
At the block party.
Big loss to the LTA.
Yeah.
And free wins that we would get once a week.
All right. Well, that's
Anyways.
going to do it for us here on Pros. Thank you for watching. You can follow us on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Amazon Music, and YouTube, where you can find Pros in all those spots. Good luck to all of you for next week. And congrats on the wins today.
Bye. Bye.
Hands to the sky as we enter the arena. Wild animals, we alliance with hyenas. Blood pumping, waiting for the enemy. The battle's coming. We're creating our destiny. Open up the floodgates, bearing our souls. Nothing can stop us now. We're going for gold. This time is for heroes. A new era unfolds. Cutting through the darkness like a thunderbolt. Boom. We can touch the sky. We are flying high, right eye to eye. We started fire. We will blow your mind. We are gladiators, world dominators. Yeah. We can touch the sky. We can make the sky. We are made to rise through the ring of fire in the darkest times. We are gladiators, world dominators. Yeah. We are soldiers. We are heroes. We are fighters. We can save you through the fire, through the blaze. We are gladiators.
coming in as the #1 seed from LTA North. 100 Thieves looking to prove the doubters wrong that are still thinking that Flyquest is the top dog.
Whoa, just block the schedule. Wait, head this on the weekend, baby. I'm watching. Nice on it. Nice whipper.
Thank you very much.
Wow.
Something off the game.
Go next game.
This was domination, start to finish. Flyquest really gave 100 Thieves no chances at all.
Kai'Sa flashed in and is getting... Kai'Sa no Evo flash. I will kill him, I think.
Nice one.
Nice time.
Hatchet cleanse as well.
That's all I can do, guys. That's all I can do.
Oh.
It looks good. It looks good.
Help Kai'Sa.
Ivy. Look at you. Look at you. Beach.
Nice.
And then. We can have ball, yeah.
Jack's left side. Jack's TP left side. Jack's TP left side.
Oh, I got puck a bit. And Bev is like standing there. And Bev, no flash walk into us. Can we hit her? I can't help, okay? All you.
I will. GG, baby girl! Yeah!
Ladies and gentlemen, 100 Thieves take Flyquest down. They're going to finals tomorrow.
This is going to be exciting, and again, it's feeling like a home game for Liquid here in Brazil.
Because TL have been the team that everyone is looking at.
I'm looking. Chippy, orange, but he has flash. Yeah, cocky.
Okay. Yes, flash, okay?
Yeah. Chippy orange,
Nice.
5 seconds. 4 seconds.
In front.
Go for it.
I'm going to flash. I'm going to
Costa.
Ajin no Wii has flash.
Go for it.
We can go forward.
1-0 TL off of a really strong start.
Circle engines out. They're too low. We go forward.
Yeah, we can win. I'm going up.
Yeah.
Kai'Sa.
We can hit the bottom.
Yeah, doesn't matter.
Okay, go bottom. I'll take that one, I guess. I'm so good this game.
W.
Do it first.
Now,
Let me go last team.
Yeah.
Nice,
Play, guys.
Oh, this one.
Okay.
I'm looking side on side.
I'm okay.
They're too low already.
Go. 10
H
also flash.
Yeah.
I hit some.
We go better now.
You may have doubted them, but doubt them no longer. TL punched their ticket to the finals. They'll be playing 100 Thieves tomorrow.
Welcome everybody to the Riot Games Arena for LTA waiting room ahead of the LTA finals that are taking place in Sao Paulo. We are here on stage in Los Angeles, North America.
We're live.
And we have the Noxian Reckoning Pit as well.
Yep, we'll see you in a second. We got
Very fun.
Darius.
That was Kangas earlier. No,
That was me.
He's
Yeah,
a very talented cosplayer.
He's a badass. That's actually insane. He said he
out
worked
there
on that
somewhere.
for 2 weeks, by the way. That's crazy
Yeah.
work.
Insane turnaround, yeah.
Oh
My
my
Panther
God.
cosplay took 1 day, just saying, but...
Yeah, I could tell.
Yeah, I think it showed.
Wow.
It showed, and that one does not look like 2 weeks, so very impressive.
Yes.
But look at this! We got
It's
this! I
pretty
can run
sick.
back here! We got
True.
pillars! We
Don't
got a
mess with
thing!
it.
Yeah,
Don't mess with
a
it.
lot of space actually.
Okay, yeah, that could have gone very poorly, actually.
He just rips it off.
Yeah. Good way
Yeah.
to start the show.
So we have LTA finals coming up today. We have the #1 seed, 100 Thieves, going up against the technically number 4 seed, Team Liquid from the LTA North. Day 1 reactions as in the semifinals.
Yeah.
I got both series wrong.
Yeah. Look, at least I am not alone in predicting incorrectly. I will say that immediately. We had some insane series, specifically the 100 Thieves versus Flyquest one. That one started the day, and that one I didn't expect at all. I thought the more competitive one, and it was competitive, the C9 TL series. 100 Thieves proved, because there were a lot of naysayers. There's been naysayers for like a year and a half or so of this team. So a lot of people didn't think that they would be the best or that they'd be good. The preseason rankings, all of these things. They got first seed. People still question them. And then they shut a lot of people up.
Yeah.
Yeah. I actually thought that series was going to be closer. The thing that surprised me more was actually TL kind of getting their stuff together, looking really, really clean in game 1, and then it was a little bit up or down for the rest of the series, but that was actually the series I expected to be less close, and I expected Flyquest 100 Thieves to just kind of be more of a slobber knocker, because 100 Thieves have this superpower, because they always want to fight, of dragging their opponent into fights constantly.
and I would love to do a victory lap as the only one that predicted the Thieves to win, but
that's true.
It wasn't the way I predicted it, and that was the one I was less confident in. I was way more confident in C9 2-0ing Team Liquid, so that one's a surprise for me. The Team Liquid had this big resurgence, was able to bounce back.
Yeah, we can look at the path to finals that we've actually seen for both teams, with all the way back to the very beginning of Split 1, where Team Liquid, they played up against Dignitas. This is unfortunately not working. But we can see it right up here. We have all the way at the very top, Team Liquid played Dignitas, then they played 100 Thieves, and then here they were able to win both of their series to make it to the finals.
And I feel like that first 100 Thieves TL match was kind of the moment where we'd heard about this 100 Thieves team where people were like, they're doing better in scrims, I promise. FBI looks way more stable. He looks great. The team does look better. This is where I started to genuinely believe in 100 Thieves' improvement because of how they showcased it against TL.
I agree, because like that, I guess that's the one tiebreaker that they had that we saw from them. That was like a great draft, and they showcased that they would team fight well. But then for Team Liquid side, yes, they got bumped down to the losers bracket. It was that best of versus Shopify that I started to be like, wait a minute. There's a shot for this team, because they completely took down Shopify Aurelion easily, right? In a very clean fashion. When I saw that, I was like, okay. They just have to have, like, get it together. They have time. Like, there's still Messy series on the way. Then Spawn was like, F this, I'm flying. So this was what makes this day so unpredictable. So, like, we'll talk about it throughout the day. But, yeah, the pathway told a story that makes this so much more exciting.
Yeah, and the fact that 100 Thieves already beat Team Liquid.
Yeah.
They did it to basically qualify to the Americas stage before taking down Cloud9. Interestingly enough, 100 Thieves has taken down all of the other top 4 teams already. It's just a matter of doing it in the finals. But this series was the bloodiest best of 3 in North American history.
That's insane. And a lot of it was based off of just, once again, I feel like people are getting tired of hearing it, but I'm not getting tired of saying it. Quid is just a monster. He had an insane series throughout this. His Jace performance was good. His Victor, I think, in this game was also solid. Like, okay, it was Silas, but in general, like, I felt like every game was a different champion, and he looked so good, and the team being able to play around him. If he's walking in, the team is supporting him 100%.
Yeah, and contextually, just a reminder, even though this was a series that qualified them to the Americas stage, this was also where people were like, okay, but it was Team Liquid. Team Omti's already been looking kind of shaky at the beginning of the split. So 100 Thieves, yes, they're making it in, but how strong of an opponent were they facing off against? Well, clearly pretty good. They were able to make it the finals still for this rematch.
1.28 combined kills per minute is actually insane.
Yeah.
Over 3 games, like that is more than a kill a minute for across all 3 games in that series. And I know we made a lot about Umti setting the death record, right? Like you were tracking, in one game. Yeah, you're tracking that, Jet, to make sure it was like the most deaths in any LCS and LTA.
It was
North
the most in
history.
LTA, basically North American history in a single game.
Which is insane, of course, like talking about it, because, I mean, he kept going in. He was looking for fights. His styles make the fight, and both teams are known for being incredibly aggressive. LPLS teams, if they see a fight, they'll take it. Now, of course, Spawn made the point of like, well, you're taking every fight. And the main strength that we have is taking good fights. So that was a weakness that they had. And so that pretty much kick-started the discussion around Umti mentally, and of course, like just having bad performances.
Yeah.
But like that started off with like Quid having an insane game and then knocking him into the turret.
For sure. Umti did improve to actually qualify for the finals, but we need to go back in time just a little bit.
Oh, okay.
When the 4 northern teams were going up against the 4 southern teams last week,
Raz,
you were very confident that the North would beat all the South teams. Kangas was very confident that at least one of the northern teams would lose.
Yeah.
How'd you know?
So he bet his mustache.
How did you know?
I came prepared because I was right yesterday. The plan was to do it yesterday.
I thought we were doing it last week.
That's
and then
true
it's
too.
this week.
But
and
we
now we're doing
needed
it here.
a public execution. We needed.
All right, there we go. Make some noise, everybody. All right.
Sit your ass down.
In front of the home or the North crowd.
Raz is not experienced at all in shaving.
Yeah,
we have not practiced this at all.
I'm very concerned as to how
we
this
have
is
one
going to
chance.
go.
Let's move the mic, please.
I like the sound
no one
of it.
trusts Raz to not cut the mic.
I like the sound of it. I thought the only thing that we were missing with this set dressing, the thing that we know Nox is for,
What?
The blood. So the good news, if I clean it shaved, then you're perfect. Everyone loves it. If I don't clean it properly, then
This is gonna be bad.
it's
isn't
very
it?
Noxian.
Let's give it a start.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Okay,
I'm concerned. That
Yeah,
doesn't
same.
Oh, wow. That's smooth.
Oh, I'm liking this.
Okay, the question is, Raz, do you leave it at half of the mustache?
Oh,
Because
God.
technically you get to control. You get to control what you shave. 3/4, 3/4. Make sure you get rid of the middle, though.
Raz, you might want to move to this side. Yeah.
Oh, just a little bit of the stash right there.
Just leave a little bit.
I
Just
like
leave a little
that.
bit for the. Yeah.
I like
well
that.
done. Yeah. Well done. All right.
That's what I like to see.
Yeah, it's left. It's been left.
I'll take
the
this off
battery
of you.
died.
Yeah.
The battery died. Oh
Producers
no.
say leave it.
There you go,
Yeah.
Dr. Eggman.
There we are, you entertained.
There you go, Johnny Sins. I got you. I got you.
All right, Kagas can get rid of. You're in control of his facial hair for the day. I think is what we've learned. Yeah.
And it's right next to me too, because I can start pulling at it. Okay.
Okay. Well, thanks for that, Raz. It's almost time.
You guys
though.
like that?
Raz.
There we go.
It looks good. It's almost time to award our Kia most fearless player of the split. So let's check in with the casters in the South right now to hear about that.
Thank you very much, Jet. I'm pretty happy to be an entire continent away from Raz with any sort of a shaving apparatus
His
right
technique
now.
was lacking, to say the least.
That's a very polite way to put it, my friend. Ladies and gentlemen, good to see you here today for the finals of Split Wires, joined by Azael for this one. Unfortunately, Kobe feeling a little bit under the weather, so he will not be on the desk, but we'll make up for it.
Get
we'll
well
bring
soon,
some
buddy.
extra hype. Hell yeah, feel better soon, my friend. But let's go ahead and talk about what's in front of us right now, because we do have the Kia Most Fearless leaderboard. These are our most fearless players so far throughout this first split.
Exactly. All of these players are tied at 9 unique champions so far throughout the split. And in case of a tie, Jan and Impact, as an example, basically what we're going to do is if you have a greater variety of champions. So even if you both have, say, 10 champions played, if one person has 10 champions played and then, 2 on a couple different champions and another guy has like 6 on one, it's like more kind of focused towards one champion, the person whose games are more spread out is going to win in that event.
But the interesting thing here is with those 5, only these 2, Jan and Impact, your examples
are
there.
still playing.
Those are the only 2 playing here on stage today. Those are the only 2 with a chance to continue to become even more fearless. And you can see right now, Jan having 3 games on Corki as his highest played. Impact's got 4 on Rumble. I don't know about you, Azael. I feel like top lane has more room to splash around and add more to the pool.
Yeah, I think so, absolutely. And especially if we're going 4 or 5 games, which I'm really hoping for, for this 5-game fearless, it gets pretty crazy when you're getting into game 4, game 5, because you have already so many champions removed from the pool that it can really push you to some really interesting ones, and that's kind of what I'm hoping for today.
Dude, I am hoping so much for a game 4, game 5 scenario. I really want to see this one go the distance, but Lounge, back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Flowers and Azael. Didn't expect to see either of these teams here, as we mentioned earlier. And Team Liquid is the team that was the number 4 seed, had a lot of question marks going into yesterday, but are actually able to make it here, Emily.
Yeah, and I think the one cool stat that you pulled from yesterday was this gold change at between 14 and 20. And we talked about how previously, last year in 2024, that was at almost like 1,200 across. I want to take a look at now their numbers from this split, and then this does not include yesterday's games. Their 2 wins are in the Saturday column, and you can see the change in that stat specifically. One of the games is carrying it, their final game, but I think when TL are at their best, it is how they are choosing fights to Spawn's point and how they are rotating around the map to take down objectives during that time and gain their leads.
Exactly, because the positive news has been, even throughout some of their poor points, their carries have been good. Jan has been great. And especially APA last split, or series, a few series actually throughout the LTA playoff format, has been astonishing. It's the setup for fights. It's how the fights have been going for the most part. That has been the big question mark. So as long as the setup is good, though it looks like the bird's eye view from the camera sneaking a shot at Impact.
Right there.
Yeah.
Do they know they're on camera?
Get a closer look. What am I seeing here?
But to your point, Raz, also specific champions. Like, APA is still getting his Ziggs occasionally. His Talia, his Azir is getting better. You know, like, it seems like he's stepping up. But Umti's the big one that really stepped up last series in particular.
Yeah, and I mean, I think what they are looking for from Umti is just a lot more consistency, right? Like, through his career, he has been kind of an inconsistent player, but he's also been in more dire straits than this, right? Like, he was on one of the losingest teams on Fredit Breon. So, I mean, his mental recovery is more what I'm looking at, right? Because it's toning down the individual mistakes and then making sure that he's on the page with the rest of TL, and that looked a lot cleaner yesterday.
Which theoretically better with the coach, physically there.
It definitely helps their mentality to have everybody on stage with them. For me, with 100 Thieves, though, they are no longer the bloodiest team in the world, but they still fight all the time. And I feel like this has really helped them in this current meta. The fact that it's the Grub fight into the Dragon fight with Otacon spawning at 20 minutes and Baron spawning at 25, there's always the next fight to take. And I think that's really played to their strengths extremely well. And I think is part of why they've been able to take down Team Liquid earlier on in the split, take down Flyquest yesterday, and even take down C9 in their best of one to get the #1 seed.
I will say the positive is that even though they're not as bloody because of the last series, at least they've shown a different side of themselves. Guys, they can play a more controlled game. Look, we can't all be happy about them. And I expect them to make up for it today.
Yeah, it was that series against TL where they, I think, surpassed a record that had also been set by TL and Flyquest in the same split, I believe. So both of these teams, when they play each other, are very bloody.
And there's a little bit of history that we have between Team Liquid and 100 Thieves. The very first title that Team Liquid won was over 100 Thieves. The first title 100 Thieves won was over Team Liquid. I'd say the early stage of the rivalry was dominated by TL. The mid stage of the rivalry was dominated by 100 Thieves. And now we'll see if it gets a little bit mixed, because last year Team Liquid did have the upper hand, but so far this year it has been 100 Thieves. There's a very storied past with these two orgs.
Yeah, it's crazy because just even seeing the different faces, the storylines that existed throughout that time, teaches me at least to not pay too much attention to the regular season. Because during 100 Thieves win, it was like, well, they're not looking too good, but then they would have some like miracle run, crazy run, like closers Lee Sin having the the warhop kicks, all that. You'd already know I have to say his name.
Shout out your boy.
And then we're here today where both teams, as you mentioned, Jat, weren't expected to be here. Cloud9 and Flyquest looked so good, but these are the team that shut them up, said, no, we're the better team fighting team. We're the ones that are more clutch. We're here in the moment for a reason. So it's fun to see this new iteration of 100 Thieves and Team Liquid carrying on the rivalry.
And I'm happy that we can highlight that rivalry because it almost feels a little more one-sided. Team Liquid, a lot of times people think of either Cloud9 or Flyquest as being their bigger rivals, but for 100 Thieves, for their fans, this is the premier rival to face off against in a final. So I think for the 100 Thieves fans especially, and for this team especially, this is a big deal.
Absolutely is. Mid lane is a big matchup that we have to watch as well. APA had shown some struggles, but was very good yesterday. And Quid has been dominating pretty much this entire split.
Yeah, I mean, Quid has returned to his spring form, but here we're looking at APA. And I think the big thing for APA to me is his Talia. Like, I had actually...
Yeah.
I know his Ziggs is like phenomenal, but his Talia in teamfights is so good. Watching that game yesterday, he was always blowing a flash. He's making sure someone moves because of rock placement. He's controlling teamfights. He's coming into teamfights really well. Not to mention the fact that it really suits his playstyle and his map knowledge, which also further suits Team Liquid's playstyle overall.
Jad, I don't know about you, but like, whenever I see a team opening up Kalista, without really seeing like a trade, you're like, I'm sweating. What's the thought process, right? And I feel like a lot of it is the confidence around like the Talia, because he made Sven's life so hard. And he is, as you can see, the comparison, now we're seeing the comparison of the players, but just talking about the comparison of like APA in the North Conference when he was playing the first leg of the tournament to this leg, he's improved so much, and he has to because he's going up against Quid, who has been the best mid laner in the LTA, bar none. His monstrous performances, Kangas.
Well, I'm happy that's how you segued it, because I was going to say, well, let's talk about Quid finally, because this guy has been stepping up, and I'm not going to say hard carry, and FBI has been pulling a lot of weight as well for 100 Thieves, but Quid seems to be the standout guy on this roster right now, and we highlight APA because, yes, he's playing well, but I feel like he still has to climb a mountain that is Quid.
Well, and going into yesterday's matches, Quid had played a different champion in every single one of his games. On that Most Fearless, I'm pretty sure he's like lurking in the background, just at 8, tied with a bunch of people as well, because he did repeat champions yesterday. But that's the thing that's impressed me most. Again, the thing that 100 Thieves was attacked for the most in their kind of summer dip was like, they're not playing the meta well. Maybe it doesn't suit Quid and River specifically. I feel like Quid, especially with his Victor performances, has really shut up some of those doubters.
Yeah, APA also mentioned yesterday in our interview as well as on Twitter here, 3 finals in a row for this squad, for this specific squad. So he's feeling very confident that he can take down pretty much anyone because Quid's been on 100 Thieves that entire time. But if I'm just actually picking mid laners, if APA bests Quid, I think Team Liquid might win the series, but I'm still going to favor Quid personally.
100%. I would agree with you on that. I think the point that APA said, the mentality that he has is actually pretty hilarious because, like, when we were hearing Jan going into that series, he was like, yeah, we're the underdogs. When you hear from APA, it's a different story. It's like, I don't think I'm I expected I was going to win that series. He's someone who has, like, such an incredible mentality that makes this series going to be fun. Like, there's a lot of APA fans. There's a lot of Quid fans out there for good reason. This is going to be a banger.
Yeah, 2 of the top performers as well have been the bot lane AD carries. Jan has won multiple player of the series so far this year. FBI has been such a rock for 100 Thieves and I think is also providing some veteran leadership. And also down in Brazil, Dwa did catch up with both Jan and FBI earlier. Let's listen to that.
Hello guys, today I'm here with Jan and FBI and we have some questions before this big final. And first of all, I will start with you, Jan. Is there anything about FBI playstyle that you modeled your game after?
I wish I could carry Ayla as hard as he could carry Ayla. It's very impressive.
Awesome trash talk. Now to you, FBI. What is the thing that most impressed you about Jan at such a young age?
Yeah, I mean, I think Jan has a lot of poise for a young player, and I mean, I don't even think he's that young anymore, to be honest. But even in his rookie year, I respected his work ethic, and yeah, I think he's an overall really good player. So.
And Jan, yesterday Team Liquid posted a picture of your glasses. You broke them. Do you think it's bad luck or good luck?
Well, since we fixed it, just like we fixed our problems, surely something good's gonna happen.
Everything fine then.
Everything's fine.
Okay, and you FBI, the last time 100 Thieves played against Team Liquid, you were in this team, it was back in summer 2021. Do you remember the result? And do you think it will be the same?
I do remember the result, but I think our games today will be definitely much more close. I think Team Liquid is a strong, aggressive team, and it's going to be a bloodbath of a series, so I think it's going to be a fun watch.
Do you think it will be 3-0?
3-1.
3-1. What about you, Jan? Do you think it will be 3-1, 3-0?
I'm going to be farming. I'm going to be farming. They can fight all they want. 10 CS per minute, 12 CS per minute, doing the hack. You guys can fight. I'll take everything.
Can we agree on 5 games today?
I'm down for 5 games. I'm always
5
down.
games. Let's do it, então. That's it for us. That's back to you guys.
Jan is just going to be farming. I love that.
I'm down for 5 games, too. I think everybody wants 5.
Absolutely. Jan has been so consistent, and we pulled together his game-by-game stats so far in 2025 from kills, deaths, assists, and then damage per minute. Barely a bad game in there. Maybe the game right 2 that he had against Cloud9, but other than that, he has pretty much been on fire every other game.
Yeah, even in their, especially in their wins, but even in their losses, he is kind of something that you look at in team fights and they're like, okay, if they can just position for Jan, right? If they can just keep Jan alive, they might be able to bring it back in some of these team fights. And I think we saw some of that course correction from yesterday as well.
Yeah, like the pick that I would look at him is Kaisa, but I don't know if you can even see Kaisa. Can you even see his chance to pick?
He said he fixed them.
Did he?
Yeah, you were running to grab a drink, but you fixed them.
Okay, all right. As long, you know what? That's the Go Dodo out there that was able to make the run in Brazil. So that's good on him. But yeah, his individual play, especially on Kaisa, even if you're behind, you always have that faith that he can carry you to a win. So it's going to be a challenge, I think, as a team to follow him and match his energy.
And speaking of faith to carry you to a win, though, FBI has been phenomenal for this 100 Thieves team, right? Like, I think we already had talked about previously 100 Thieves when they had looked better with Tomo. Now with someone like FBI who has such a veteran presence, experience, he's been absolutely stellar in their 5v5 team fighting. As you see here, all of his individual games, and he has had the rare, I can only see one game on there that's like, that was a rough one. Similar to Jan, he has been consistently great.
Absolutely.
That's the most he has.
And that was in game 1 yesterday before they absolutely turned it on. Wow. If I was to try and say a difference between these two AD carries, because they've both been performing extremely well, I'd say Jan probably plays a little bit closer to the edge. Yeah. And that can be a blessing or a curse. So he might be more likely to pull back a win when the team is losing. But if you have a lead with FBI, he's maybe the most solid AD carry that is in the entire league.
Which is wild. Like, he is just a silent assassin. A lot of times people don't get to talk about how he's doing or how he's playing, because I'm like, who's the best AD carry in the split? People are probably going to go towards Jan, but FBI, like, that's the challenge for me. I don't know who's been playing better consistently, who's been more impactful to their team consistently. I would edge it towards Jan, but it's close.
That's the argument, is who's more impactful for their team. That's been an age-old discussion. And yes, Jan has been, carrying in games that look a little rougher, but I still think FBI, okay, I hear you. Bucket, it's coming later. But I think FBI, even though he's on a stronger team, I think individually there are still arguments that he is overperforming. And yeah, as we still take a look here, I mean, it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell.
They've been playing so great, but it's time to talk about who's going to win the series.
Oh, that's my favorite time.
Ooh, really?
Because this could be a close one. Team Liquid or 100 Thieves. I have predicted against 100 Thieves in their first matchup against Team Liquid, as well as yesterday. And you know what? I'm not going to do it again. I'm actually going to be switching to 100 Thieves as Jan has a nice pop-off moment. I'm actually going to predict 100 Thieves for the first meaningful close game they have. And oh my goodness, it's very close.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, I thought I'd be the only 100 Thieves predictor. I'll say this. I have almost equal confidence in both of these teams to win the series. The reason why I gave 100 Thieves an edge is the exact thing I was talking about when I was first talking about the team. I feel like they have this ability to drag their opponents into a lot of chaotic fights, and that's really where they thrive with the current meta where, there's a timer on Grubs. Oh, there's another dragon coming up. Oh, Grubs again. Oh, another dragon. Like, there's so many opportunities for 100 Thieves to be able to set up advantageous conditions for them to fight. I know Spawn had talked about how the thing he wanted to improve from TL was choosing when to fight. If 100 Thieves do not allow them to do that, they will win.
Yeah, that's an if. And I feel like they had really shown the same stride that they had in Shopify Rebellion series. I think the control that they've had is solid. The draft I really enjoy from Team Liquid. So a lot of the golden points that I had from Team Liquid and it iterated last year, I'm seeing again. Kangas, are you agreeing with that?
So I'm seeing, I wanted to go with the Mojo vote, which would have been 100 Thieves. That's how I'm kind of dubbing that one. But I went with the Team Liquid vote because of veterancy. I just think that in general, they will have more comfort up on that stage. And with Spawn being there live now, we heard in the interview, they're not going to take every fight like we saw last time. So to Emily's point, yes, 100 Thieves can kind of drag teams down, but if Team Liquid just stay focused and don't take every single fight available to them, I still think that they can take this series, but I'm happy we all picked 5 games at least. It should go to 5.
What about you guys? 100 Thieves, anyone? Team Liquid?
Oh, that's a Team Liquid crane right there.
We're hearing it from the Team Liquid fans, Jad.
We absolutely are hearing it from Team Liquid. It's going to be a very close series. I hope we go all 5 games as all of us predicted, but now it's time to toss to the MasterCard opening ceremony.
Ladies and gentlemen, 100 Thieves are going to finals.
It's the time, it's the place.
TL are going to seal the deal. You may have doubted them, but doubt them no longer. TL punched their ticket to the finals. They'll be playing 100 Thieves.
Didn't know I was chased. Now is the time and the time is right. Now is the time and we here to fight. I came here to ride or to die, to be right on the top of this mountain and feel the high.
We will crown our first winner of the LTA Split 1.
Blink and you'll miss it. Sniper got a solo kill for first blood. Quad in trouble. Sniper's looking to get the solo kill here again. It needs another shot and he finds it. A 3-pull kill. Yes, he for 100 Thieves showing up.
Core JJ and Yon. I love this. It's a dream bot lane from the LTA.
Essa âncora pegou no dano! Derretido pela galera da T-Liquid. I'm on the top.
Ayla, him and FBI as a duo are just kind of working magic and bringing this team to a whole nother level.
100 Thieves is going in, and they're getting even more. Bravo's about to be the second one here for 100 Thieves. Double kill to FBI.
Over on the other side, Impact just cooking everyone up.
100 Thieves are taking no prisoners.
Be my kryptonite. Like, Bubba is actually my kryptonite. So yeah, we're just gonna win. I don't need to do anything, you know?
This team is good. We cannot underestimate them. They also beat us last time. We're gonna revenge it.
Alô, mitológicos e mitológicas, chegou o grande dia! Hoje é a grande final da LTA, então sejam bem-vindos à nossa primeira final da história da LTA. Welcome everybody, today is the day, make some noise for the LTA Finals with 100 Thieves and Team Liquid Honda! In support, Ayla and Core JJ! AD Carry, FBI versus Yon! Mid lane, Quid versus APA! Jungle River versus Zoom Team! Top lane, Sniper versus Impact!
From 16 teams, we have made our way all the way down to the final two. Team Liquid Honda and 100 Thieves have proven themselves the best of the best from the LTA. Now only 3 wins stand between these two teams and becoming the first ever LTA split winner. Before we get to the games, we'll have a final word from the competitors. APA, I gotta come to you first. Team Liquid has now made 3 straight finals with this roster. Sniper is only in his first. Does he have what it takes to get it done?
I don't think he has what it takes to get it done. I think he'll be too distracted chatting with me to be focused on the game.
Sniper, I'm going to come to you next. You already took down Flyquest. People were looking at them as the best team in the LTA. Is the hard work already done?
I mean, it's already done. It's going to be a fast 3-0. Fast 3-0. That's all I'm going to say. But let's just have fun today and see what happens, you know?
So Sniper thinks it's going to be a 3-0. What's your prediction for this series here, APA?
I'm here for the fans. I'm going to bring a good 3-2. It's going to be a banger series.
Thank you both. Great luck with the games. You can now go to your computers. Brazil at Grande Finale starts right now.
And there it is, the final words from our competitors before we get into this best of 5 to decide which of the 2 squads between 100 Thieves and Team Liquid is going to be victorious here in Split 1 and packing their bags for the competition in Korea in first stand in just a couple of weeks. Sniper with the confidence, saying a quick 3-0 after they managed to defeat Flyquest yesterday. If you were on social media, you might have even seen Golden Glue talking about how Flyquest were kind of personal demons for the 100 Thieves squad, and being able to climb that mountain and finally conquer them is a big deal for this team. Feeling confident now going into yet another battle against Team Liquid. Meanwhile, looking over at TL, look at the guy on your screen right now, Coach Spawn, flying in from all the way on the other side of the world, from back home in Australia, to join back up with the TL boys, make sure that they are in tip-top shape, help them get their victory over C9 yesterday, and now they are looking to put another notch in their belt against 100 Thieves in this head-to-head. Now, chat talked a little bit about it on the analyst desk beforehand. Originally, it was Team Liquid in control of this head-to-head at the start of the rivalry. Then the tide changed. 100 Thieves were the ones driving the car for a while, and now it's been shifting back towards the Team Liquid direction in recent history. 100 Thieves, however, would love to upset that, and I would just love to see a full 5-game series here for this final. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to it. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Mr. Intro himself, Azael, here for the cast.
I'm excited for it, man. The energy in this place is electric. The fans are going crazy. It's so loud even doing the interview. The people are this close to me. I don't know if it comes across on broadcast. I literally cannot hear what they are saying.
I heard what they were saying. I couldn't tell that you didn't hear what they were saying.
I just put the mic like that, and I'm like, yep, yes, sir.
APA, take the wheel. There you go. Sometimes that's the way you got to do it. But I'm so ready for this, man. I hope both these teams are ready to come out swinging. It is a pretty fast turnaround. They both just won their semifinal yesterday, and now it's time for the finals here today.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of time to prep. You're going to have to rely on the prep that you've already done for the other teams, for everything that you have put your work into so far this split. It all comes down to this. If you got anything hidden, it's time to bust it out.
That's what I want to see, the secret stress. We were even talking a little bit when we tuned into the desk about how we've got these most fearless players. We've got these splashes of flavor, these splashes of all this different champion pool exploration, particularly from Impact and Yawn. And those are the guys that I'm also keeping an eye on to see if they bring out anything special. And you guys might have noticed the theme here today. Welcome to Noxus and the Reckoning Pits, where contestants battle for fame and fortune. In both Noxus and the LTA, strength deserves celebration. Anyone can prove that strength, and remember that power is taken, not given. You can play the new Noxus Reckoning Pits map very soon. A new arena experience currently on PvE, coming soon to the live servers. And also, something new coming at you right now. Actually, maybe a little bit of a throwback. Maybe something we've done a couple of times before here at the LTA, back in the LCS days. Here for our first draft to kick off this series, to get things going, we have a very special guest. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and join me in welcoming Bwippo to bring us into this series. Bwippo, how you doing, man?
Hi there. I'm mostly doing all right. You know, just took a pretty big L yesterday, but part of the job. I'm excited to watch and see who can represent our region, because I think ultimately for me, the journey of trying to make the LTA special is being a region that is recognized internationally. We've done our part. TL last time decided their part, and I really hope whoever can win today can continue that trend.
I'm with you on that one, man. It should be an exciting day today. All right, well, we're going to be getting into the first draft here, Bwipo, so we have you here for the draft expertise. What are you expecting from these two teams? You know, what do you think is the best way for them to play out a game one of a best-of-5 finals like this?
So the number one thing that I think TL is really, really good at is actually exploiting the K'Sante Ambessa trade. I think something that many people would not have expected out of Impact is busting out a really strong Ambessa, and I was really pleasantly surprised when he was able to pilot it as well as he did. So something you'll definitely see in the trade is Skarner and K'Sante are both still available. With Ambessa open, a lot of teams will wait with picking their top laner until 3 on red side, because then if they didn't pick K'Sante, you can pick K'Sante and ban Ambessa, or you can pick Ambessa and then pick some of the bans for her. So probably not going to see, well, they decide that K'Sante is worth picking into Ambessa, which is actually pretty interesting. A lot of people decide that that's not a matchup worth opting into, but Impact says, you know what, just give me K'Sante, I don't care.
And we've seen Impact play a lot of K'Sante in the past, one of his go-to champions, one he's had some pretty big performances on. Just going to go ahead and check in real fast. It is Draven, Varus, and Talia banned out by 100 Thieves here in the first half. Over on the other side, Kalista, Jace, and Yone are removed from the pool. Second pick in this one for Team Liquid is going to be the Maokai, presumably for Umpty in the jungle.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's actually his first Maokai pick of the split, though, which is kind of surprising because he was playing it non-stop last summer. We do have Gnar as the answer and the Azir. Are you surprised we don't get that Ambessa side here?
Honestly, yeah. I felt like Sniper would really prioritize the Ambessa. I mean, it makes sense. Now, keep in mind, one thing about Fearless is sometimes you want to pick something that you may not want to use into K'Sante. You want to keep the Ambessa open as an option later in the draft. So in the game 2, game 3 potentially. So he just decides to grab the Gnar. Makes a lot of sense. Gnar should be able to have a really easy time bullying something like K'Sante Maokai. Maokai doesn't have all that much base damage, mostly CC. So if he navigates the side lane well, he should be a great thorn in Team Liquid's side. This is a pretty much stock standard formula for TL here. We have got a beefy boy in the top lane, a beefy boy in the jungle, and then probably looking for a counter pick support, or maybe give APA that space.
And Jan has right around a 70% win rate in his career on the Ezreal. Is very difficult champion to get in onto. If you're thinking about it from the 100 Thieves side, what are you thinking as the kind of picks you need to look towards to be able to actually access and deal with the Ezreal?
I think 100% Kai'Sa is the number one. I mean, that's how FBI took us out yesterday as well, playing the Kai'Sa into the Ezreal. It's definitely something you want to do when you have the Gnar as well, because if the Kai'Sa is able to hover down to the sideline, Gnar can pressure even harder with Kai'Sa's semi-global. So it's a really nice ban sniped out by TL there.
Exactly. TL reading it the same way you are, my friend. They do not want to be dealing with the Kai'Sa in that matchup. Over on 100 Thieves side, their last pick of the first half of the draft was also the Azir, and so they're going to give the respect ban over to APA, getting rid of that old school throwback one trick back before the champion even got like reworked. Like APA was known for some Aurelion Soul play. They're going to ban that one out of the pool. And now Team Liquid, they're just going to go ahead, double target Marksman here in the second half, getting rid of Misfortune.
Are you surprised at all by the A-Soul ban? Because it's not something that we've seen APA play at all this split, but obviously he is still known for it.
I'm not surprised at all, honestly. I mean, I know Quad actually dabbled a little bit due to the nature of Fearless. You have to sometimes find a counter pick for Azir when it's game 3 or 4, because not every team has a huge priority on him. So when you get later into the draft, this happening, I'm shocked Ziggs didn't get banned actually.
Game 1 though, right? Like that's the thing. If it was game 4 or 5, I wouldn't have been surprised. But we're in game 1 and Ziggs didn't get banned.
I'm absolutely shocked. I was about to say, like, APA must have something other than Ziggs in the tank, because, you know, you go down to 4 or 5, you decide to give Yon that premium third pick with bans, and he just gets the Ziggs. I'm shocked.
I mean, to me, this feels like they have to have a game plan that they're going to attack the Ziggs, because it feels like such an obvious opening, right? Like, you were leading this up, you're saying you must pick this. Do you think they have the tools to really be able to attack this effectively? Like, I could see your 0 post 6, you know, forcing flash, and looking for reganks, but, you know, is that enough?
I think Skarner's E is, like, obviously one of the best champions in the game to harass mid lane. Whether he can actually kill you mid lane depends on whether your mid lane can follow up after they use their all-important CC to stop the Skarner E. So Ziggs is one of those champions where, yes, he can W the Skarner E. Can he get away from the shuffle after that is the real question. So I do think they have the gank set up. Still, I feel like a Hwei is almost as easy to gank, and you'd probably want to get APA off that comfort. So I'm a bit surprised that they opt into this still, but I respect it.
I do wonder if it is like a little bit of a long look towards the series, you know? Trying to think about we could let this through early, we don't have to deal with it later, we feel like we have a decent plan.
Well, one thing that we are looking at now for 100 Thieves, we saw the double 80 carry bans from Team Liquid in the second half of the draft. The Kai'Sa that you were talking about, Bwipo, the MF alongside it. The bottom lane answer to that Ezreal from 100 Thieves is the Corki Leona combo. How do we feel about that?
I think Corki Leona is a really strong lane in general. It's just like it reminds me of like a Season 3 lane, you know? Good old classic, Leona E's in, your Corki Valkyrie's in, and you kind of one-shot someone in CC. At least that's what you're trying to do. So nothing special going on, but a very stock standard draft coming out from 100 Thieves. They've they've got the Gnar on the side lane trying to harass the Cassante. Maokai's going to have a hard time stopping that. And then you've got Skarner, Azir, Corki, Leona. Very standard, front to back. Nothing special going on here. On TL side, however, they've got a lot of range. They've got a Maokai, and they've got a Ziggs and an Ezreal. This means that for 100 Thieves, finding ways to stop TL from grouping as 5 people and playing the side lanes is going to be crucial. This Gnar will need to drag Cassante away from the 5 stack so that Skarner actually has a target. Because Skarner's biggest strength is a jungler can die to his ultimate, a support can die to his ultimate, and Cassante cannot.
That last pick was Core JJ's Poppy as well. We'll see how effective that can be at kind of stopping the game plan there for 100 Thieves, trying to make that engage. We know that Poppy can really do some great stuff with the nice timing and the steadfast presence. And Core JJ is the kind of guy who's been playing League for so long at such a high level. You trust him to be able to make those stops.
100%.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for breaking down the draft with us, Bippo. I think you're going to be back with us for all the drafts, hopefully.
I hope so, too.
And we will see you there later on.
All right. We look forward to talking to you again after this one is done, my friend. But for now, it's time to hit the rift for game number 1 of our LTA Split 1 Finals. 100 Thieves going up against Team Liquid. I was, while you were out there doing the intros and contributing to the show, I was screwing around in Twitch chat a little bit. And I was looking at the poll when they were talking about who do you think has the edge. And in the community, it was actually very heavily skewed towards 100 Thieves. At least in the pregame Twitch chat poll, there was about 75% of respondents saying, hey, they think 100 Thieves has the edge here. And I think after 100 Thieves triumphing over Flyquest yesterday, with Flyquest really being a lot of people's favorites to win the whole thing, 100 Thieves kind of got some gas in the tank now.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. I mean, 100 Thieves is my prediction to take the series here today as well. I think their team fighting has leveled up incredibly. This team was able to pull off some very difficult to execute drafts yesterday against Flyquest in some situations where, you know, Flyquest has a comp that heavily outscales, and you're able to pull that off. I think it's so impressive to be able to execute like that, especially in that game 2 where they were so low on engage, essentially had none. And I do think, you know, Ayla, FBI are playing so incredibly well.
Oh, yeah.
River and Quid are kind of amazing as always. And Sniper yesterday really stepped up, had some fantastic games. So that was a bit of the X factor there for me. We can see APA already getting active in chat. Thanks, Golden Glue, for Ziggs.
Yep, he's immediately ready to yap. I mean, he even said it to you. You said that you didn't really hear the responses when you were doing the interviews, but we all at home heard him say Sniper's going to be so busy responding to the yapping in chat that he's not going to be able to keep up in the game, on the Rift, during the fights. We'll see if APA ends up being right about that one. In this latest installment of a head-to-head that honestly has been raging for years now, Team Liquid versus 100 Thieves, these two teams have had quite a history meeting, not just head-to-head, but head-to-head in a lot of different finals. The first time that they met in a finals was back in 2018. Team Liquid 3-0'd 100 Thieves and set the record for all-time fastest best of 5 in LCS. It's currently 39-30 in favor of Team Liquid, but then the next time they met in a finals a couple years later, 100 Thieves 3-0'd them the other way and set a new record.
Yeah.
Breaking TLs.
I mean, it's incredible. This rivalry has been going on for such a long time. Last year was a year that was kind of dominated with the rivalry between Flyquest and TL. But if you've been a fan of the LCS for quite a while, you know these two teams have been battling back and forth for year after year after year. They each have a finals win. They're trying to win the best of 3 finals.
The best of 3, the best of 5 to decide the winner of the best of 3 finals for Split 1 to go to first stand. There's a lot of numbers going on here. But Impact is immediately trying to force Sniper back, make sure that he has control here over this top side, gives him the thumbs up, the communication. Sniper also giving him the 100 Thieves a Kali emote. I love it, man.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Sniper had such a good series yesterday, especially the Gnar game. I was super impressed. I do think, you know, one of the hardest things about Gnar is not always the laning. I think it's about how you play side lanes, how you actually manage the Gnar bar to always have it at the correct spot. So when you TP in, you aren't just instantly Gnaring out and they just back off. You have it right kind of at that perfect mark. And he was able to do that so incredibly well. He got a solo kill on both of the enemy solo laners as well, which was really a huge difference maker. So, you know, Sniper just stepped up when it counted most.
the thing about those solo kills too, the first one was an early lane phase solo kill at level 3, and then later on he gets one in a side lane once we're way into the actual late game portion of the game. So he was excelling at all stages. I agree with you, one of the most impressive performances we've seen out of him. Goes for the wall up there on impact, doesn't collide with it, but still wants to keep on scrapping here with a Cassante. One more hit might get it done. Sniper with a flash forward, but he can't get the third auto for the proc on the Hyper. So Sniper loses a flash there in the trade.
Yeah, I think that is such a small thing, but if Sniper actually flashes up more, if his mouse is in a slightly different place, and he flashes the cube, flashes into a place where he's still in range to get that third auto, I think he might have had the solo kill, or at the very least, traded flash for flash. But that is such a hard thing to do when you're kiting back and your mouse is on the left side of your character, and then you immediately have to try to change where the mouse is to flash up and avoid a skill shot. But still, very tight margins there. It is Impact at the end of the day that comes out with the summoner advantage, though.
Yeah, Impact will be happy for it. Both top laners going to go ahead and use those early TPs to get back to lane. Nobody was in fighting shape after that long extended trade. Taking a look back down here at the bottom side, it does appear to be Yon and CoreJJ with the early control over the lane, making sure they maintain priority here, utilizing the range of the Ezreal. CoreJJ also just utilizing that passive buckler throw to get a little bit of extra harass on these guys. And honestly, Isaac, I think that both of these AD carries have been having monster performances so far this year.
I completely agree. I mean, I do think they have been incredible for their teams. Obviously, there has been a lot of talk about Yon, and I think rightfully so. So we're going to see a gank mid, maybe.
Yeah, Umpty doing a good job finding Quid there. APA also knocking him further back with a satchel charge, but between the two of them, they just don't have a ton of damage just yet. So even though Quid does get knocked back, he still escapes without having to spend the flash. But the big deal here is the fact that Quid has already used his teleport. He's already spent that summoner to shop and return to lane. APA now has more resources than Quid. He's a higher level, and he still has a teleport ready to use.
Yeah, exactly. And he'll be able to get a great buy, right? He's sitting on just about 1,200 gold, so going to be able to try to push this out, come back, be on that lost chapter very likely, and we'll be sitting in a great position. It'll be harder for Quid from that spot. Of course, it is AP jungle, AP mid, so Quid is just going to be building towards some early MR, just trying to survive that, keep his farm up, and make sure that he is a really big presence in the team fights later on.
Again, just going to be as annoying as possible. Ruin Quid's tempo a little bit here. Throw out the sapling, cost him an extra 5 seconds, having to walk further back. Yeah, it's not like you're going to really pose a kill threat there, but just wasting his time, getting those extra little advantages for APA can go a lot further than it might initially look like.
Especially because Umpty didn't really have anything to do on the map anyway. His camps were mostly just respawning. Now the Wolves are back up and the Gromp is back up, so we'll see exactly where he wants to go. But this push is going to get a plate maybe for APA. So, you deny some CS. I'm not sure he's going to quite get it. It's going to be very close, but we'll grab that plate. So that is a significant amount of gold. That swing in the matchup there is good. And we got to talk about Yon and his heroic performances. Even when there have been criticisms, levied towards Liquid, it is like, yeah, Liquid really needs to shape up. Except Yon, because Yon is doing great. Yon, you're great. You're head of the class. You're an A+ student.
It's like a group project where everybody else is kind of goofing off, not doing their job. Yon is still getting the top mark.
And I think, at this point, you have to start looking at him as like, is he the split one MVP? Like, he is up there, right? He has really just been standing out so incredibly. Umpty, of course, here. We are going to see a fight on top side.
Yep, Sniper wants to jump in. Impact doing a good job putting him in a bad spot, but now here in the pit, Umpty with the flash over the wall to get himself away to safety just barely. Now River's going to be your target, and it's first blood over to CoreJJ. Team Liquid brought everybody here to the party, but Impact's in danger. Top side, one more hit might do it, but no! Some fancy footwork from Team Liquid's top side baits in FBI and Sniper, and now they're both in some serious danger. CoreJJ jumping forward yet again, trying to keep the Corki in range. Yon grabbing the kill on that one, but Quid wants revenge. Team Liquid running low on resources now. Impact, barely any health, barely any mana. Quid decides to go in for the engage, and CoreJJ's the target. Team Liquid looking for a little bit extra damage here with the range, but Quid survives by just a hair on the health bar. APA still wants more. He needs a little bit more range, but it's another just bare miss. Quid's barely hanging on. Ayla's barely hanging on. Sniper's barely hanging on. They need a little bit more damage. Team Liquid, surely they will get Quid here, but the other two kills evading them. That was so close to a disaster for 100 Thieves.
That was, I want to say, like a combined 300 health between the three of them. Jan does have his cleanse, should be able to walk this one out. We'll see. River not going to commit to it. Does interrupt the recall there, but yeah, that was so close to APA getting everybody. He was just short of having the damage to knock down everyone on 100 Thieves and make that a nightmare for them. TL still, though, really happy with how this is going. They do take the 2 grubs. You know, Umti was over there focusing on those while there was this battle going up on top side. That sniper was winning. Umti obviously gets pushed out here. Jan is over the wall trying to return some fire. River flashed in, got him stunned against the wall. Ayla is there as well. They couldn't quite take down Umti, and then in flashes Core as APA comes in for the reinforcements. They're able to get the 1 kill onto River. They push Ayla back out, and then they look to collapse back on the top side. And this is what I was calling out live during the play. Look at how he waits. The patience there is actually so nice because Kazanti is always going to try to anticipate the Meganar ult with his W and immune that. But we're back to live. We're back to a dive, and APA is gone already.
Beautifully done from 100 Thieves, but what about the consequences? FBI rooted up from a long-range Nature's Grasp from Umpty to guarantee a 1-for-1 trade for 80 carries on that one.
Yeah, nicely done. Going to be able to get one back, and unfortunately for FBI, he is not the kill recipient, so doesn't really get much from it. Umpty, though, eyes on the objectives. He is going to go right towards this dragon. Is building towards the early Leandries, which I do find a bit interesting because generally, you know, Maokai's, you only see them go for this build when they are kind of solo AP. Ziggs like being solo AP as well, but they do have that damage. It is going to really help the poke, and it's going to make it very frustrating to actually approach, you know, at these objectives when you're walking through the minefields from Ziggs, when you're walking through the Ezreal and everything. And we can watch this dive in the picture-in-picture one more time. This is APA using that satchel aggressively, and then Ayla just gets over the wall, finds a nice engage with the Zenith Blade.
Meanwhile, we have 100 Thieves trying to challenge here for that Drake. Umpty did manage to land the smite secure, but now he's got to be careful. Nice Bramble Smash, trying to keep River away from him. Ayla now with a full-on chase coming out from the Zenith Blade. River wanted to go in for the Impale, but it does not work. Now he's going to be killed off instead. 100 Thieves overextending and getting caught out. Beautiful control from Team Liquid. They're calm, they're cool, they're collected, and they're way better in the first 10 minutes of this game.
I mean, CoreJJ there was able to actually find a heroic charge to actually knock the Skarner ult away from Umpty. That was massive because it actually changes the positioning based on the positioning of the Skarner. That is where the ulti is coming out from. So he actually saves his jungler with that heroic charge. Jan is getting paid, and when Jan is getting paid, it means really good things for TL.
And credit to Umpty, too. He was taking the dragon. He sees the river is ready to tunnel through the wall. They end up getting in a full-on, honest-to-God smite fight, and Umpty just comes out on top. Now in the bottom lane, APA versus FBI yet again. A battle of the letters as River shows up, wanted to try to throw that rock, maybe finish up the kill. It ain't going to work, but Impact is ready to go. FBI knows he is stuck. There's no way out. APA is getting the money on that one. 7-2 for Team Liquid. 2,000 gold lead. Umpty and CoreJJ already onto the second set of grubs.
Yeah, this is looking so good for TL in the early minutes. Going to be able to get objective after objective after objective. He should at least be able to get to 4. We can see the teleport coming in from Ziggs up towards topside because Impact used his teleport to cover bot. And that Uber Eats TP coming in clutch for APA. Moving around the map, you know, using that additional global to just cover when your top laner goes bot, you go top, you cover for each other, you both push out, you don't lose minions that way. And they are going to be able to get those 4 grubs. You can see the Scuttle being taken and Core moving up here as well. TL's just moving around the map, utilizing this Ziggs so well. And this is kind of why they are famous for this pick. I mean, APA pilots it really well, but understands how to put on pressure on towers, moving through the side lanes. And he's just such a frustrating player when he is on this champ. It's absolute comfort.
I mean, Whippo hit the nail on the head. I can't believe they gave him Ziggs, right? You're banning out the control mage responses to the Azir during the second half and banning out the Hui instead of the Ziggs. Again, maybe it is just a foresight thing. Maybe you're saying, okay, well, this is going to remove it for the rest of the series. We'd rather see if we can make it work in the Azir matchup. But so far, APA is showing why this character is so frequently banned against him.
Absolutely. I mean, I can definitely see the logic of, I think I have a good game plan to deal with it. Instead of spending a ban on it every single game for the whole series, we let it through. We'll see if our plan works. So far, not working. But, you know, had it worked, you look kind of like a genius. And either way, even if it goes bad, then at least you're not having to spend a ban on it for the whole series. So I can kind of see the thought process. But of course, you know, it is one of those things that people are going to be surprised to see that go through with multiple bans towards lower prio control mages for APA. But that being said, Quid's still farming here. FBI still farming. We'll see if they can make some magic happen in the team fights as they have done time and time again. But the only one who's up on gold is actually Sniper. So it may be pressure on him to be able to get that going through the side lane.
Yeah, exactly. Like you were talking about from yesterday, the big Gnar performance, the chance to really be the difference maker here for 100 Thieves. But now he's being forced away from the turret down here in the bottom lane. We still have another 60 seconds of turret plates still standing, so Team Liquid is going to continue to farm more money off of those. You can see Umpty with the fully completed Leandries that you touched on a little bit earlier. Whenever Maokai's want to go for Leandries, they often go for the red smite alongside it to just get that little bit of extra damage. He has 7 charges left on the jungle item, so then he's going to have that additional burn on top of it. Yeah. And I think for TL, this is a really good sign because we're getting into that mid-game point. Another Dragon's coming up here in a minute. Then you got the Herald coming up in 2.5. And then you're just going to constantly be fighting over all these things. And those saplings will be so obnoxious for a 100 Thieves squad that is already 3,000 gold behind.
Yeah, and every time you get hit by the sapling, it's not even just the damage. It's the slow that comes through and sets up the skill shots from the Ziggs and the Ezreal that is going to make things even more frustrating to deal with. And Jan positioning very aggressively here. He's in a great spot, obviously working towards that Triforce. Does already have the tier stacking up for quite some time. And you can see Quid has been set very far behind. We already have the fully completed Blackfire Torch there for APA. Merc Treads was the pit stop for Quid. That makes a lot of sense against Ziggs plus Maokai, but it does mean that your damage is going to come in a lot later, and TL want to make it even later than that.
Core JJ flashing in for the slam into the wall, and Nature's Grasp from Umpty makes sure that Quid has no way out of that when APA tosses in a bomb to seal the deal. Now the Satchel Charge should guarantee the kill in the top lane tier 1 turret at the same time. Team Liquid takes the turret, takes the kill, takes the feats of strength. Everything is coming up TL in game 1.
Yeah, they are looking really good. 5 grubs with this comp. You're pushing through all 3 lanes, it feels like, as well. So the grubs is just going to be so frustrating to deal with in that spot. You can see Sniper now does have his Triforce, so he's on a really nice power spike now, and maybe he can get some prio in this side lane. His Impact went for the tier 2 boots, but K'Sante is still doing K'Sante things, and is going to be a hard nut to crack.
This is so dire of a game state for 100 Thieves right now. It feels so hard for them to try to find any sort of a play to make anywhere against TL as Impact goes all out, looking to drag Sniper over the wall because the rest of the team is ready and waiting. Even though Ayla wanted to back up his top laner, there's simply more men ready to go on the Team Liquid side. 100 Thieves still luckily has that tier 1 turret still standing they can retreat towards, so neither one of their players will die down here, but we've already got the next Drake spawning, and it's already being farmed up by TL as APA tells him exactly what he thinks of their draft.
Yeah, great draft, guys. We can see that Quid is pushing up on top side, trying to look for a tier 1 up there, trying to get some objective bounties, which have already spawned 15 minutes in. But Impact has the teleport. He answers as APA. Again, these two are just cross-mapping. Every time Impact has to base or Impact has to go somewhere else, APA comes in and covers for him, and then Impact takes over his assignment. And River is going to look here, but Jan is just so hard to catch. And the last outer now is that mid lane one remaining here, 400 Thieves, as TL are 5,000 gold ahead and the objective lead at 15 minutes and 45 seconds.
It is a fantastic start for TL heading into this final. I think the spawn effect is still in full swing, my friend. They're having a great time on this one as Core JJ does not want to get hit by the stun there on the Solar Flare. Steps far enough to the side to only be hit with a slow, and now Jan's going to take the opportunity to fire back a little bit, but he does loot out on that trade as well. That means that FBI now valking forward, putting some more shots into Jan, but Jan keeps his cool, doesn't spend the flash, stays alive.
Yeah, exactly. Very cool, calm, and collected. River are going to try to move over here and see if they can take anything. Any objective is worth a lot more, obviously, because objective bounties are already there. So if they can grab this Herald, you're going to get the bonus gold, plus potential to maybe even kill off a tower and get the bonus gold there as well. But TL definitely doesn't want to give it up for free.
No, sir, but Umpty now getting grabbed. The Ishtal impact through the wall from River. Umpty trying to get enough distance there as the impact misses. The Impale not colliding there on the target, and Umpty escapes. Meanwhile, up here on the top side, Impact is ready to go into Sniper and quick. Core JJ tries to run in, ready for the wall stun. Impact should grab the first kill here on the Sniper, and the second one's going to go over as another one falls. Team Liquid with 2 more kills in their pocket. Right when it seemed like 100 Thieves might have had some momentum to try to make some sort of a play happen, they cannot collapse in time to get the kill on Umpty. Team Liquid brings in the cavalry and turns it around.
And Liquid are just doing such a good job of actually displacing his Quid, going to get a shuffle.
Quid, nice job there on the Emperor's Divide, but Core JJ turning it right back around to the knockup of his own. Neither champion dead here as Jan needs a little bit more damage, but the minion blocks that last Mystic shot. No chance for that one to zero in on Quid. Meanwhile, tier 1 turret down. Whoa, that true shot barrage almost got it done.
Yeah, not quite enough, but back to what I was saying, TL are doing such a good job of actually displacing the Skarner ult. Every time he starts channeling it, we saw the earlier one where it got stopped by the heroic charge. This time it's actually a satchel charge from the Zig, throws it out, knocks him away, kind of just puts that aim off course. We'll see. Would it have actually hit Umti? I think it might have. He kind of got knocked to the side. Or does it follow with you, or does it always stay at the point of origin?
It looks like it's still casted from the point of origin.
That time it looked like it stayed at the point of origin. So, maybe not actually having that effect there, but TL playing really well. And Impact able to take down Sniper on the side. Ayla gets chased down. TL are just fully in control, not being able to find many plays here for River, and their carries are just so far behind now. And you got to talk about TL, 3 straight finals with the exact same roster. They have really committed to this roster, to the development. I know talking to Spawn a lot. His philosophy is so much that a team needs time. You can't just keep shuffling things around and assuming that's going to make things better. Just because you lost doesn't mean you can't improve with that roster. They have put so much work into developing this roster, and they're trying to take it to an even higher level, and we'll see if they're going to be able to do it this year.
And I really like that kind of a growth mindset from Spawn. For those who aren't familiar with him, he was the Team Liquid Academy coach for a long time before moving up to the main roster. Team Liquid Academy was one of the most successful academy teams that we had in that ecosystem. And so I just have to default to trusting this guy and the way he talks about teaching players how to work together, creating a team out of just 5 dudes. And with Team Liquid, the fact that they've made 3 finals now in a row, I think that's evidence enough.
Something is working.
Yeah.
Let's be clear about that. Something is working.
Well, looks like something might not be working here for CoreJJ. He's very much in danger. Does drop to Ayla. The last ticket to Ignite is going to take him down. River swooping around here, looks for a little bit more damage into Yon. Ayla re-engages now. Nice double impale coming out from River as Impact's in danger too. 100 Thieves doing a great job. They found 2. They found 3. It's absolutely massive for the Thieves here.
Yeah, getting some big shutdowns, closing the goal lead a little bit there. The Zig's ulti, the triple hit there, stopping the tempo. APA being pretty annoying, but couldn't actually get involved in that fight. I mean, he is so strong. Look at where APA is right now. Already has 2.5 items. You look over at Quid, he just scraped together his first. He's going to have a little bit more gold in the tank, so he's now moving in towards that Leandries. But APA just so strong at this point. And Liquid that time got caught out by River. He got a great impale. They're able to find that CC and knock down a couple members to pick up some of that gold.
The tragedy, though, 400 Thieves in picking up those 3 kills is that it was 20 seconds before Otacon spawned and about 45 seconds before the Drake spawned. So yeah, you get the kills, you get the shutdowns, that feels great, but they would have really liked to have been able to link it up with an extra objective take afterwards. And now that Team Liquid's back alive on the map, the objectives are waiting for them. But let's take another look at how CoreJJ got caught.
Yeah, it's just Ayla and FBI laying a trap really intelligently. River is over the wall there looking to reinforce. Yon shifts forward, so he steps up. River gets in position, finds the double ulti on the Cassante and on Yon. They throw the kitchen sink at Yon, knock him down. Impact does go on the run, but Sniper is here. They're able to get a kill there as well. It's a great collapse. You have to look for these sorts of plays. Golden Glue looking really pumped up after that one. I mean, this is the kind of situation you find yourself in. You've got to be willing to throw everything at someone if you think you find a pick when you're this far behind.
And 100 Thieves now moving into enemy territory, still looking to fight, but they've got to be so careful about this. Down 4,000 gold. River already losing about half of his HP. FBI doing the same. River trying to flash away, find some sort of an escape route, but it ain't happening. APA killing off Quid at the same time. Back over in the mid lane. FBI's on the run. Umpty's on the chase. And CoreJJ's on the warpath. Sniper dead now too. Ayla trying to escape. Everybody on 100 Thieves is dead. There's only 95 of them left as AL. Team Liquid, absolute massacre.
It's an ace, and it's Otacon off the back of it, and it's going to be a tier 2. It might even be a tier 3 as well. They are getting everything from this. Massive rewards picked up here by TL. And this is going to be tough to come back from. APA is just going to stay. He was already so far ahead, and now he's getting all the local gold off a tier 2, a tier 3, while they take Otacon after getting an ace in which he got a triple kill. I want to see how much gold is actually in his pockets. He's sitting on 2,400 gold. He just based.
I feel like letting Ziggs through versus APA. We already said I can see the idea. I can see the theory.
I'll make a prediction. It's not getting through for the rest of the draft because it's fearless.
Wowie. Okay, nice prediction. Let's take another look at the fight that started with 100 Thieves just really posturing aggressively into Team Liquid's jungle.
Yeah, so 100 Thieves were moving up. Again, they're stacked as a group here. They're saying, you know what, we got to pick last time. Let's look for it again. Quid goes forward. Great reactive flash there from APA. Has the flash to answer. And then Quid has no more movement abilities, no flash, no E. So he's just locked up there and burst down by APA, who's playing on the side of this fight so well. We're back to live, so we bust me back scrapping.
Yeah, we're right back into it as FBI valking away from the True Shot Barrage, guaranteeing that he stays alive. And APA just being so fed, having the damage over time items in the inventory, the double dot with the Blackfire plus Leandries. You saw there when he hit FBI with a bomb, the Corki still had 150 health left and just burned down in that fight. Nobody else even still had to hit him. As Core JJ will now do as Core JJ does when Team Liquid is ahead and just completely choke the vision away from 100 Thieves.
I think it's really smart, and I also like just going towards the Mikhails. Like, I think it's completely fine. You're not going to be tanky regardless when you're starting Sork boots as well as the Leandries, so he's basically just an additional support. He knows APA and Jan are super fed. It is way more important for me to just protect them. And here comes that Maokai ulti, again, just making space from that tower, trying to allow them a window to step forward, but someone's got to answer Cassante in the bot lane, and that is the problem right now. 100 Thieves are stacking everyone on top side to see if they can get an odd man fight, but that just opens the door for Impact to whack away on this tower. And yeah, Cassante's not the fastest, but he's still got a sheen with that Iceborne, and he's still killing that tower.
Team Liquid trying to utilize the power of this Voracious Otacon. They want to get some value there out of the false lives, continuing to try to put this pressure on Impact again, just aggressive with the Pathmaker, trying to force Sniper back. Jan ready to join up now with his top laner, put a little bit of extra damage here into the tier 3, open up potentially 2 different inhibitors for the siege, as the remaining 3 players on Team Liquid will continue their efforts towards the tier 2 here in the top lane. Solar Flare attempt was made, but it does not connect on anybody. Umpty might be the target for the Impale. Nice job from River landing that one with Ayla ready to join up with a Zenith Blade. They will at least get the 1 false life, but you're trading a false life for a tier 3 turret in the bottom lane. I still think TL comes out on top in that one.
Yeah, TL definitely still comes out on top. I mean, the base is cracked. That is what you really want to get done. And the bigger problem, TL spent really nothing. They didn't spend any summoners on that push or anything like that. Soul is in a minute because they've been stacking these objectives so diligently. If you thought it was already incredibly hard to take down Impact, he's got a Spirit Visage, and that's going to be amping all of the Ocean Soul healing. If they get that, I just think 100 Thieves are way too far behind to have any sort of a chance. But by the same token, you're down 8,000 gold. Can you realistically win a fight? It feels like there's not much of a shot, and TL has just dominated this first game.
I mean, let's be honest here. We are at the point of the game where 100 Thieves doesn't really have it in their decision-making alone to win this game by doing something specific. They need Team Liquid to make a mistake, and they need to be ready to punish.
Their friends.
Exactly. They need a secret agent on Team Liquid to make a goofy move, and they need to be ready to punish that goofiness. But right now, Team Liquid is not playing goofy. They are playing coordinated. They have been doing a great job punishing when 100 Thieves overextends. Team Liquid had the 1 mistake in the enemy jungle that 100 Thieves did a great job of punishing, but other than that, they've been in control. And now 3 seconds left on this Ocean Drake. 100 Thieves just trying to defend around the Sun Disc here in the mid lane, but look at FBI and Quid's health bars. They're still burning down a little bit further, by the way, and that's 1 bouncing bomb.
Yeah, 1 bouncing bomb, 30, maybe even a little bit more % health done on FBI from 1 Q. I mean, AP is just so far ahead of the pace of the game because not only did he get a ton of kills, he got plates and he got local gold off so many towers, and now they're going to get Ocean Soul here, I think. It just feels like River doesn't really have a way in.
And Core JJ is ready to back up the rest of the team. Nature's Grasp just barely does not connect on the enemy jungler, but now it's Sniper trying to find some sort of an angle, some sort of an opportunity. Meganar does not hit APA. He is on point with reactive flashes against 100 Thieves attempts. The Dragon still being burned down. APA with a Mega Inferno Bomb. FBI is going to continue just burning away to it. Another True Shot Barrage that nearly hits the mark, but that's Ocean Soul. That's a kill on Sniper. That's Team Liquid marching up to the Baron pit.
Exactly. And when you get Ocean Soul, you can just infinitely go towards the Baron. You're not even losing health. You're healing off it time and time again. 100 Thieves, you got no other options other than just coming out of the base and say, hey, let's try again. Keep fighting, because there's no way you're going to be able to hold on against this. So they're going to come over, see if you can find some heroics here from 100 Thieves. But really all Core JJ has to do is keep River out of the pit, make sure it's secured, and it's going to be your Baron.
All right, it's got to be a full crazy YOLO coming out from River, and Team Liquid just don't want to allow that even a small chance of happening. Keeper's verdict from Core JJ says River is not allowed to participate in this one. Another Nature's Grass flies out, just zoning the team away. Impact on the front line, trying to make sure that 100 Thieves has no path forward. Now he's got to flash defensively. River's still on the chase, but 100 Thieves has to be so careful about over chasing. APA finally going to get caught there by the solar flare stun. Over the wall goes Ayla, trying to chase down after this monster carry on Team Liquid. First kill for 100 Thieves goes over as they take out Core JJ, but it already cost them Ayla and Sniper both. Team Liquid gets the Baron and a 2-for-1 after.
Yeah, they're looking incredibly good in this game. 10,000 gold lead, Ocean Soul, Baron buff, 2 inhibitors are exposed. You have to feel like this is enough for TL to just march it down here and potentially deal that lethal damage, close out this game number 1. And close it out with an exclamation point, because this has been such a one-sided start to the series. We can watch it one more time. River just has not been able to find the ult he wants, just not barely catching Core JJ. Tried to actually interrupt him with it, doesn't get it, gets knocked out. They secure the Baron, and then 100 Thieves have no option but just trying to force the fight. Impact is just creating space though, and as they're fighting back, you're walking through these Ziggs bombs, you're walking through this, and now watch Core JJ here. As they go over, such a great job protecting APA, because when he gets hit by the Leona all over the wall, they're gonna full send it on him. But the instant W stops that interrupt, coming through with the Zenith Blade, stuns him against the wall, peels for APA, and as long as APA is safe, as long as APA is firing, you are winning every single fight. This guy is so far ahead.
And now Team Liquid ready to keep this push going. They have 2 exposed inhibitors in the 100 Thieves base. They take out the last remaining tier 2 turret up here in the top lane. Impact and APA are going to be working on the last standing tier 3 turret now as 100 Thieves go for the collapse on the 3-man TL squad over in the mid lane. Yawn flashing over the wall to guarantee his safety against the Impale. Now the counterattack from TL with the True Shot Barrage over the top of the Mega Inferno Bomb all the way from top lane. APA is godlike. 100 Thieves is out of there. Team Liquid already mopped them up, and they'll walk it all the way in for the win. APA just pads the stats for a little bit of extra turret destruction. Mid lane inhibitors the target. Sniper and Quid, 2 solo laners, 12,000 gold behind, will not hold the line here at the Nexus turrets. First one is already down as the Baron empowered wave is ready to collide into the second. Team Liquid just moving forward effortlessly. I don't feel like there was ever a time in this game where they allowed 100 Thieves to find their way back in. And game number 1 was TL start to finish.
Absolute dominance here from TL. They were, to me, the odd man out of the top 4. They were the team that looked the most shaky coming into the semifinals. The one that everyone I spoke with were saying, yeah, they probably don't really have a realistic shot at the title. But yeah, here they are. They already made it to the finals. They dominate game number 1, and they are starting this off just about as well as you could hope for.
Team Liquid just wants to run that one back a couple of more times, make this one nice and fast. Remember though, in the interviews, Sniper said, hey guys, fast 3-0. APA said, we're gonna give it a 3-2. We're gonna make it a show for the fans. But a reminder to all y'all fans out there, do not miss any LTA action when you get your favorite foods delivered on Uber Eats for less gold. Scan the QR on the screen right now. Click the link in chat or the Uber Eats button on lolesports.com to access the Champion Shop exclusively on Uber Eats. Now let's head on over to the LTA Lounge to break down Game 1.
Thank you, Flowers and Azale. Wow. Team Liquid showed up in Game 1, Raz.
They did. They did, and it started early. The early fights were going heavily in Team Liquid's favor. At least 100 Thieves was pushing back. I'll give them that. But then Team Liquid took it back.
Yeah. Shout out, by the way, FBI's most deaths he's had in a game all year so far. That was 5.
All right.
Yeah, and we were talking a little bit before, I mean, even yesterday, of how would Team Liquid win if they win, and it's about returning to what made them so good in 2024. It hadn't clicked yet for them in 2025, but because they had been so good in the past, I was saying that they can get back to that level faster, and that's the type of Team Liquid I saw here in Game 1.
Yeah, the big thing for me is, this composition. This is essentially like the Team Liquid Exodia composition, right? You're giving Impact Cassante, you're giving Maokai, you're giving APA the Ziggs, which I now have to go back and revisit whether I think he's better at Ziggs or Taliyah. But in terms of, like, they moved around the map, right? Like, APA took both top and bot tier 2 turrets. Raz, you had looked, he was up, what, like 1.5?
2K, yeah, 2K gold by 15 minutes.
Yeah, and so like the way they were moving around the map, and again, forcing 100 Thieves to take disadvantageous fights was really good. Was also very present in the early map, and even though he wasn't necessarily getting kills off of it, I really liked when he did visit lanes, he had impact.
Exactly what Spawn said, taking smart fights, right? The fact that, yes, they were playing around the Ziggs heavily. The dive on Quid topside was great. Hovering for Ziggs towards bot lane was great. All of that was solid. The Grubs fight where, yes, was doing it alone, but he had cover easily. So even though 100 Thieves was trying to challenge them, they were ready to fight. It felt like the smart Team Liquid that we saw from last year is here in this day.
But it's important to keep in mind that this is fearless drafting.
Yes.
Emily, to your point, we're not going to see that Exodia draft again. I actually think this could be strategy from 100 Thieves. Now, that might sound like cope, but it means they don't have to ban the Ezreal, they don't have to ban the Ziggs, they don't have to worry about that range type of composition the 100 Thieves is known so much for, or the Maokai as well. Like, I actually think it makes sense in game 1 to say, all right, let's see if we can take him out. Okay, it didn't work out, but at least we don't have to worry about those champs going forward.
I think that is a very valid point. But also, if it's going to go like that, you got to win 3 out of 4.
True.
It is very, as silly as it sounds, it is difficult to come back from a 1-0 in a best of 5 if the one is going to look like that. So 100 Thieves still shows fight. For me, the way they got here was because they were so good at scrapping in mid-game team fights. And here's a fight that they still had a good jump on Team Liquid in. They were down about 7,000 gold before this fight and were still able to pick up some kills. So there's going to be a lot of League of Legends left to play, in my opinion.
Yeah, and even just the instant TP there from Sniper to make the fight all the more advantageous. Even though he was like kind of the game state, the lane state was a little rough. Him hunting for that solo kill topside, I'm not seeing nerves from him, so it's a good look for the start of a series. I'm expecting a competitive one, but damn, Team Liquid looked good after this one.
That AP damage.
Yeah, I was gonna say, look at that Ziggs damage. I think the issue with that team fight as well was because they weren't able to get any objectives off of it, right? Like for 100 Thieves. So even though they were able to fight back, TL actually was able to get the reset off and then I believe rotate to the next Drake afterwards. So yeah, we will see. I do think the fearless aspect of this is interesting because again, when you let a champion through, you are eliminating it from the pool entirely. So to your point, Chat, then it's like, okay, how do they mentally recover, right?
Exactly.
Because you did not look very close at any point outside of that one team fight.
And just a quick vote to APA's confidence. His career on Ziggs has been incredibly impressive. He looks just so mechanically. I mean, 16-3 is insane, but even just watching the speed with which he flashes important skill shots when he's on Ziggs, it's like, that champion is so much a part of him that he doesn't have to play the champion, he just gets to play the game to an extent you see when you're really a true, like, master of a champion, and I saw that from APA in that game.
Yeah, but I also want to bring up a point. Speaking of APA, he has the mustache still, and if you noticed, Spawn and Swiffer have mustaches too.
Yeah,
so I think it's a mustache buff
so that's the difference.
for Team Liquid. I actually think that's the difference right now.
In other news, Kangas is not going to be joining us for next postgame because he lost the mustache. We're going to have Licorice instead, but game 2 is going to be up after the break. We'll see you on the other side.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Why are we in Indiana? The retreat's in Nashville, Tennessee.
I could put Nashville, Indiana in the GPS.
Mr. Shotgun over here.
Bro.
Okay. Let me just figure this out. Oh, we're cool. There's a charging station nearby.
Who puts in Nashville and Indiana anyway?
Yeah.
Plans change, but the Kia EV9 is great for road trips and so much more.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets burst. Don't
feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for LTA deals only on Uber Eats.
Scanner, no flash.
No.
Scanner, no flash.
Yep.
Scanner, no flash. Scanner, stand.
That looks good.
The flash poppy.
That flash poppy.
Easier the flash.
I got him. Careful.
Oh, Scanner bot.
Sure, Ian go top and I go
Fighting back.
Ian, I will.
I'm gonna jump to this guy.
I can kill Ian, okay? Let me kill it.
Okay.
Only this guy too.
Here's suicide. I think Ian go top after this.
1 second. I want to make sure we do that.
Alright, suicide. Nice job.
Nice job. I'll take it top. Sorry,
Guys, there's a chance they sleep steer.
We have to see him. No flash Cassante. Can we look Cassante, guys?
I'm happy. Okay, let's slow here.
We're on Cassante, guys. We're on Cassante. We need help.
You go with the contact.
If we can help me.
Ezra come in for HP.
It's not good.
Scanner.
Are you tossing?
Hey guys, I ulted here. Watch his Scanner. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LTA Finals between 100 Thieves and Team Liquid. Team Liquid came out of the gate swinging for game number 1. They got a couple of picks that they really liked having, and man, did they show 100 Thieves why they like them so much.
Surprise.
We are back with Bwipo for his takes on that game. Bwipo, talk to us about your thoughts.
So the first thing when you play best of 5 is when you do end up losing is like you want to make it as hard as possible for the enemy team to close out the game. I think that's something that you definitely want to prioritize. I think 100 Thieves managed to do that somewhat. It was a 29-minute game. You know, some could say this could have been a 20-minute, you know, maybe an email. The other bright side, they locked in Maokai Cassante, 1-2. They locked in the Ziggs, they locked in the Ezreal. So the poke comp with Maokai is off the table for 100 Thieves. For TL. And 100 Thieves, in my opinion, didn't pick anything that is like directly related to their success.
Yeah. So put on your 100 Thieves hat. You know, you're now Coach Golden Glue. What are you thinking about for game 2? Because obviously, you know, just based on the bans, it was clear that Ziggs was up. They intended to give that over. They thought they had a plan.
Yeah.
Didn't work. Now, are you still concerned about some of these other control mages? We saw them ban off the way and the Seoul. Do you think that's still going to be a focus?
So I think they're setting themselves up for playing control mage versus control mage, and then hope. I mean, I think from their end, like they wanted Ziggs to be off the table so they can play that and play on their field. I think the Hui looked really good from APA yesterday, so maybe you'll just ban that out, and then you'll just agree to play whatever control mage into Seoul or whatever APA has prepared. So I do think they're going to be leaning towards maybe a Victor blind or something of that sort.
What's your take on Hui? Because some of the pros that I've talked to, are really all in on Hui being just as good. Others are like, it's basically Orianna or Azir if everything was a skill shot and it doesn't add anything more. So they're like, it's just, the risk is so high and the reward is no better than these other champions. Where do you lie?
For me on Hui, I lie on the fact that it's like he's a lot of skill expression individually, and he takes a lot of space by kind of walking up and abusing his his WQ, like the movement speed slide, like the water slide. And then as well as like mixing up his EE,
the
EQs. Being able to abuse those and like abuse the fact that like a champion like Poppy can E into you, right? Because you can fear him off of you. Like it takes a lot of confidence and skill to like walk up to a Jax and just poke him and then trust yourself to get that fear off. I mean, if you pull that off, I think he's great. If you don't pull it off and you play him like a Xerath, you might as well pick Xerath.
So it's basically one of those champions that is like, you have to play at a really high level and then the rewards are really high.
Yeah, I think when you play like a mid-range mage rather than a long-range mage, you can be really scary because you get so much value out of every skill in his kit, and you get so many small little tweaks you can do when you do play him. So I think that's a very important when you do pick him.
Okay, let's get into draft here for this second time. It is going to be 100 Thieves back on the blue side, so they're happy to stay in the same corner, as we do have Rumble, Talia, and Cassio banned out from them. Meanwhile, in the other camp, Team Liquid banning out the Yone, the Sylas, and the Vi. First pick of this one is the Kalista. I feel like this is a champion that we always see on ban lists, but Team Liquid was happy to let it through.
We got to see it yesterday as well. Actually, Sven played it, and we saw the answer that TL brought out against it was actually Corki and was it Corki Nautilus? I think it was Corki Nautilus, I believe. But obviously Corki's off the table. What's your take? As far as Kalista and the strength of her in the meta right now?
I think Kalista is just a really strong champion that facilitates AP junglers really well. So if you have a strategy of playing an AP jungler with Kalista, securing those first grubs, securing the second grubs, because she is the queen of those kind of skirmishes. There's no AD carry that can really match that. Plus, I think she has insane lane swap strength. She's one of those AD carries that does not need much help power diving any top laner. Even if you have a really strong top laner on the side lane like Asante, Kalista usually manages to take her out. Really interesting to see from 100 Thieves slamming the Ambessa. Like I mentioned, they didn't pick it into Asante last game. They wanted to keep it open because they wanted a game without Asante in it to enjoy Ambessa in.
So they've got the Ambessa, they've got Renata next to Kalista, which is a long time Kalista partner.
Support.
Yeah, we do have the Zyra and the Sejuani both locked in for TL.
This is actually so spicy. I love this. You can go poke Varus and you can play even like double Comet bot lane 100%. And really just utilize the range advantage over the Kalista. Kalista obviously incredibly powerful in all ins, but Renata requires getting pretty close to hit that handshake. It's not like you're playing with an Alistar that is that guaranteed go button. So I actually think this is a really intelligent answer, and it's potentially taking out another pick that Umpty wouldn't want to play in jungle for later on, right? So 100%. I think it's like kind of double whammy. It's kind of brilliant.
Hey, it is really brilliant. Also, Ambessa has a flex for 100 Thieves. They're shown to be able to play it mid lane, and there's something that they're willing to do. So now you've also not just removed it from next games, but also on this exact draft. Because maybe, River would have been looking for this on the 4-5.
Well, we do have some interesting stuff so far in this one. I'm really liking what we're seeing. Team Liquid also, that they're happy to get Sejuani for Umpty. Throughout Umpty's time in North America, he has been known as a Maokai and Sejuani merchant a lot of the times. His best performances on these tanks, on these meatballs. He got Maokai in the first one. He gets Sejuani here in the second. TL fans are happy to see him on these picks.
Well, and I just think it's so interesting because we were talking about this off camera, but last time these two teams played and 100 Thieves won, their strategy was actually taking away the comfort picks from Umpty. So game 1 was a Maokai, game 2 was a Sejuani, or vice versa. I can't actually remember, but River was the one playing those tanks and forcing Umpty on some of the junglers he's less comfortable with. So this time around, they're prioritizing other things and allowing Umpty to have comfort.
I think it's really interesting that they decided to go 4-5 with the mid jungle or with their top laner. They're batting out Jax from 100 Thieves side and Gangplank, which is what they used yesterday to counter the Ambessa, which I was super surprised with. Honestly, I think it's awesome that Gangplank saw play, but into Ambessa, I wouldn't have had the balls to play that. So props to him back there. That said, no Renekton ban means I think they're posturing for a lane swap here. If the Renekton comes through on 4 and the Ambessa is going to go top lane, which is something that is commonly agreed on is playable, most teams still look to lane swap, and especially especially with Varus Zyra being such a bully lane, you definitely don't want your Kalista and Renata to get stuck in that lane. So the lane swap situation is going to be really important for 100 Thieves this game.
So I've heard you talk about, Mbessa playing Grasp as kind of a way to, bridge the gap in the early game to get towards the late game. Is this one of those matchups that you would expect to see Grasp in against Renekton?
100%. I think that once you get to the first item as Renekton and nothing crazy's happened in the early game, Mbessa should be able to take over. Now, obviously, we don't know if this is actually going to be Mbessa. No, it looks like it will be Mbessa top lane.
Nocturne, the knock wave.
That is a very interesting combination of champions. It makes sense. I mean, you do one-shot the Zyra and or the Varus. Now, obviously, whether you know the combo or not, I'm assuming they have it prepped. You do need to know how to do it.
I would hope so.
I would hope so, too.
That's true of most champions in League of Legends.
But this is really scary, because when the lights go out and one of your carries gets one-shot, you still have to worry about the Mbessa still lurking in the shadows. So I'm really excited for this comp, actually. It makes a ton of sense. Also, APA wants to be playing some control mage, some kind of character that kind of sits safe in the back. Option to the Nico, but look at their bans. They banned Sylas, Akali, and Aurora. They really didn't want to have to pick a champion that had to get in there and fight.
It's so interesting because, while Zyra is always really susceptible to getting one shot by dive, by the same token, if Zyra gets plants out, gets the ult off before she dies, it doesn't really matter. She's kind of done her job. And when I look over at a Zyra, when I look over at a Nico, the potential for counter engage is quite high. So I feel like if 100 Thieves aren't really on point with that initial blow, that's going to be tough.
I 100% agree with you. Also on their end, they're going to have to be super careful about the Sejuani ult and the Varus ult, because if they get engaged on first, counter punch is really lacking on Orianna Nocturne's side if Orianna can't get the ball on him.
All right, one last thing before we let you go, Whippo. I want to know, who do you think has the edge in this second draft?
I personally think if 100 Thieves successfully gets a good lane swap off, I give them the odds, because I do think Kalista Renata into the Renekton is a very easy way to set up the game for both side laners. That said, if TL has something cooking in the early game and manages to match those lanes, I expect them to drive their winning lanes into a lot of objectives and a lot of wins.
All right, that's what we'll keep an eye on. Thank you again, my friend, once more for your insight into the game. We look forward to seeing you back here again later on. But for now, it's time to head back onto the Rift. The Orianna Nocturne combo, the massive, just intercontinental ballistic missile of you don't get to play the game for an immobile carry. It is a good name. I like that. The knock wave. Yeah.
I'm trying to start something here.
Hey, I respect it. Pot of Grubs didn't really catch on for me. People didn't like the pot.
I like Pack of Grubs more. I don't even know why.
I don't even know why I said pot the one time. I'm pretty sure it was actually just my brain misfire, but then I ended up liking it. But we do also have the, like you're talking about the Zyra, even if she dies, right, as long as you vomit all your spells onto the ground, you're still effective.
Exactly.
But also Nico is
the real carry is the plants.
So good against this like limited range of like Mbessa's gonna dive in, Nocturne's gonna dive in. Kalista's a short range AD carry that likes to get scrappy, and we know that APA is very familiar with Nico. We know that he is not a Nico tourist. He can find the angles on this champion to really hit those big ultis.
He lives there.
And so I'm curious if he'll be able to find those big clutch entries into the fights.
Yeah, I mean, it is really all about that. When you're playing Nico, that's the name of the game, right? This champion without an ultimate kind of just sucks in a 5v5. Like, if you hit a multi-man route, sure, you can get some stuff done. But it is really so much about playing around your ultimate, because sometimes you can come into a fight and you force 3 flashes with your ult, and it feels really good, but then you instantly lose the fight because you don't really contribute anything else.
Yeah.
So it's like, it has to be on point, but they do have some pretty good setup. And while their initial engage is really kind of just down to something like a Sejuani ult, unless there's a flank or whatever coming in, their follow-up is so strong.
It's nasty.
Chains of Corruption, the root from Zyra, the knock-up from Zyra, the point-and-click stuns from Renekton, the root from APA, the knock-up from APA. So like Bubba was talking about, if any of these squishy characters over on the other side do get tagged by one of those initial stuns, you're probably not moving again before the screen turns gray.
And I like what Bubba was talking about too with this lane swap for 100 Thieves, because I think you guys were exactly right talking about, okay, well, if you're going to play Kalista Renata, if you just want to be like the in-your-face angry bottom lane that's going to put the pressure on you, here's Zyra Plant. Sorry, dude, don't play the game.
But yeah, exactly. And they're just outranging you, right? It's double comment, like I was mentioning in the draft. That's what I expected. It is going to be double comment, and you're just getting E'd by Yon, and you're just getting plant poked over and over by Zyra, and you're not really being able to get in range. You're kind of just slowly getting whittled down. Maybe you can get the push and kind of control that way, but it's hard in that straight-up 2v2. Little update about what the delay is on stage. If you saw the tweet, Yon's glasses broke yesterday. They got them repaired. They just broke again.
Wait, what?
So they're trying to fix his glasses. Hopefully they can get them all good, because I don't think he can see very well without them.
Yeah, that would be a pretty major handicap to have your AD carry not being.
What a flex though if you win the split. You're like, I couldn't even see, bro.
It's one thing to pick blind. It's another thing to play blind.
Yeah, I mean his glasses aren't on, so I don't know if someone grabbed them from him. They're gonna try to fix them. I don't know if he's got some backup contacts. I'm not sure, but that's what happened. Unfortunately, they re-broke. So. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, that's tragic. I've never actually had my glasses break when I was traveling. I did one time, right when I was about to go to Worlds, have my glasses break the day before I was traveling. I literally just took them off my face and they just snapped in half. And I was like, what? What just happened? Like, it would just, hit the point of expiration date there. So I had to go all over the city looking for the ones that fit my lenses, because you can't get lenses fast enough, right? So you have to find the exact same frame. So they are here working hard.
Did you make it work?
This is some glasses surgery going on.
Did you make it work, or were you just YOLOing?
I was able. We went to a bunch of different stores. Was able to find the exact same pair of frames and pop my lenses in.
It looks like that's what we're doing here. Is we've got a bit of a lens transplant.
Some glasses surgery. We brought in some specialists.
Yeah, Godspeed specialists.
It's a rocket surgeon. He's on staff for situations like this.
Yeah, we got to make sure that we're ready to go. We got the phone light. It's an emergency.
From Space Force
here on the sidelines.
Well, you don't know about the rocket surgeons from Space Force?
They're the best of the best.
They're the best.
They're absolutely
the elite.
The best people.
Yeah, the best people, the very best.
Absolutely ready to go.
That's why we have them on staff.
Yep. And now it looks like we've. All right, we're removing something. Or maybe we're. No.
It almost looks like there's two glasses there. Maybe it's like a heart transplant.
No, that's what I mean. Like, it looks like they're lens transplanting maybe into a new pair.
But what if they don't have the right frames and they're not going to fit?
Oh yeah, I guess that's true.
What if the donor doesn't take like the?
Oh yeah, if it's like a kidney or something, and you've got the wrong lens.
And they only have two of them. It's a pretty good comparison,
Yeah.
You donated a kidney. Sucks if you lose your kidney. And the guy's like, sorry, bro, didn't take.
Sorry, dude, it just
Can I have the other one?
Didn't work. Like, my bad.
Well, but I need one too.
This is a serious. I never even thought about this as a problem before, because I've never worn glasses myself.
Oh,
I've had a lot of people tell me that I should. Because
that's true. Yeah, I've heard you before. We're like looking at the prompter and Flyer's like, this thing is way too small. What are they doing? And I'm like, that's normal text size, brother. I can read that just fine.
Yeah, I think at least, like, we got multiple producers here at the LTA, LCS in the past. I think probably all but one of them at some point or another has told me to get glasses before, but never actually gone through with it. But I never really considered what happens when they do break in the middle of just one of these absolute climactic situations.
I don't know if I've seen it happen before. I wonder what his prescription is. Maybe we can donate him a pair, Maybe I cast blind. And he wears my glasses.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm willing to do that for the fans. I'll just say stuff.
Jan, do you have the same eyeballs as a
Well, do we have the same prescription?
I'll just tell you what's on the map, and then you just say that that's important for the lanes.
You just say something, I'll go, hell yeah, brother.
Yeah, that's all we got to do. We'll do the hell yeah, brother cast of a play-by-play and a guy who can't see. That'll be a ton of information.
Well, I can just be a second play-by-play, but I won't be able to see, so I won't really be able to contribute. But I'll be like your hype man,
Oh, you should do the Korean style of multi-play-by-play. Do the sound effects.
I was figuring, I just repeat what you say. So you're like, get some with the mystic shot, be like, mystic shot!
Yeah, there you go. Exactly.
Yeah.
You highlight the ability name. You make the sound effect when somebody dies. Do like a big like if somebody gets popped and you just can't believe it.
I'll be like your Echo. You call it the triple kill. Triple kill.
Oh, I thought you meant like Echo, like the character, like you were gonna be shadowing me. Oh, but technically that is what you're doing. Yeah, you're like my 4-second shadow.
Why not both?
Yeah, I'll take that. Okay.
Yeah.
Looks like everybody's kind of just chilling. Core JJ deep in thought. I wonder what he's thinking about. Maybe his teammates' glasses.
Like, damn, I played that last game pretty well.
I mean, he did. Everybody on TL played that game pretty well.
I will say, all jokes aside, though, these kind of situations are obviously tough for both teams because you really do need to stay focused. It is such a mental game. And a best of 5, you can be here, a couple hours before, getting ready, talking about Pikmin, doing all these things. And then the series is going on for quite a long time, especially if you're getting all the way to Game 5. And you've got to be so locked in, so mentally ready, because if you do fumble in one of those big moments, that can be everything you've worked towards that entire split out the window like that. So a lot of the players, you can see some of them eyes closed. They're kind of doing a little bit of a meditation thing.
Right.
Others, chat and joke around. They just do whatever works for them. Everyone has their own kind of little rituals and ideas of how they can best stay focused.
I mean, I remember even just talking to different players when I first joined, like the pro scene in LCS back in 2017, and just seeing how different players handled like going into a big match. Some guys would like be listening to pump up music, they'd be getting real hype, like walking around talking to their teammates. Other guys would go sit in a conference room by themselves, like total silence, pure meditation, just to try to like find that zen zone.
Exactly, it's whatever works for you. I was always, when I would go to tournaments, I was a music guy. I'd listen to music as long as they would let me until they forced me to turn it off, because that is what kind of kept me comfortable. Have an update. We asked for what Jan's prescription is. He doesn't know. So
Wait, what do you mean he doesn't know?
So the donation angle may be difficult. It might be like a kind of like one of those try-on angles, you know, like everyone here in the crowd who has glasses go up, and we see like if the slipper fits kind of deal, you know.
We're gonna Cinderella this.
We're gonna Cinderella it.
Jan
but
is
it's gonna be
Cinderella,
glasses,
and we need to find his Prince Charming with glasses.
Yeah, maybe like how cool would it be if he's just got like a pair of like stunner shades, you know, some crazy glasses that are the ones that work.
Okay, so I always kind of thought that glasses were sort of like shoes for the other side of your body, where it's like, I don't know anybody that doesn't know
I feel like a hat is more like a shoe for your head.
Well, no, but not everybody, like, there's nobody who needs a hat to, like, function in day-to-day life.
Say that as someone who lives in, like, Siberia, brother. You'll be freezing to death.
Okay, sorry to offend the SCS, the Siberian Championship Series in the middle
sorry
of
to everyone's flowers just offended in Alaska.
Yeah, sorry to the fucking people watching outside there in Siberia.
Well, fine.
That's my bad. That's my bad. Beep, 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 beep. But we have the, how do you not know the glasses prescription? It's like your shoe size. Everybody I know knows what size of shoe they wear, right? What size of shoe do you wear?
11 and a half, I think.
Okay, I wear an 11. So we have very similar shoes.
Yeah,
I feel like if one of our shoes broke, we could give the other guy our shoes.
We probably could. But to be fair, sometimes, you know, clothes, you have like a medium jacket, you're like, wow, that fits me pretty well. And then you have a large jacket, you're like, this jacket's too small.
Yeah, that is fair.
You know?
But I feel like clothes are made more differently. Like sometimes
they are. I'm just kind of giving you trouble, to be honest.
Yeah, but I mean, like shoes, I feel like glasses probably got to be pretty standard.
What
right?
if brand to brand, every prescription is different? You can't prove me wrong because you don't wear glasses.
Yeah, I guess that's true. Honestly,
They're the same.
This is proving you wrong in this completely worthless analogy is the most compelling argument that I've had yet to actually try and get glasses. Just so I can come back and say...
you don't actually wear them? You're like, I went and got glasses.
Yeah, I was like, I went and got them just so I could...
I respect that. You know, that's the kind of level of petty that I really aspire to be.
Okay, so let's see. I'm looking in Twitch chat right now. I'm seeing a lot of people actually say that they don't know their prescriptions for their glasses. Apparently, this is a more common thing.
Well, if you've had the same prescription for a long time, you kind of just, you know, it's around there.
Do your eyes, like, evolve? Or I figure
your eyes get worse, brother.
Wait, really? I thought once you got glasses, it was kind of just like, hey, that's your glasses.
Nope.
Really?
Most people's eyes keep getting worse. And like if you want to get LASIK or something, your eyes actually have to, prescription has to stay stable for years before it's really even worth getting.
Isn't LASIK where they like shoot you with a laser beam in the eye or something?
Exactly that, yep. You can do it at home. Just buy a laser. No, don't just kidding. Don't sue me. Don't sue me.
This is not medical advice. Do not depend on this stream.
I'm not a professional rocket surgeon like the people we had working on the glasses.
Do not go for that. We don't.
But yeah, no, your glasses prescription can change pretty regularly. For a lot of people, it keeps changing pretty much all the way to get real old.
No kidding.
Yep.
I always thought that was just because everybody in my family except for me wears glasses, and so I figured that they all just had like
just get one pair.
You go to the glasses.
You just go to the glasses store and you get a pair of glasses and with you for life. It's like one of those animals that only has one mate for life.
Yeah.
You choose your glasses. Actually, better example. It's like in Harry Potter when they go and they get the wand. You know.
Oh, and then you have your wand forever.
Exactly. Same thing with glasses. There's like a spiritual connection between you and the glasses. Really, the glasses choose the blind person.
But you're telling me it's actually more like hermit crabs, where they just like you pick a glasses for a while and you're like, yeah, this one sucks.
Am I the shell in the situation?
No, your glasses are the shell.
Glasses are the shell.
The glasses are the shell. You are the crab.
Jan's got glasses.
And then wait, whoa, really? We get to play?
I wonder if they're the same glasses.
I don't know. I actually can't. We were too busy just yapping. I wasn't paying enough attention to what his frame looked like.
Unfortunate.
Well, the important part is...
We've had a constructive conversation. We've learned a lot. I'm sure chat has too.
This was very important. Yeah, I learned a lot about glasses. I learned that apparently you don't just get a pair and they
We're resuming the game, brother. It's time for some League of Legends.
Let's do it. All right. Let's do this.
Lock in, Flowers.
Let's
Lock in.
play.
Focus up.
All
Focus
right.
up.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you're just now joining us, welcome back to the LTA Finals. Welcome back to game number 2 of Team Liquid versus 100 Thieves. Game number 1 was a real strong showing for TL. 100 Thieves trying to bounce back in this one with the knock wave combo, that bazooka into the back line of TL.
Yes, sir. They're going to be looking for it, and we'll see if they can pull it off. Noxian becoming very high prio even in solo queue these days. I do think it's quite a strong champion, but it is one of those champions that is so ultimate based. Obviously, I talked about that for Nico, but really like the ideal Nocturne game is farm, farm, farm until you have that ultimate ready. But you can see Jan and Ayla, these guys have some history over the years. They did proving grounds together. They were able to win there. There's 2025. I love that GIF, by the way. 2025 split finalist. They have been around and together for quite a long time, fighting against each other and with each other a lot over the years. So it's just kind of cool to see this story and now facing off here on such a big stage.
And speaking about the face-off in the bottom lane, always worth noting when we have like those differences in summoner spells, I like to keep track of it, just make a quick note of it in case it makes a huge difference. It is the cleanse for FBI, really respecting just how easy it is for him to die if he gets caught out by Core JJ in the lane, or even as the game goes on. You already talked about how, yeah, if you get hit by anything, there's so much follow-up CC. But then over on the other side, just the barrier for Jan to guarantee the extra safety if they try to all in with the Kalista Renata.
This is actually really nice. So River is on the Raptors right now. He's taking those away. So is basically pushed out because he was going to kill the Raptors before he could kill the red buff. So he would get level 2 and then come and fight him while Ayla was harassing. And they do have this lane swap set up here. It is Sniper down to that bot side. Sniper got no experience. Ouch. So he got none of the experience off the first 2 melees. Didn't take too much damage, so at least it's not like a disaster. If you lose a lot of health and don't get the XP, you are very sad. Meanwhile, Impact is kind of sneaking around on the side trying to hover here. Is level 1. Does he have E level to actually stay safe? He does, so he's waiting for the cooldown.
Yep, just gets the extra slice back, jumps over the wall. He even managed to slice through River, so he would have the extra cast of the dice.
They're thinking about diving, though. This is what Bobo talked about, one of the strengths here.
Okay. Impact still just trying to escape. 5 seconds left on the slice. Completely zoned away from that wave. Cannot participate in this whatsoever, as Umpty has made his way into the enemy jungle to farm that red quadrant.
And now we have to look down to the bot side and see what is happening there. What is the reaction from TL? Can they actually push Sniper off? And I'm going to think the answer is no. Sniper is getting harassed. Core tanks up a tower shot or 2 there. But Sniper, even if he doesn't get the farm, he's getting all the experience, where Impact is just completely hopeless.
Yeah.
Impact is looking for anything, man. Anything he can get. Sniper still just on the 1 CS. That's okay, because he is going to be getting towards level 3 here very soon.
It's one more than Impact has.
That's actually an infinite CS lead.
Yeah, it's trouble for Impact up here, and he's going to go ahead, teleport up underneath that top lane tier 1 turret. He did have most of an EXP bar that he got earlier, so it does mean that he only needed that first minion to hit level 2. So as soon as he arrives, now he can start picking up a couple of minions. Both top laners getting the authentic lane swap experience.
I actually think it's a really good TP, but it looks so funny because he didn't even base, didn't even have anything to buy. He just gets zoned off and then has to TP 4 feet back. And it's the only way he can get back to that tower and soak experience. But if you let them zone you off forever, you're never going to get back. And mid lane, Quid could be in some trouble.
Ooh, nicely done there with APA. Stranglethorns into the blooming blows. That last pop would have taken Quid out. He has to flash away to guarantee his own life.
Yeah, going to be able to survive for now. But up on the top side, the wave was actually pushing away from Impact. They are thinning it out, so we'll see if... Yeah, it looks like they're not going to try to hold a freeze. They're just going to thin it out, push it back. And even with all of the damage reduction on these towers these days, they still almost took a plate. But TP's going to be coming in. We're going to see if APA can find anything here on River.
APA trying to stop the continued invasion of his own jungler, but right there, APA forced to spend his flash.
Ouch.
You go in point blank with a Nocturne like that. This isn't last game. You're not 10,000 gold up. You're not in a place where you can just make these very audacious moves, and APA gets punished early.
Yeah, I think his thought process was Umpty would come down and we would kind of pincer him, right? And then we'd collapse on him. But Umpty stayed on the camp, so maybe a little bit of miscommunication in that spot. Umpty obviously already down on camp, so maybe feeling, you know what, I actually can't afford to move away from this. River is going to win the smite, but a lot of the little ones are going to go to Umpty, so still getting most of the gold. But at the end of the day, yeah, APA TP's back, loses his flash, loses half his health, has to immediately go back to base, so that sucks.
Well, the one nice part there is at least because APA nearly got that solo kill on Quid, the flash timers are pretty well synced up. It's not like he's just totally down that flash, and now as soon as level 6 hits, it's Orianna flashing in range for the insta.
He lost his glasses, but he already broke the other guy's glasses first.
There are no glasses available in mid lane.
No glasses.
Everyone is farming blind, waiting for level 6. It's a no eyesight fight.
Yeah. It's just how all my solo queue teammates play.
It's just
every single one of them.
Eyes off. Jesus, take the wheel.
They've been practicing that for 10 years.
Clicking on stuff. That's the way you play League of Legends.
That's
right
a real
there.
League of Legends right there. Hell yeah, brother.
We're bringing it here. Ready to go. Down here in bottom lane, at least the top laners are now getting to enjoy playing League of Legends themselves again now that they're back in a non-1v2 situation. Sniper with the slight lead, excuse me, in that.
All the top laners complain about it, but you got to know what it is to be poor before you can appreciate being rich. And all the top laners, they know what it is to be down in the dirt.
This is, you really got to appreciate being poor. Okay, Coach AJ is not appreciating the aggro coming out here from FBI. Core with a flash away. So many spears in his back. Does not want to allow FBI the opportunity to rend those out. Even if it doesn't kill him, it would put him down so low on HP. There would be no way to continue playing it. Umpty going to secure the first Void Grub here as he and APA are ready to try to fight back against River, who now no longer has his spell shield, but he's right on top of APA, who tried to get away with a clone. Strangled barbs onto 2 targets, but it's not good enough. 100 Thieves with the first blood, and they might just be able to secure some more. Nicely done as Umpty tries to Arctic Assault back over the wall, but beautiful job from River guaranteeing the kill. It's 3-0 100 Thieves in the early part of the game as Sniper solo kills Impact in bot 2.
Exactly at the same time, he's able to get the solo kill down the bot. Didn't even need his ulti for it. I'm not sure if he got the ulti off of the kill on a level up, but takes him down. That is big. Nocturne 2 kills. Sniper a kill in the side lane, picking up where he left off, and we're going to watch this one more time. Impact was already chunked down very low and kind of just overstayed his welcome and realized, oh god, like I actually can't get out. And Sniper getting that kill is massive. Golden Glue pumped up. You got to be, because you want to get that momentum back after that game number 1 where TL ran away with it. This time, it is going to be 100 Thieves that are set up for success.
Flashback to 24 hours ago. Remember that when 100 Thieves was playing against Flyquest yesterday, it was a very similar situation. Flyquest stomping game number 1, and then 100 Thieves bouncing right back and hitting him in the jaw.
Exactly, and Sniper was massive for the team. He was the biggest difference in expectation versus reality for me during the semifinals. Really stepped up, played a great series, and now in the second game, gets an early kill on the Mbessa. We know what this champion can do from ahead. There's a lot of squishy targets over there. You hit Varus with the public execution, Zyra, Nico, you get in there, you can really make some magic happen.
And after what Whippo said at the end of the draft, comparing this to yesterday, I'm getting kind of similar vibes to that game too as well. Because yesterday we were saying 100 Thieves, they have to execute. Because if they don't, Flyquest at that time, Team Liquid now, has the answers. And so far in this early game, game number 2 today, here in the finals, 100 Thieves is executing. We'll see if they can manage to find those combos with the knock wave like you were talking about.
Yeah.
But right now it's Team Liquid overloading the top side, looking for the wombo combo here on Sniper's Mbessa, but the lights go off, and River jumps in to see if he can get something in return instead. He manages to get the fear on Yon. He won't get a return kill, but honestly, saving Sniper was the whole goal.
Yeah, exactly. That's really big. And even with the lights turned off, Yon was able to actually hit Sniper with the piercing arrow. Wouldn't have had vision of him. That's all the practice without the glasses right there. It was calibrating.
We're really just going to keep the glasses all the way to the
I'm sorry, I couldn't help it. I'm done. I'm done. Oh man,
we're in the glasses realm now. River wants APA on this one. Does manage to track down the real deal as APA will not be able to get out of that one there with a root. Nicely done from River, utilizing the spell shield. APA thankfully does have the flash, so the root might not have got it done, but the summoner spell keeps him safe. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Ayla and FBI putting the pressure on Impact, whose Renekton is not doing the greatest so far in this game.
Yeah, definitely having a little bit of trouble. You know, obviously got zoned off, was put down in XP, then gets solo solo kill now going to be sent back to base, but he does have the teleport, so should be okay to be able to go topside and collect all of that wave. Also, really nice just to be able to take off the flash from APA. Obviously, he lost his flash on the initial TP. As soon as it's back, they put the pressure on here with the shockwave. Obviously, it wasn't that full combo because Nocturne didn't use the ulti, but it was the training wheels version, you know? You just have the Nocturne walk up, get that ulti down, force out the flash, and APA without that flash is going to have way less playmaking ability.
All wave, no knock, didn't matter. Still managed to secure the summoner spell as Team Liquid will look to take the first Drake of the game for themselves. They did manage to get 2 out of 3 of the grubs up there in the top side. Still not going to get any credit towards the feet on that one since you have to have the full trio. Sniper now making sure that he backs up as Team Liquid overloads the bottom lane.
Yep, they're going to be looking to put the pressure onto this tower here, farm some plates. They are warded out on that recall, so we'll see what the response is going to be. FBI obviously pushing up on top side. Kalista, not very good wave clear, though. Going to be trying to do this as fast as possible. We'll see how many plates can be taken over on the other side. The grubs now have respawned, and it is going to be River pulling those on spawn. So that's going to be kind of the trade, the delay trade of grubs for that dragon. But the plates, the race is on for first tower, and TL are very far ahead, and no one is actually coming down to respond. So I feel like they can just fully stay on this tower if they want, and maybe even get it down, or at least very, very low, to being able to grab another feat of strength.
Yeah, those first couple of grubs doing a lot of work here for Team Liquid. Little bit more damage is going to be required. The minion wave is starting to get thinned out, but the next wave is already clashing. That means that Yon and Core JJ are set up to secure first turret of the game here for TL. Nicely done for them. Meanwhile, on the other side, like you said, it is that second set of grubs going over to 100 Thieves, so they only need one more. Oh, sorry. Forgot they did not get the first Drake, so they're still going to need a couple more neutral objectives. Umpty could be in a little bit of a sour spot here. Does Arctic Assault back over the wall. 1-1 overall in the tower count, and it's still 100 Thieves with a 1,500 goal lead.
Yep, 100 Thieves looking really good, starting things off here. And we can see already, first item's going to be coming through. We have the experimental Hexplate rush for River. That has done a lot of additional power to that ulti. And you get the move speed, you get the attack speed, really kind of ramps you up there. These are the two most common, you know, is this and Stridebreaker are the two different kind of like thought processes I generally see people going for these days. But it does feel like experimental Hexplate is getting a little bit more use, even though it is such a niche item. Like, it only really works for a couple champions. I'm seeing it pop up a little bit more here and there.
It reminds me a lot, for people who've been playing for a lot longer of a time in League of Legends, old Hextech Gunblade.
Yeah.
It worked for 3 champions in the entire game. Like, old Akali loved it, Katarina loved it, Kayle loved it. Nobody else cared about the thing practically at all.
Yeah.
But those 3 champions loved it. And Hexplate kind of has that exact same type of vibe. Nocturne being one of the ones who gets so much value there. As bottom lane, 100 Thieves going in, trying to put the last little bit of damage here onto this tier 1 turret. Meanwhile, Team Liquid ready to reinforce. River trying to get away now from Umpty. Nice use of the spell shield there to block the second half of the Sejuani W. Impact's got to be careful. A lot of pressure onto him underneath the tier 1 turret. But Umpty and Core are ready to go. FBI gets caught out by the Sejuani ulti, but he blocks it on purpose. He has the cleanse. He can immediately deny it, but immediately from behind enemy lines, it's APA ready to go. Pop Blossom finds 2, but he's got to be careful. He's stuck on the front line, and Sniper's already killed him. Impact wants to turn it around, but Impact's now in serious danger himself. Sniper wanted to flash forward to find another kill, but he ain't gonna get it. 100 Thieves trying to be careful, fully disengaged, but Sniper's caught out. No escape mechanisms left, and a little bit more damage goes through. Team Liquid 13 minutes in, finally on the board, but it's a 1-for-1 in the fight.
Yeah, solid flank there from APA. Had the deep teleport, and the ulti ends up hitting on 3, I believe, because even River was ulting in, ends up getting caught. Quid in some trouble here, though. Umpty is going to look, and you can't disrespect the Zyra damage too much. Is going to be rushing towards that Leandries. Already has the Zazax.
Zazax. I like it. Yeah, the support items have such wacky names.
Yeah, I mean, that's how you say it, right? Zazax?
Zazax. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what it is. It just sounds wacky because you almost never see it. Yeah. The good old, the ZZ Rod spiritual successor.
There you go. We'll see this one more time. The cleanse forced out there on FBI, and then it was just all about how successful is this flank going to be. The lights get turned out, so they can't really coordinate as well. But yep, hits it on Sniper, and the damage even going to be landing there on Nocturne as they arrive. Core has a really nice follow-up out of the brush, wasn't really spotted, and was able to get a ton of damage down. And then as Impact is flashing away, Sniper looked for the flash follow, but because he couldn't actually connect on him, he gets tagged by the Chains of Corruption. He gets rooted out of that. That's what I'm talking about with the follow-up, CC. If one thing hits, the rest is going to follow, and you don't really have a way out. A great kill there for TL. 100 Thieves still looking strong in this one, and we'll see where this next Nocturne ult is used. They are heading out towards top, and there is no tier 1. Can he shockwave it?
Yes, he can. Impact is stopped in his tracks as Ayla and Quid will now look for the rest of the health bar. They got River coming up just to guarantee it. Throws out that little bit of a Nocturne Q for the assist to help Quid out, as Quid needs some more damage to deal with the Croc. But he's got it easy enough for 100 Thieves, up 5-1.
Yep, they're looking really, really good. APA trying to play through side lanes. That is such a core component of TL's success when they're playing at their best, is how APA manages side lanes. He plays a lot of champions that can be very successful there. He always wants to put pressure on these towers, and we can see River very successful in his career on Nocturne. 9-3 on the pick, you know, has really been a successful one for him. Obviously, Nocturne is more one of those niche champions that you don't just kind of spam. It's more when the draft fits it, but has been great when the moment called for it.
And I feel like Oriana's such a good buddy for him, too, because of that combo that we talk about.
It's
really.
like you and me.
Yeah, exactly. And like yawn and glasses.
There you go. It all comes back.
It all
this time it wasn't
returns.
me though. I will point out.
Well, no, that's why we're the good duo, because I brought it back for you. You said you were done,
You
but
know I wanted to say it,
I
yeah.
knew you were ready to keep going. I knew that we were able to bring it back again.
Appreciate that.
I got
Appreciate
you, bro.
that.
I got you. And 100 Thieves, they got a 2,000 gold lead right now, 16 minutes into the game. Rift Herald just about to spawn, and it's 100 Thieves controlling the topside river.
Yep, and they have a lot of these big one-item power spikes. Blade of the Rune King, obviously huge for FBI on the Callista. We have that Seraph's about to be fully stacked for Quid, which is going to feel nice. Obviously, knowing there's so much upfront burst coming through from this TL comp. We obviously have the Eclipse, we have the Hexblade, so they are looking strong, and I do think this is going to be a really tough fight for TL to look towards. In general, their comp is going to function around softening up targets first, then hard engaging. It's going to be pretty reliant, I think, on Kenyon and Core, land some poke, chip people down, then you find the ability for APA to flash in, or Impact to find an angle, or UMT to go, and you try to kill them from there. You don't necessarily want that 100-0 fight, otherwise I do think there's a really high risk of TL's comp using a lot of damage up front, not having quite enough to finish them off, and then all of a sudden, all these champions that have high consistent damage on the 100 Thieves side can really start to run over a fight.
Well, right now, Impact just going to make sure that that wave gets pushed up here in the bottom lane. Team Liquid just farming it out. They've only still got that one turret claimed down in the bottom lane, but 100 Thieves still only has the one they've claimed in the top side, so no super explosiveness from either team just yet here, as Ayla does potentially get caught out there by UMT. But honestly, despite the fact that Team Liquid committed both the Sejuani ulti and the Zyra ulti to that, pretty easy for Ayla to just walk away, only spending the heal.
Yep, use the self-Mikhails as well, so they are going to be getting that on cooldown. And Mikhail's becoming, you know, more and more popular of a rush item. Talk about how Busio does this a lot. I think it is so powerful, so effective. It's Sejuani, it's a root, it's a flash Renekton stun that is instantly removed and countered by this item. It just has so much power, especially when your opponents are really kind of low on that hard engage and so reliant on a stun to make something happen.
Impact trying to clear out the wave on the tier 2 here in the bottom lane, loses a ton of HP in the process. Herald's finally taken down, but now River jumps in with a knockwave, and they found their way into the back line. They already killed Core JJ, who has no Strangle Thorns to protect himself, but River is hit by the Chains of Corruption. Impact wants a little bit more damage. One last hit might take him down, but no, that's even bigger than it originally looks, because it means there's no reset on the bailout. There's no way to keep River alive on that one. So Team Liquid, despite getting a 2-for-1, still loses out on the trade as 100 Thieves have the tier 2 turret. Now APA with a deep TP like you're talking about, looking for that long cutoff for the 100 Thieves escape route. But Yon's got to be careful. Ayla, Sniper, and FBI still thinking about having to maybe fight this. Sniper jumps right back in here onto UMT. FBI right behind him. And there goes Sejuani. APA's finally found the back line here, but FBI pulls his support back over to safety. Team Liquid going after the bottom lane duo of 100 Thieves now. APA not a lot of value there out of the Pop Blossom. Impact still ready. FBI the target. He takes down APA, but he can't bail himself out from that one. It's a bloodbath in bot lane.
It is an absolute bloodbath, but TL the ones that get the bigger advantage, closing that gold lead a fair bit. Really good job by UMT and Yon of keeping them interested, of not allowing them to fully escape, but not over chasing and allowing an easy hard engage to turn and kill Yon. That gave an opportunity for APA to teleport back in, for Impact to heal back up and just run down there. He didn't even use the teleport, and that does close the gap. We'll see, though, if 100 Thieves can be first to this next dragon. It's going to be a critical one. Otacon, of course, coming up pretty soon, but that third dragon will be massive, and we can check it out in the Kia replay here one more time. This is after the initial fight. Umti's job is just to kind of keep them interested and buy time. Sniper, yes, he flashes forward. He does take him down, but Yon is still safe. Impact arrives, and in comes APA. This is a great pullback from FBI to keep his support safe, but at the end of the day, he's got nowhere to go, and he knows it. So his only real option is to just try to turn and fight his way out.
And as we jump back into live, we've got another attempt from the Orianna Nocturne. Going after Impact this time. TL's got a lot of backup coming in to support the Croc as the damage is enough, and they kill off Quid first. Impact still standing, but River finally finishes the job. Sniper wanted to make his way into the fight, but now he's in danger too. Sejuani ulti flies after him, but instead it ends up getting even more. It locks up Ayla as Sniper dies to the damage over time. 100 Thieves overplay their hand, looking for the Renekton, and they lose 3-1.
Yeah, they spent so much trying to take down that Renekton, and not everyone was really in place to follow up. I don't think they expected everyone from TL to be on that side of the map, so now it's going to be Otacon, and likely the Dragon as well. What was looking really good for 100 Thieves turns into a disaster, as it's now going to be Soul Point and Otacon for TL. And that is going to be tough to deal with.
Remember in game number 1, when 100 Thieves was so far behind, and they get 3 kills on Team Liquid, but then it's like, oh man, it was 45 seconds off of the Drake, it was 20 seconds off of Otacon, all they end up getting is the kills. Now here in game number 2, it's the other way around, but TL gets Otacon and a Dragon as the prize.
And just watch how quickly TL is actually collapsing. All 4 members instantly were running down here. Well, it wasn't really clear that there was going to be that full fight on the 100 Thieves side. You can see the teleport comes in pretty late from Sniper, and by the time he arrives, it's all TL around him. Literally 4 members there sitting around him. They just CC him up. He gets rooted. He gets stunned. He uses the public execution to try to dash out to safety, but the burn coming through from that plant in that tri-brush is able to hit him with the final auto, burn him down, uses that bailout, can't survive. Ayla goes down as well. That is heartbreak for 100 Thieves after losing game number 1 and being in such a good spot game number 2. TL just coming up massive, and you can look at the team fight damage. You know, FBI just wasn't there, right? And Sniper arrives late and instantly has to run. It's going to be a TL1 fight.
That's a 2968 prescription right there for the sharpshooter on Team Liquid. He is looking good, as now they've got the false life on everybody. The gold lead that we were praising for 100 Thieves that was 2,000 6 minutes ago is now nothing, as Team Liquid has closed the gap. They're on Soul Point, and 100 Thieves are now charged with the responsibility of defending against TL aggro. Sniper was answering Impact down there in the bottom lane, but now he's cheating up towards mid. 100 Thieves is all about that go button with the Nocturne Orianna. Nicely used there. APA taking the clone, using that to face check the brush, making sure nobody has to walk into a bad handshake.
And Yon is just fed again. This guy just always seems to find a way to get the kills, to get the gold, to be positioned in the right place, right time. I wouldn't be surprised to see him go towards an Edge of Night or something, a little bit defensive to try to deal with this hard combo that's going to be coming for him. And Corey Day, you can see he's going to be building towards the Seekers, has that armor that is going to be part of that, building eventually towards the Zonians, but he already had, may have a fight.
Okay, I was thinking the same thing. I was thinking, oh, maybe they walk up, maybe they commit Sejuani.
I saw you go to your casting pose, so I stopped talking.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta get ready in case it just turns into something crazy.
He has a specific casting pose.
In case it goes crazy, man. I gotta be ready. It's all about the.
There was no flame there.
The breath flow or whatever. I don't even know the right terminology.
It's about the aerodynamics.
Honestly, it's all vibes. I have no idea about the science behind any of it.
We'll check in with the rocket surgeon about what really makes it work.
We'll have to get the real experts in here. We need to see the right way to do it. And honestly, Team Liquid has been finding the right way to respond to an early game that was really going 100 Thieves' way. 100 Thieves now, they still have a lot of tools in the kit though, right? You're seeing second items online for pretty much everybody. Storm Surge on the Orianna for the extra burst. Spear of Shojin on Ambessa to create just a very, very balanced experience dealing with her in a side lane situation. Then you've also got the Stride Breaker on Nocturne. I'd like how you already mentioned that versus Hexplate being like the two sort of roads you can travel on the champion.
Yeah.
But whichever road you don't travel, you kind of just go back and walk down at any second.
Both, exactly. Grab it up. And does have those CDR boots now, so being able to try to reduce that cooldown on the ulti as much as he possibly can. It's now down to just over a minute, 69-second cooldown there. So he's going to be able to let it rip a lot more often, but he's got to be on point with Quid when they go in. You can't overcommit.
Umpty jumping out there with the Arctic Assault, but Impact will be the target as 100 Thieves look to respond. Impact using the Blast Cone to make a little bit of distance for himself. Keep your eyes on APA, who's all the way up there in the top lane. So Team Liquid did not want to get themselves into a bad fight, into a fight that APA wouldn't be able to join until it was already over. As the piercing arrow, just not quite enough distance there to find Quid. 100 Thieves doing a good job minding their spacing.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the piercing arrow, oh, they're going to go in.
Okay, let's see what we got here. Immediate jump coming out from the Nocturnal. Rihanna Wombo combo into the back line goes. Rivery takes down Yon, but it's a 1-for-1 trade, and Sniper makes it a 2-for-1, and Core JJ is shut down. Umpty now about to fall too. Sniper hits his mark. Impact and APA need to clean him up a little bit here. The Ruthless Predator is that indeed, as Quid drops next. But now, can APA and Impact possibly deal with a Callista? FBI is ready to keep on jumping towards him. Nice strangle barbs there to lock up FBI and make sure that he can't go any further. Sniper being able to reinforce, like you say, means TL can't look for any more. 100 Thieves win the scrap, 3-2.
Yeah, really good awareness there from TL to not actually stay too far forward, because if they do at all, they will get TP'd on absolutely. Sniper base was looking for it, and that initial punch from the Knockwave are really strong. But even with that, the fight ends up going pretty even overall. And now the big concern is, will you have all your cooldowns for this next fight? Because this is Seoul coming up here for TL in 20 seconds. There's going to be no summoners at all in the bot lane, no flash on Sniper. Yes, there's some missing summoners over on the other side as well. So we'll have to see who can take the most advantage of that, who can find that angle to punish these missing resources.
These damn Ocean Souls, man, they're putting the pressure on 100 Thieves so far in the first couple games of the finals, but we'll see if the Thieves can rally and defend in this one. APA continuing to use that clone for scouting purposes. Send it up the ramp, get an idea where 100 Thieves are at.
Those seeds.
River hanging out in the brush, trying to contest this, wants to fight Umpty on the smite. Team Liquid does not want to overcommit to the objective. One piercing arrow from Yon has already hit FBI, but it's not that big of a deal. The Dragon down to about half HP. Team Liquid still looking to potentially secure themselves a massive power spike here with the Ocean Soul. Ayla on the flank, keep your eyes on him. A massive ulti could really be the difference maker here, as Sniper's down to half HP. The Dragon down to below 3,000. Surely the smite fight's gonna go all out now, as it's stolen away by 100 Thieves. River making the difference on that one as Umpty is about to die. The hostile takeover flying into the back line as River takes down Umpty. Sniper's fighting for his life, but he's winning for now. Finally drops. APA taking the kill on that one as Impact chases after FBI and Quid. Ayla trying to escape now as well. Team Liquid does not have the ability to catch up. Yes, they win 2-for-1 in kills, but critically, the Thieves secure the objective. Quid tries to pop APA. Beautifully done to make that one a 1-for-1 with mid laners, but FBI and Ayla have to try to escape. The bailout onto the Callista is not enough, and all Thieves will fall.
Nicely done by TL. That is a massive fight for them over by the Dragon. Core got so much work done early on in this fight. Multiple roots hit onto Sniper. So Sniper starts the fight at about 30-40% health. This is really tough. You can see Impact flashing in on FBI, putting the pressure in on him immediately, knowing he was missing those summoners. Then Ayla comes in with the hostile takeover, but it doesn't really get much of anything done. And as Sniper comes in on the flank, he was softened up so much earlier by Core that he just gets turned on by TL, knocked down immediately. Ayla, Quid, as well as FBI are kiting out, and I feel like they kind of baited themselves back in with this potential re-engage. Yes, Quid is able to find the trade kill on APA, but FBI and Ayla stay here, and from this spot have such a small chance of being able to win out in this fight. Even if you dodge it on the skill shots, they're so low on health that I think they kind of overstayed their welcome in this spot, and they get punished for it so much.
I see what they wanted to go for. I see that they're thinking, what if we have this Callista magic moment with a bailout that can really just catch them off guard? But unfortunately, exactly like you say, the deck was just too far stacked against them. Now Team Liquid again with just a slight gold lead though. It's not like the gold has been meaningful either way for about the past, what, 10 minutes? But now River's ready to go with an Aquawave. Yon bought an arm guard to make sure he can't get caught by the Wombo. Now APA with a counterattack here on the enemy jungler. The hostile takeover isn't going to do a whole lot. It just creates space for River to try to run. Team Liquid still looking for a little bit more as FBI needs to escape, but the Strangle Thorns have them. The follow-up from Team Liquid is beautiful. Yon understands the assignment. He buys the item that fully counters the mid-jungle combo of 100 Thieves, and it pays off huge huge for Team Liquid.
It does. I mean, all three of the targets now have an answer to it. There's a Seekers ready on APA, Seekers was there on Yon, and there's a Zonias on CoreJJ. There's just no one to use the combo on any longer, and it feels like TL now massively in control. They are crushing it in these fights. That one punch that you're going for with this combo is just not getting anything done, and TL getting further and further ahead. They have the Baron now, and it's going to be a full core press to try to knock down some of these tier 2 towers and extend the gold lead. As we can watch this one more time, they knocked off the Edge of Night. I don't know that they realized that this was actually there, that they had it, because they commit the full combo to it, and on the exit, APA has that rocket belt, moves forward, catches River and Sniper. Sniper gets tagged up by the Chains of Corruption. It's all about the follow-up CC. Great handshake from Ayla to try to disengage on FBI, but everyone else is still there. Core comes over the wall, flashes in, Impact is there. There's just no way out for FBI.
And I feel like so many times watching League of Legends, even in pro play, it just feels like, oh yeah, I'm lethality Varus. I need to make sure that I'm constantly spiking with as much lethality and AD as possible. I can't buy a Seekers. It's an item that doesn't contribute to the core build at all. But man, it perfectly counters what they're doing here. I love the fact that Yon is saying, no, this is what we need to do. I'm fed enough. I have the extra gold to be able to make this luxury purchase. And it ends up just completely breaking the game open for TL, who are now 4,000 gold ahead.
And these two teams just love to fight. The last time they actually met, it was the bloodiest best of 3 in North American history. 138 kills. They are just going at each other time and time again. 31 kills so far in this one, not even 31 minutes in, so definitely has been pretty action-packed, but it is now 100 Thieves that need to find some sort of a miracle because you're so far down and your combo just feels so easily answered by the item purchases. Yon for now, though, doesn't have his Zonias completed. That's going to be a while, but APA has the Seekers ready. Core has his full Zonias, and that's going to make it tough. They're going for the deep TP here from Sniper. Let's see if they can find an angle.
All right, here comes the send. 100 Thieves ready for it. They want to try to find Yon, but he's doing a good job staying in the shadows. Now they finally found him. River wanted to go in, but he doesn't hit the right target. Hostile takeover over the top. They're doing a lot of damage, but it's only the core. JJ Ayla's already down. Quid is burning, and APA's guaranteeing another kill on that one. Rampage for the mid laner on TL. A 2-for-1 trade for their side so far as Sniper flashes over the wall into the chicken pit, but it's not looking good. Yon's on a rampage, and Team Liquid just got another 3-for-1.
Yeah, they're going to be pushing already. Impact already has that bot lane shoved up. The inhibitor is open there. The mid lane inhibitor about to be open as well. TL looking to put themselves here to match point soon.
Only a Callista and a Nocturne to try to defend against a Baron up 4-man push from Team Liquid, but with Ayla coming back up in 3 seconds, TL is saying that discretion's the better part of valor. The dragon is up. They can claim the Ocean Soul and potentially make the next push the game ender in a safer way.
Exactly. They're just going to try to play disciplined. They have a lot of gold in pocket. Yon is sitting on 3,000 gold right now, nearly 2,000 in mid lane, 1,600 gold for Impact as well. So they say, you know what? Yeah, we have a big gold lead. Actually, that entire gold lead is not spent right now. They know that they would have 100 Thieves respawning, so why risk it? Go get Soul. That's going to be another, say, 4,000 gold worth of combat stats. Go back to base, spend the 6K or so that's sitting in your bags right now, and then march down and finish it off, because Yon should have his full Zonias, I would think, after that fight. We can watch it one more time. I just don't think he had vision of the targets, because he pops the ulti, but they can't see the targets that he wants. Yeah, so there's great toggle from the observers. As soon as he gets sight of someone, he just has to let it go, because the ulti is going to expire. So he goes in onto CoreJJ. They do finish him off, but he had the Zonias to buy time, and you can see Sniper over the wall was looking for the public execution, but that was thrown towards Core as well. Yon had repositioned his away from him, so he couldn't actually find him. That gets wasted. They chase down Sniper. They kill him off. They get Soul, and they are now so far ahead. Yon didn't quite have the gold. Still is going to buy something else, actually. Goes for Cyrildas, I believe.
Yeah, wanted to go for just the big damage power spike.
That's a good buy, too. Just buy an entire item.
Yeah, that thing's going to add a lot of extra pain to his arsenal. And you know what? Yon's scoreline of 8-1-9. That is 17 out of 20 kill participation. 85% KP on him. Looks really good, unless you compare it to CoreJJ, who's at 90% KP on the Zyra. The Team Liquid bottom lane duo really showing up playing a massive role in turning this game around when 100 Thieves was in the driver's seat for almost the first 20 minutes. Now they found Jan again. River into the back line, looking for the carry on Team Liquid, but he doesn't have the damage here just yet. TL scrambling to keep Jan alive. A little bit more pressure from Sniper might be enough, but he can't quite get there. Meanwhile, Impact and Core with APA fighting in the enemy base. Core JJ is going to be the first one to be killed. Impact needs a little bit more damage, and FBI is down. Umpty's looking to run down Sniper as Ayla and Quid have to try to get out. The piercing arrow connects onto Quid, but it isn't enough. Sniper ready to try to get back over the wall here. Does not want to continue dealing with Umpty, who hits him with the white flag. And 100 Thieves have lost 2. APA, Jan, and Impact still in the enemy base. Quid, Ayla, and River need to try to defend this. APA is not going to hit anybody here with his root. The first Nexus turret about to fall, but still not dead. It looks like Ayla has gone too far. He wanted the handshake to try to save the game, but it ain't gonna happen. Team Liquid is ready to go. Umpty is apologizing for his emote use in the alt chat, but Team Liquid sure ain't sorry for the way they turned this game around. 100 Thieves has no way to continue defending, surely, as River jumps into the back yet again, but the paranoia does nothing. TL coming back in a 35-minute game to take us to match point.
It's been all TL, back-to-back games, really showcasing their strength. Some great early moments from 100 Thieves put them in a position where you thought, hey, maybe they can get it done in this game. Maybe they can get it over the finish lines. But the answers were there from TL. I think the Zyra pick was actually brilliant. The itemization made it so hard for them to ever find a combo.
Nicely done in the early game from 100 Thieves, but Team Liquid showing again they got what it takes to bring it back. And now we're going to break down this week's Pagoda moment featuring TL's comeback fight.
And here it is one more time. TL looking for this fight. This was earlier on in the game. This was that chase down where we had this trade kill. Quid looking for an opportunity to try to turn around a fight. Ayla and FBI, you talked about it, Flyers. They're trying to find that incredible moment, with a bailout where you maybe make some magic happen. But TL playing it very patiently, sidestepping the initial shots. Everything lands from them. Piercing arrow, root. In comes Impact, they get the kills, and they secure the lead. They're able to use that to push the momentum, secure the game. And you can see this was the reaction to that play from the coaches. Yeah. That was not the game-winning play. That is how important they knew it was.
Huge stuff coming out from them in the mid-game, and now we're heading back over to the LTA Lounge to break it all down.
Yeah, it's a party over here. 2-0 Team Liquid. What a game. That's the game that delivered. That was an exciting game, Raz.
That was insane. And by the way, don't mess up your analysis. Darius is right behind you.
Get it right. Get it right. I mean, this game was a lot about Jan and Core JJ stopping the dive of the Nocturne Orianna, because at the start of the game, Licorice, 100 Thieves did have the lead.
Yeah, no, the game looked like an amazing spot for 100 Thieves, but like this engage here, it just looked like they started overcommitting, and then TL just kind of ran away with the game. Like, it was like 2 bad fights, and then TL was in full control after that.
Yeah, there were those multiple fights that preceded this too, with the really deep TP wards that they did not see APA coming in on the flank. And before this,
yeah, nothing special.
There he is. And that was like a big difference maker, right? Because that happened in bot lane several times where they would overextend, not have their flanks warded, and this is exactly how TL got back in the game.
Small thing about this as well, this is the second time Team Liquid let Kalista through, something everybody else in the LTA has been banning, and were able to beat it. They didn't let it get ahead through good lane swapping, and then they've just been really present about stopping it from succeeding in team fights.
It was looking great for FBI early, like all the leads that they got, the 2 kills that happened around Grubs and all that, but the team fighting looked so good from Team Liquid, and a lot of it was just answering the Orianna Nocturne ultis. Like, that was a big part of that composition.
And this is one of the fights Licorice was talking about where 100 Thieves overcommitted, probably on the wrong target, going on the Renekton early, made it really easy for Jan and Core JJ to get work done. And then the stopwatch that Jan built in the mid game to get them the Baron right here, Licorice.
Yeah, I mean, Jan played a really amazing game, him and Core JJ, and like he brought back the stopwatch here too. And I think this was kind of like the fight that was like 100 Thieves was out of the game after this. Like, I didn't think they had any way to come back.
And I also want to shout out APA. We've seen him do super, super well on this Nico pick before. Whether he is coming in on the flank and being the primary engage with the Nico ult, or there where he's holding it and waiting for kind of the front of the fight to happen before going in. It's another like key usage of the champion's ult that I think is really cool.
Yeah, around the base gate where he was able to just like have a huge Nico ultimate. All the control that Team Liquid got, the Otacon that they picked up, they just ran straight through the enemy red side jungle, placed down the controller. It was really difficult for 100 Thieves to be able to get anything off that. Going back to the stopwatch, I was like, I know you guys were talking about whether they were going to get Zonias or something. Because that was their composition, and the moment they couldn't get any damage off on the back line, it felt really difficult for 100.
Yeah, and I'm wondering where 100 goes from here, because we were joking in the back about as soon as Spawn arrives, they throw Umpty back onto Maokai Sejuani, where they just dominated all of summer, and we couldn't figure out why they weren't playing it in 2025. But now those two are gone. Ziggs is gone, the Nico's gone, so they're gonna. Team Liquid probably has a couple more games with still comfort champions. Then it might get interesting if it goes into game 4 or 5.
The draft is going to be interesting. Like the fact that Skarner was also taken away from Fearless. This is where, like, even though we're going into game 3, and I hope that we push it into 4 and 5, like, getting to see more of the champion pool, and if Team Liquid can like stay firm around their team fighting, that is what I'm going to be interested in. But 100 Thieves has to fight back. Like, they have to.
They really do. We also have a really popular co-streamer, Baiano, joining us, I believe, from Brazil, from Sao Paulo.
Ooh, where's he showing up?
Hey, how's it going?
Hello, guys.
Hey, how do you feel like the rest of the series is going to go, or what have you seen so far that stood out?
Oh, I'm not sure about 100 Thieves. Maybe they are mental boom now. But let's see.
Question that I have for you is just like, is basically going into this one, what do you think 100 Thieves needs to do to bring this one back in?
I think they need Sniper playing better, maybe FBI. This game playing Kalista was not that good, so I'm not sure, man. Probably 3-0, 3-0 here.
Confidence, I'm hearing confidence.
How does that go with what you thought was going to happen before the series? What's been different than you've expected so far?
I think now it's too easy for Liquid. Maybe here in Brazil about the scrims, a lot of people and pro players were talking like Liquid was not too good on scrims, but maybe they can be the champion now, so I'm not sure what's going on. But, oh my God, look these guys here. Oh my God. So, yeah, I'm not sure about 100 Thieves. Like, maybe try to pick something better on bot lane or something like that. Not sure.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Oh, Emily?
In watching, like, all of the split, was this the expected result you thought, or who did you think was going to take the split? Because you co-stream LTA North really frequently.
Yeah, for me, Flyquest was the best team. I was talking to people right now, like, people, what happened, man? Like, Flyquest looked like so way ahead on the other teams, but I don't know. They just played bad yesterday. And now, like I said, Liquid was playing really bad, the scrims here in Brazil. So, and now they can be the champions. So, yeah, it's really different.
Yeah, Baiano, Kangas actually has one more question for you before we let you go.
Yeah, Baiano, the crowd's been amazing in Brazil. We have a crowd live here, and I wanted to ask, can you teach our crowd something? Yeah, crowd, make some noise, by the way. This is what we got.
Oh, there's a lot of people there. Oh, my God, man.
Now, Baiano, we've been hearing the Brazilian crowd make a lot of noise, and we wanted the opportunity to make some noise. Can you teach our crowd some of your chants? I've heard a lot of fun ones. There's a lot of clapping going on. Do you have anything ready for us? Oh, I don't know if you can hear us. All right.
He's asking if you can teach if you can teach our fans any chants that you'd have ready.
I don't have nothing ready. Do you know?
I don't know ready if they have something ready.
I think the difference is that atmosphere, you know, so people here screaming a lot. Like 90% of the people is cheering for Liquid today, so...
I think you can ask Weipo.
Okay.
You know what? Here's what I'll say. Let's show them back in Brazil one of our traditions, because you know that we have the bucket, right? Does anybody want the bucket? Is it time? I think it's time. Let's see, who's going to make the most noise? Bucket! Bucket! Let's show those Brazilians that we're doing it!
Let's have the break. series.
Red Bull gives you wings.
AT&T has a new guarantee because most things in life are not guaranteed. Like common courtesy. Really, Brenda?
I know you can see.
When they say,
I'm on my way.
no way. Pretty blue, though. Or a fun night at the movies. Yeah, that's not guaranteed.
Yo, hold on. Let me put you on speakerphone.
You know what AT&T guarantees? Connectivity you depend on, the deals you want, and the service you deserve. Or we'll make it right. That's the AT&T guarantee.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Oh.
Huh, nature sure is full of wonders. Red Bull gives you wings.
The new Red Bull Zero is here. 100% wings with monk fruit extract.
Help me.
He has flash here.
No,
it's good.
I got protected bot.
Oh, nice, guys.
Just get one, it's fine.
No flash.
Oh, no flash.
No flash, era.
Front to back after. We can't die that far. We can't die.
Help proof. Look at red top.
No flash. Kill. Red top. Just get out.
They're gonna go Nian.
No flash,
no flash. Anything?
Oriana TP. I'm rooted cluster. I'd flash out.
1 HP, no flash. Oh, huge.
We got it.
Ambessa is ulti. Yeah, pretty. Yeah, I think he's dead. 1 HP. Ambessa almost dead. Q.
Lena's coming.
Lena's down. I kill Ambessa.
Nice.
Okay, trip.
Let's look.
Give me, okay?
Renekton and flash. Renekton, front. Kill front.
I'll look.
Look first.
Look first. Varus is top side.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LTA Finals. We are already into the draft here for game number 3. Let's go ahead and catch up to where we are with Rumble, Talia, and Cassiopeia banned out by 100 Thieves, who are once again on the blue side. Team Liquid banning out the Yone, the Vi, and the Jace. First pick Pantheon for 100 Thieves, responded with a Xin Zhao and Kaisa by TL. Zaya and Rakan locked in for 100 Thieves. We're going through it fast, and we got Bwipo back here to break down the last one and talk about this one.
So the last draft obviously looked really good until the Seekers came out, like Azel mentioned to me just now. Managed to claw back the game from what looked to be a pretty tough game. Now in this one, they opted into the Pantheon Flex and gets a response with Kaisa. I think taking away the Kaisa from FBI makes a lot of sense. I mean, you're just taking him off of a comfort pick, and the Zyra Khan makes even more sense, I think, as a reply. I mean, Zyra Khan has always been considered really strong into the short-range carries because the huge threat of Rakan is when he gets to press the quickness and then press E on Zaya, whoever is in Zaya's auto attack range will probably die.
Yeah, and I mean, we already saw, obviously, Ezreal was played earlier, so it's like there's the two safe AD carries that everyone looks towards, right? It's Zaya, it's Ezreal. Zaya is going to be up and available. Now, from this point, we're obviously assuming it is going to be Pantheon jungle, like 99% chance. I know there has been a couple plays of it in mid and top, but where do you want to see 100 Thieves go from here?
I think it's a very straightforward front-to-back team comp with a champion that has a tool to kind of force a fight or force a start on the fight onto the Xin Zhao that isn't Rakan. Because I think if Rakan can hold the quickness for after Xin Zhao's ultimate is used, he can actually be a very good target to go on, because Rakan's biggest strength, outside of the fact that he gets the one-shot whoever with Zaya, is he gets to go in and out very quickly. So when he can kind of go into the use his quickness to go into the Xin Zhao's ultimate, he can still pull out, so he can kind of force Xin Zhao to stay in the fight without committing to it, which means Xin Zhao's ultimate loses a lot of value, because if Zaya can actually walk in and kind of burst the Xin Zhao, he'll kind of just pop.
So do we think that this is showing that you might be wanting to play Rumble top for TL, because they ban out the Galio as a potential counter? Now my curiosity is, does 100 Thieves actually say, okay, we know you might be going towards Rumble, we're going to ban it?
No, I agree with you 100%. Unfortunately, what you missed is that 100 Thieves was locked banning Rumble on blue side this series. No, 100%.
Spaced out on
it's something that I think that one of the reasons why they're choosing blue side every game is so they have that extra ban and keep slamming it on the Rumble, so they don't have to worry about it at all. But I think the Galio ban is just simply, if Galio Rise out, just means he wants to play something like a control mage, something scaling that works with Xin Zhao, and then they go for a last pick top lane to make sure the game is stable. I actually think they're going to prioritize trying to get Jax here, maybe, as a lot of teams, when they have Kaisa versus Zaya or these kind of matchups, they like the lane swap and put those short range carries into a comfortable position, which is exactly what they decided to do, huh? Look at that.
It's almost like he plays this game or something. It's crazy.
Almost like this dude spends a lot of time thinking about and playing League of Legends.
You should play League of Legends for a job.
As the Jax.
I lost it today, but yesterday I was still kicking. You got me.
Oh man, how did you feel? Because you brought out the Garen in this exact matchup. So how do you actually feel about that specific matchup as we saw it hovered? So they're hovering actually a lot of your specials.
Yes, I know. It's the champions that I like to play. The Jax is one of the reasons why I don't like banning him, because I feel very confident in these matchups. I like Garen a lot, specifically in the lane swap meta. I wouldn't use Garen as often into Jax if it wasn't a lane swap meta, but his W gives upfront 75% tenacity and 30% damage reduction with little shields, so he's really good at stopping people from tower diving him, which is why I like Garen as an answer.
So we do have the Ornn and the Victor coming through. You were talking about getting an engage tool, 400 Thieves. That's obviously the Ornn. The Asol was banned out earlier in the series, left up here. APA does go towards it. So how do you feel about how both teams have rounded out the draft?
I think 100% the most important part about this team composition will be how much freedom the Pantheon will have to play on the side lanes. I think that Aurelion Sol is a huge target for Victor, Pantheon, and Rakan, because Victor's ultimate actually interrupts channels. So when you drop the Chaos Storm, it will not silence you, but it will interrupt you if you are channeling your, for example, Aurelion Sol's W. So with that reasoning, I think the side lane will be where 100 Thieves has the most comfortable position, because I think an all-out full frontal team fight with Aurelion Sol's mega ultimate coming down will be really hard for 100 Thieves to navigate.
All right, as the draft wraps up, I'm going to hit you with the same question I hit you with last time. Who won this draft?
Who won this draft? Honestly, I think both drafts are pretty 50-50. I think ultimately gameplay will determine how this game goes, as I see both teams having a very solid, rounded drafts. Nothing special or crazy going on. I don't think any team has a particular lead in the lane swap. However, I do think TL is the better team fighting team, and ultimately I don't know if 100 Thieves will be able to find those side lane plays like they want to. That's how they lost last game.
It's so interesting to me because TL told me the 100 Thieves is the best team fighting team in the league.
There you go.
Well, we're about to find the answers out here for ourselves. Thank you very much, Whippo, once again.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate your insights into the game, into the draft. If 100 Thieves can pull it off, we'll be happy to have you back here for more as we go forward. But Team Liquid would love to not worry about that anymore. A 3-0 here would be quite a statement from them, and they're only a single game away from making it happen.
Yep. And while Seoul, maybe not the biggest surprise because it's APA, it is only the second pick of it in any major region so far this year. Ooh. And if you're talking about all regions, there's only been 2 picks of it. So it is not getting played at all. Yes, obviously they must have suspected from scrims and whatnot that he could be bringing it out, especially as we're getting further on into Fearless. But I'm going to be excited to see how APA is going to perform on this pick. Haven't been seeing much of it. It is phase rush for Quid on the Victor, which is interesting. Feels like definitely a response to the potential, ganks from something like the Xin Zhao and the Acel, which are really just relying on slows, not CC. So feeling like you can kind of just dip and dodge in and out of those fights pretty heavily.
I mean, the only way Aurelion Sol is going to hard CC you is if he hits you on the head with the Meteor. Yeah. Singularity having the slow, Audacious Charge like you're talking about, also just applying that instantly, needing a little bit of extra time to hit with that third Talon strike to guarantee the hard stuff. As it looks like we're going to not see a whole lot of crazy stuff here at level 1. 100 Thieves taking some defensive positioning, wanting to make sure they don't have any crazy level 1s. And yesterday we spoke to Spawn about being here to coach TL in person.
So I would like to know what do you think about coaching remotely versus coaching in person?
Yeah, I mean, in an ideal world, coaches wouldn't be remote, right? So I think that honestly, it kind of sucks to coach remotely, but I feel like I can still have really positive impact on the team, which is why I do it. In Australia, I've got 2 beautiful boys, a loving partner, so I like to be home and to be able to spend some time with them. And now that it's business time, I jump on a plane, come over and try and win a tournament.
Well, thank you to Spawn, and thank you to Dude for doing the interview, showing up. Spawn, since they have arrived, it's the Spawn buff, man. It's just the Spawn diff.
80% win rate's a pretty damn good win rate, man.
That's pretty good. And they were a team that people were not expecting a tremendous amount of in the top 4 because they were the only team to drop a game against Isra Sistral. They're actually, arguably could have even lost that series, some people felt. And, they struggled a little bit more than we have seen last year, just even up north in the LTA regular split. But TL coming in, looking really strong. And we do have these standard lanes. Definitely a question for me is how Impact will perform on the Jax. This is a pick that I have been critical of him on because I just feel like he plays too unselfishly, right? This is a pick that needs to be able to dominate through side lane. You need to play for yourself. You can't overgroup because if you end up overgrouping and you don't pick up tons of kills, you're just not strong enough to really have any impact in the game. So sometimes it's one of those things where you need to tell your team, you know what, you need to back off even if Sniper's roaming because I need to farm these plates. I need to get ahead so I actually have that pressure in a side lane.
Wow, Flash coming out from Umpty very early on here to get the pressure on in the mid lane. Flash for the Audacious Charge instantly on Quid, guarantees that Quid's going to have to use his own Flash in retaliation. And it's the general rule of League of Legends, if I'm the jungler and you're the mid laner, I'm happy to trade my Flash for yours.
Yep, exactly. Nice hook though down on bot side.
Yeah, Core JJ ready to keep the action going down here, but FBI and Ayla easily able to just kind of disengage that one. No summoner spells required.
Yeah, and so I'm just going to be interested to see how Impact plays as we get later into the game. Of course, it's not a lane swap, so the economy for the top laner is going to be A-okay. I just want to see him playing for himself. I think he can pilot the champion really well in the team fights and whatnot, but
wow. Oh. Some trouble there for Sniper. Takes a drink out of the potion. That's going to guarantee he doesn't die. Core JJ also taken low down here in the bottom lane, and there is no potions left to sip from for this Nautilus. So that'll be the first recall down here in the bottom lane for the support.
That was a little bit strange. So FBI wasn't level 3, but everyone else was, including his support. So he missed experience on a minion somewhere. Had he been level 3, that's maybe the flash forced off of Core, or maybe even more. So I'm very curious to see like where he actually missed that. I go back and watch this game later.
We'll see. Maybe later on, maybe we'll be able to find that out. But yeah, you can even see on those EXP bars off to the side, just ever so slightly behind.
Just missed the one minion.
Might have been just slightly out of range. Thought he was close enough, but didn't get it. But either way, Core JJ staying alive on that one. Did spin the Ignite down there in the bottom side. That is the only summoner spell spent so far in this early game, besides that flash mid-game from Quid and Umpty's flash to force that one, as River has Ayla walking by him here as he just continues farming up his own chicken camp. Impact maintaining regaining control over this top lane 1v1 with the Jax. Wants to make sure he's got that continued tempo like you've been talking about. Because we know that no matter what, Ornn will become a brick wall.
Yeah, exactly. And Ornn just always has value, right? So for Ornn, it's fine to drop waves in group and just be able to, provide that utility for your team, because so much of your utility is really not about even how tanky you are. It's just about the CC that you're actually bringing to be able to start the fights and, set up your teammates for success in that way. Where Jax really has to get super strong, be able to get into the back line and win these fights and put pressure on the AD carry, put pressure on the enemy mid laner without just flopping right after that.
And Impact will just continue keeping that pressure on here as you're seeing some pings from the 100 Thieves side up towards the top side of the river. Early grub attempts are the name of the game for so many teams these days, wanting to be there when they spawn, wanting to be there at the 6-minute mark. But of course for 100 Thieves, it does become a little bit more complicated when Sniper has no presence in the lane, when he's very low on mana, when he's low on health. Of course, both top laners still with their teleports ready to go. It's an easy reset.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Impact obviously doing great in this early laning phase, and will be covered here by so no chance of getting ganked. They're going to be able to clean up, just go back to base. The tier was built up early in lane from Sniper, though, so he's going to be stacking that up pretty well.
Ooh, Jan stepping forward there. Nice use of the supercharger to get away from the grand entrance. Still ends up taking some damage in the trade, but does not suffer the knockup.
Yeah, you can see APA, partially because he got that early little gank and Quid had to be a bit more careful, has a much better buy. He was able to farm very effectively, get the Lost Chapter before he came back to base, and that's always kind of that premium buy that you want. And we'll see Impact can probably get a pretty good chunk on Sniper here. He already had the passive stacked and the grasp charge ready.
Meanwhile, back down in bottom lane, FBI and Ayla still keeping the scrap going. Core JJ again down to below 100 HP. He flashes late and FBI cashes in. Nicely done from 100 Thieves.
That's such a big confidence boost for 100 Thieves as well. The bot lane has been on the losing side of a lot of these trades. We're going to have another scrap here over with Umpty.
Yeah, Umpty versus River, but APA is coming in first to help out his jungler. Meanwhile, top side, that 1v1 is breaking out. Umpty down to 150 HP, and River should be able to finish him off with one more shot of the spear. Jumps back in, and River's got another one for his side. It's 2-0, 100 Thieves in the first 6 minutes.
And they're going to have prio around the grubs, and FBI's not done.
FBI chasing after Jan, but he does not have the resources to really get anything more from that chase. Sniper versus Impact, the trading looking much more even at the same time up here in top lane too. Early game looking good for 100.
It's really looking good. And I mean, I just think it's so important to get FBI going. Jan and Core have been immense for TL. They have been so good. And you can't allow Jan to just always be running this series. FBI and Ayla have been incredible 400 Thieves in all of their success. It really has been, I think, such a step up for their team. Ayla individually just playing so well this split, I feel like. One of the best supports in the league easily. And FBI really showing his value as a super consistent carry, has brought that extra threat. So getting him ahead early here, getting that first blood on him, is going to be so important to their success in the 5v5s.
I mean, it's what we saw last game when Team Liquid was able to come back, like looking at just the effect that Jan and Core had on the game, looking at the KDAs like we did. I even got the math wrong, and they were still OP in that game for how much they were contributing, how much they were affecting, and how much they were carrying the fights. And we know that FBI and Ayla can do the same type of thing. FBI just being this absolute foundational element to good team fighting, good play, the ability to guarantee that your AD carry is going to be relevant whatever the state of the game.
And I mean, I feel like FBI, he's not as flashy as some of the other guys who have been considered the best ADs in the league, but one of the things that he is incredibly consistent. And when you think about what do I want from an AD carry, generally the things that people are going to talk about, you want them to have really good positioning and get a lot of damage. Those are kind of like the two things, right? Because you can't afford to die, but you still need to be able to be pumping out the damage. You can't just sit in the back and do nothing. And FBI always does exactly that. Like, he's always in a good spot. He's always positioning well. He's getting out the maximum amount of damage that he possibly can. And he's very, very consistent with that. I think maybe some of the arguments are that he doesn't have as big of a kind of like a flashy outplay type thing as maybe a Jan, but I think he's super strong.
2v2 here on the bot side as Jan and Core JJ want to keep Sniper and River away from the tier 1 turret as multiple waves are crashing into it. Umpty's ready to back up his squad to make sure that they don't get collapsed on by 100 Thieves first. Flashing in for the 3 talent strike. A little bit more damage on Sniper is going to be enough, and Team Liquid get the first kill in the 3v3. 100 Thieves are ready to respond with one of their own, but APA's made his way down, and River's out of the picture. Quid can't get anything back onto Jan, and Team Liquid's going to come out on top in that one. 100 Thieves at least take the consolation prize of being the first team to 3, so they'll get the Feat of Warfare.
Yeah, they're going to get the Feat of Warfare, but still good things happening here for TL. Sniper, like you said, in that top lane had started to trade pretty evenly against Impact, but then he gets completely zoned off from that bot lane tower. APA gets a shutdown, which is massive, and he's been hitting a couple ultimates, which is giving that Stardust accelerated even more. We can watch this one more time as they just step forward very confidently, knowing that UMT is coming in behind him. Yes, Victor is missing, but Seoul matches the roam very effectively because of that W. You can get down here quite quick, and Sniper obviously flashing back out of safety, trying to get time for that ulti, but just does not survive. Quid arrives, trying to fight away from where APA is, but as he gets knocked up, you can see the chain CC there, hook into the Seoul ulti, stuns him up, more backfighting.
Back into live, it's problems for Umpty as River guarantees no way out, and FBI is taking the kill on it. Nicely done from Ayla and FBI, kind of talking about what Whippo was hinting at in draft. If Xayah and Rakan are next to each other and Rakan gets you caught up in the quickness, there's no way to escape Xayah's damage, and it's easy for FBI to get another kill.
Yeah, exactly, and that was a needed kill, right? Because if you're going to swap the lanes and you're going to send your Ornn down towards bot and he gets fully zoned off the tower, well, then you need to be getting something out of it on the top side, because that is what you sacrificed for. You sacrificed to set up your Xayah for success, so they're able to get that payoff. 500 gold lead now for FBI. He's picked up the 2 kills, and he is feeling good.
You love to see it for 100 Thieves. They want to make sure that they can still have a chance to get the opportunity to go play in first stand, to go to Korea. Sniper didn't mean it as a sarcastic answer when he said quick 3-0. Now he doesn't want it to be a quick 3-0, because that would mean a Team Liquid win in this series, and they have just struggled so far. Game number 1 being the absolute wash, as Team Liquid never really struggled. Game number 2, the Thieves showed us they have what it takes. They were running the show for the first 18 minutes, but then they fumbled when it really came down to it, and TL fought their way back in. Now Core and Yon versus Ayla and FBI up here on the top side. Ayla and FBI still thinking about the extended trade, but they got to be careful. Umpty is also here. He's hanging around the grub pit, but you got to remember that River is always a threat here on the Pantheon. He does not have the Grand Starfall right now, but once that's available, any fight can quickly become a disadvantage for Team Liquid.
Yep. Got to be really careful about that. That's something Bobo was talking about as well. The ability to kind of put that pressure on the side lanes and have that reinforcement coming through, making things really tough. And expectation versus reality, I think, is such an interesting conversation for 100 Thieves. When we talk back to last year, the expectations were that this team was not really going to be top of the table. Maybe they could kind of improve throughout the year, but they improved so much quicker than people expected. They were able to make it all the way to Worlds against expectation, and I think the same thing is true this year as well. Coming into the beginning of the season, they had gotten so much better, but I still don't think people thought they were ready to be able to take down Flyquest. They're able to do that, and this is a team that just is impressing me so much week after week, year after year with their growth.
Okay, 1v1 here in the bottom side. Not going a whole lot of places just yet, but it's 100 Thieves securing control over the top side. River in the meantime. They've got the first one of the grubs. Looks like they should be able to secure all 6 as Yon and Core have to try to fall back up here on the top side. Core turning it back around a little bit there onto Ayla, who drops half of his HP. Umpty not bothering to contest these grubs. That should be a full 6 for River and for 100 Thieves, as now APA is going to rotate up here a little bit. Looks like we might have the potential collapse coming out from TL, but it's too little, it's too late. FBI and Ayla can get away. The wind becomes lightning, but it's not fast enough. APA brings down the falling star. The skies descend with a full-on shockwave as Impact flashes away down in the bottom lane to escape Quid's roam to back up Sniper. Nobody dead on either side. Summoner spells being spent as Impact loses his flash after teleporting back down here. Quid now looking to finish off the kill. That second part of the laser combined with the Chaos Storm takes Impact low, but he's not dead here just yet. Sniper should be able to finish this. There's no way he lives, right? Quid guarantees it.
Yeah, Sniper just didn't want to take the kill. He wanted to give it over to Quid, so that's why he's delaying there. But Impact was trying to cut the wave. We're back to live, and APA's in trouble.
This is a big problem for APA. The Aurelian Soul has no way out of these types of situations. It's another kill for 100 Thieves. 6-2, 1,500 gold ahead.
And Nate Shot co-streaming today. He's going to be happy about that. A couple big plays. 400 Thieves across the map. Yes, FBI had to spend his ulti up on top side, but it was for the empowered ultimate that APA had been building building towards for so long. Then they find this play on bot side. They get the kill, and they're able to donate it to Quid, which is so big for them. Quid has been such a star for the 100 Thieves team. Having him and FBI both set up for success is going to mean good things for the 5v5.
Now I'm curious what this next Drake fight is going to look like if we get a fight at all. The first one was secured by TL, and now it looks like the second one is once again going to go their way. A lot of resources were spent by 100 Thieves to get the advantages they did, to win the fights that they did. Only the quickness on Ayla really available in terms of ultimates right now, so they don't want to overextend for what's really just the second dragon of the game. Not that big of a deal. Isaac, it's the third game in a row. It's an Ocean Soul.
I mean, even the biases is crazy. Another Ocean for Team Liquid. Come on, freak.
That is definitely some kind of omen. We'll see if it's good enough of one for 100 Thieves to keep the series going as River steps forward, finds a little bit of damage under Core JJ, and Umpty's ready to try to reinforce it, but Umpty jumps into his own demise. APA ready to back up the squad, needs more damage though. Ayla's not going to burn all the way down until Yawn flies in with the Acathian Rain to get the last bit of damage. Core JJ with a dredge line to try to escape from Quid. Breath of Light from APA, slowing down the enemy mid laner. Quid gets his kill, but now he's got to try to get away. You don't want to make it a one-for-one trade just for the enemy support. Yawn wanted to get that last bit of damage. He uses his flash to try to do it, but it will not succeed. The cleanse to try to escape from River, but River gets another one. 100 Thieves are absolutely smacking Team Liquid around.
Yeah, they're going huge and up in topside.
Sniper keeping himself alive in the 1v1 against the Jax, and this is exactly what you were talking about. It's fine if he goes down a little bit. It's fine if he's down 15 farm and he's just making it even here in the trades. His only goal is to neutralize. The rest of the team's winning.
Exactly. The rest of the team is winning hard, so you do not need to play risky up here on the top side, playing Ornn and the Jax. Just farm, just don't die, keep him off the tower. That is your job. And Yawn there, I wonder if it was a situation where he flashed in to try to get auto Q, but then wasn't in range for the Q or something like that, because that looks weird to me. The flash for the one auto, he wasn't really that close to actually killing off Quid. It ends up costing him big time because APA decides, you know what, I got to stay around. I got to try to back up Yawn. They both get chased down. They both die. It's a double kill for River, and that really hurts TL's chances in this one.
Big early game from 100 Thieves, even more successful than the one we saw last game. In game number 2, I remember mentioning how 16 minutes into the game with the Herald spawning and 100 Thieves taking control of it, they were up 2,000 gold. Now here in game number 3, they're up 3,500. Nearly twice the lead, but now Quid is in some danger. Core JJ and Yawn have found the pincer attack on him. Impact's ready to back it up there with a counter strike, and the shutdown gold goes over to the Jax. Meanwhile, 100 Thieves taking the tier 1 turret over in mid.
Yeah, and they got 6 grubs off the back of that too, so they have the feats of warfare. They get that tower mid. They're able to give even more gold to FBI. It was Jax who claimed the kill up on top side, so Yawn is going to be 1,000 gold down right now. Nearly a 2K lead. 1.7K for River is an enormous advantage, but there's going to be a lot of pressure on Impact to have that side lane pressure now because he has been gifted that kill. He's been farming heavily. I like that he's not just over grouping and kind of panicking and trying to help out the team. He needs to play for himself. He needs to be that threat in the side lane. Do things like, you know, get towards those towers, draw multiple members so you can get plays on the other side of the map. He needs to get a solo kill, you know, open up opportunities to then TP in and make something happen. Those are the kind of plays they really need from their Jax to try to claw their way back.
Sniper face checking into the brush here. Core, Yawn, and APA all waiting for him. Sniper making a lot of distance, trying to get away from this one, but APA has that full breath of light. He will never stop until he chooses to, but he gets stunned over the wall by River. Follow up from Ayla is beautiful, and 100 Thieves have already made it an even trade. It's about to be a bonus as Umpty drops, and Quid gets the money. Now FBI needs even more. He flashes forward right onto Yawn, goes into the aggressive Featherstorm, and the Kaisa is all the way back underneath the tier 1 turret. Core JJ has to Spider-Man away, and 100 Thieves are seriously in their groove now.
They absolutely are, but a big sidestep from Yawn keeps him alive there, and Impact is taking the tower in mid. They're going to try to trade back for even more because they have 6 grubs. They're charging the Herald down here in the bot side, and FBI might even drive it into the tier 2 to get all of the little Void Mites spawning up. They want to make sure they're continually trading up from this advantageous position.
And he even Grand Theft Auto runs over all the minions to guarantee the extra extra gold from that, making sure he's maximizing that econ as FBI now hit by the ultimate from Core JJ, but the depth charge doesn't matter a whole lot just yet. Impact needs to get something here. FBI with no ulti. Remember, he already used that and the flash so aggressively. The TP from Sniper was not it. He tries to jump in thinking maybe there's an angle, but that had to have been a miscommunication because FBI with no resources has no way to get out.
And here is the punish on that aggressive look that FBI had. He had been playing a picture-perfect game up to that point. Tries to go for the big play on Yon with the flash, with the ulti committed, ends up getting nothing for it, and Liquid are the ones able to find an angle to get the shutdown. Sniper says, you know, I got to get in there, try to defend my carry, ends up giving over his life as well. It's still a very strong position here, 400 Thieves, but TL, they are moving towards Seoul Point here, and that is going to be making things really tough for 100 Thieves because now it's one dragon away from your lead being completely eliminated, and Sniper can't get there, so they can't even contest.
So similarly to the first two games, all three of these now, we've had a sort of throw around the 19 or 20 minute mark. This time around, though, is kind of between the first two.
Yeah.
Game number 100 Thieves didn't get anything but the kills when they managed to punish Liquid. Game number 2, Liquid gets Soul Point and the Otacon after punishing Thieves, and now 100 Thieves, yes, they get caught out there. Yes, FBI's aggro gets punished a little bit, but it's still just the Drake. Otacon wasn't spawned yet, so 100 Thieves still with a very solid lead.
Look at this position here. He's trying to lay in wait. If they overcommit, Yon could be in with the killer instinct, but they need the rest of the team to come down. They need a teleport from Impact. This is going to be a pivotal fight here. They're going to try to see if they can actually delay them and give Impact time to kill the tower, but I don't think they have it.
This might be the whole game right here. Impact still working on that tower. Gets his demolished proc. Yon has stepped up. Now he's got to be careful, though. Sniper fires off the Ornn ulti. They get the flash into the Kaisa. The Otacon's already down to 40% HP. APA brings down the ulti, and Quinn has already been killed. Impact into the back. Counter-strike ready. They're on top of Ava. He's already down now, too. Team Liquid's killed, too. FBI's in danger. They need a little bit more damage to finish off the Zion. They get him with a 3 Talon strike. Team Liquid, 4 for 1 as 100 Thieves collapse and their lead disappears.
You call it 4 for 1, I'm calling it 5 because that's an Otacon going the way of TL. Enormous fight down in the bot lane there as TL are able to find the angle. They tried to commit here to go in for Yon, and they end up going a little bit too far. We can watch it one more time here. They're all looking for Yon. He has a good flash on the redirect here from the Ornn ulti, and then look at the positioning from Core. They didn't know he was there. He locks down Quid. Quid gets CC'd 100-0. Ayla's trying to bail him out, but then he gets stuck in as well. Impact shows up. FBI does the very best he can. Throws out the ulti, gets a multi-man route there, but Impact takes so long to go down. Yon still has the killer instinct. He gets in, finishes off the carry. They take the Otacon, and now they have full control of this game and of this series. Look how pumped up the coaching staff is.
That was massive. 100 Thieves was still in such a good spot before that Otacon fight. They still had almost a 3,000 gold lead, but I love the fact that you pointed out Core JJ before the fight. Him doing the unexpected choice of hanging around in that alcove for so long, of positioning himself in the brush, finding the angle where Quid just has to get whiplash, wondering where did he come from. By the time he already realizes it, he's dead.
Exactly. You know, Quid couldn't even get that flash off. It was just completely unexpected. He's not looking towards that. They're laser focused on taking down Yon. And they thought they had the pick, but they were the ones getting pincered here. And Core now just trying to play between the lanes here, allow his lanes to push up on all 3 sides. You can see Impact shoving up bot, and we have the push coming in top from APA, and Umpty maybe a little bit too far.
Umpty gets chunked down to a third of his HP. Remember that the false life is still active for everybody on Team Liquid's side, and you can see the icon there next to APA's health bar. The skies are ready to descend. This is very problematic. When nobody on their team can die for real, and Aurelion Sol has a cheat code ultimate that hits the whole map, you got a problem if you're wearing a 100 Thieves jersey.
You really do. And I think for 100 Thieves, it's just turtle it up, save all your resources for the Ocean Soul. You cannot afford to give that over. And even if you're able to go in for a fight now, it's just going to be for the GAs. It's not really going to accomplish that much. So likewise for APA, I think you really want to avoid having any major skirmish so that you have your big ultimate ready for this pivotal fight. It can be a game changer. And I think it's a fight that 100 Thieves almost have to win or the series is done.
And it's another Ocean Soul. It's another one of these things that then proceeds to feel so suffocating, because like you talked about all the way back in the first game, it just would give Team Liquid infinite Baron poke. Start it up, dare your opponents to come answer you. If it doesn't work and you get smacked around a little bit, oh well, lean back against the ropes, take a breather, get right back into the ring and start swinging again.
Exactly, and that's what they're going to be looking for. You can already see TL is out on the map trying to set up their vision here, down here, where the game will be decided. Both teams are going to have a laser focus on this fight, knowing that it's all going to come down to this. The item completions we have to be tracking pretty even overall on both sides.
So important to note, Yon's still without his flash. However, it's going to come up 6 seconds after the Drake spawns. That is a very important summoner spell timer. That's one that you know Team Liquid is going to want to wait that extra little bit of time on.
And Liquid are just trying to pull them apart across the map here. APA pushing in bot, so FBI is saying, do I go down and answer that? I guess I can't, so you're just going to have to bleed out that wave. Sniper is glued up towards the top side with Impact, and now they're trying to move in as they see the TL members answering the wave mid. They can move in, clear out some vision, and try to have the proper preparation for this fight.
All right, 100 Thieves with control over the bot side river. The Drake is alive. Team Liquid trying to put themselves in a spot where they're ready to contest it, but they have to be careful still. Also worth pointing out right now, the largest individual gold lead in the game is Impact. Core JJ is up in the top side.
And Yon, they're going to look for a potential Baron sneak. I think they're just going to try a two-man Baron right now on spawn. They're going to be going for this, and this is not going to be on the mind of 100 Thieves at all.
Yes,
Everyone's missing.
Yes, it was. They just blue trinketed it.
That's huge.
They just threw the Scryer's trinket into the Baron pit. They saw what Team Liquid was up to. They knew that this kind of a sneak is the type of thing that Team Liquid would go for. Meanwhile, they're leaving River on the Drake. He's going to attempt to take that one for himself, and so Team Liquid pulls the trigger. They want to go in on 100 Thieves. 3v3 in the mid lane is not going the way of Team Liquid. Now APA is coming in to try to fight. Dragon versus Dragon, going in after River. The skies descend. The Ocean Drake is already claimed by 100 Thieves, and River kills off APA. Team Liquid with a big counter strike on the 3 targets. FBI's up into the air, flashing away to try to survive, but Yon's into the back landing with a killer instinct into the Acadian rain. Everybody's dying on 100 Thieves. They gotta be careful now. Team Liquid cutting them down. River looking to make the hero moment, but it will not happen. A quadra kill for Yon. The Kaisa, when they need him most, shows up again.
What a fight out of him. APA going in here early, trying to just knock down River, but River's able to hop into the E, jumps over the wall, blocks a lot of this early damage, and then APA realizes, I am in trouble. River's able to take him out, but look at this from Impact. Talk about making a difference. Gets in the middle of all the Thieves, stuns him up. Yon's in the back line. That is the go button, and that is TL taking the fight. That is TL taking the Baron, and that is Yon showing that he is the best damn AD carry in the league.
Huge, huge stuff from Yon and Impact in particular. The coaching staff absolutely ballistic for Team Liquid as they realize, oh my God, APA letting 100 Thieves know, embracing the Brazilian passion of taunting your opponents, not just in the chat, but in real life on the stage. 100 Thieves with the choke now in back-to-back games as Team Liquid has showed up again. They've turned the game around again. Damage dealt to champions in the last fight. It was actually River, who's had an amazing game on the Pantheon so far. But on the other side, I think Impact understood what you wanted to see from him.
Yeah.
He's been able to have so much impact on this Jax this game.
He absolutely has, and that was such a good fight from Impact, getting in the middle of everyone. Yon there to follow it up. Even with FBI, you know, in that great spot from the early game, they're going to be wanting some of those early plays back.
All right, Impact could be in some danger. Sniper's got him slowed down, locked up for a little while.
They're going to lose their base. This is the problem. They're pushing in bot, they're pushing in mid, and they can't defend here. They're overcommitting.
Yeah, 100 Thieves are full sending it after Impact. Yes, they are going to kill him. Jax cannot survive all the way through this. Mid lane, at least, the tier 3 turret's hanging on for now. Quid and Ayla have enough wave clear to keep that one going, but the tier 2 has collapsed down in the bottom lane. APA and Umpty ready to force another wave into this tier 3 now, as the next wave is ready back in mid. they know there's not enough HP to defend it.
Yeah, and that's going to be really tough. I mean, if you can lose just the one tower for it, then maybe it starts to feel worthwhile. But I guess the other side of the coin is if you make the call, hey, we can't defend anyway, then just overcommit to one side. You know, send your extra members there, try to kill them off, and then regroup in base and hope you can make something happen here. They're going to look.
Oh, River wanted that grand starfall into APA, but he can use the Astral Flight to get away in time as River and Ayla are ready to move forward and retake their own jungle. Force Team Liquid back. TL cannot afford to continue their aggressive positioning when they're still down a man for the next 5 seconds.
Yep, going to be tough. 400 Thieves, you are up against it. It's a 6,000 gold lead nearly, and they're still on Seoul point. So you have to fight that. You have to deny that, or I don't think you have a real chance in the game. Yon, though, just taking away everything he can. He's level 16 as an AD carry here, up above both of the 100 Thieves Soul laners. They're going for a teleport, and they're caught.
They want to make the play on Quit. Core JJ coming around with the depth charge. Impact splitting the aggro over onto FBI at the same time, and Zai is first to die. APA is low, but isn't even going to matter. Stays alive with the breath of light as Quid drops next. Team Liquid have crushed 3 of them. That should just be the end of the game right there, right now. Every single analyst on the desk predicted a full 5 games one way or the other. Both teams looked ready to go at the start of the day, but Team Liquid is built different on the Nexus turrets now as Sniper and River scramble to try to defend, but a Pantheon alone will not do it. Team Liquid ace them again. They will clean sweep 100 Thieves out of this. They are your Split 1 LTA winners, and they are going to first stand in Korea.
Don't call it a comeback. They've been here for years. The 3rd straight finals, 2 of them won by this squad. Battling back through adversity in this split, not having the start they wanted, not having the first week performance they wanted here in Sao Paulo. But boy, did they turn up in this 2nd week, winning the semis, sweeping the finals. This team came to play today.
And the fact that it wasn't even a full bulldozer performance. In 2 out of 3 of those games, they had to dig in, defend, and fight their way back. This is a squad that's ready to go. The confetti comes down, and the victorious roster gets to lift their Split 1 trophy for the LTA. There were so many doubts. You talked about it. The fact that they were the only squad that lost one of their games in the opening phase here of the cross-conference play in the South, but they made it through. They ended up triumphant over Cloud9, and now against 100 Thieves in the final with the clean sweep, they're the best team in the LTA.
They absolutely are. Now the North and the South can unite to cheer for Liquid as they are going to be heading on to take on the world, represent our regions, our league here, and do it well.
The team play we got to see from these guys, lots of impressive stuff.
You see that? The trophy is quite heavy. And Yon goes, can I pick it up? And he does a little flex and then grabs it. He's like, yeah, I got this.
He's got it. Core JJ just bathing in the confetti, in the glory, in what has to be a great feeling for TL after having so many questions about the squad throughout these first couple of weeks, throughout this first split. A lot of people are wondering, do they even have a shot? Can they actually walk away with it? And they did. They pulled it off. They came together. The improvement that we see between this iteration of Team Liquid and even from what we were just seeing a week, 2 weeks ago is really impressive.
It really is, and even just from what I was hearing this week from the teams as far as how practice was going, this is a team that really showed up, that came together when it mattered most, made it happen. They're the Split 1 winners, and they have got to be ecstatic, and now they're going to have an opportunity to try to pick up where they left off last year. The expectations were sky high for this team going into Worlds. They weren't able to meet their own expectations. They are hungry for another shot at international competition to show what they can do against the best in the world, and they have now earned that opportunity.
And it's another first for Team Liquid.
Fazer muito barulho pro Unti também da Team Liquid, galera. Parabéns aí por essa vitória de vocês. Você foi um jogador que ao longo desse split foi muito criticado lá na América, na LTA Norte. Aqui também vocês foram o único time que não fizeram um 2-0. Eu quero saber como é ter agora esse troféu aí para vocês, essa redenção.
First of all, congrats on your win. You were criticized in LTA North because your performance and also against this Russell. Does it feel like a redemption for you to become a champion today?
Well, I mean, everyone will not think still I didn't perform well than Inspired or Flavor or River. Who cares? I got a trophy, guys. I got a trophy.
Ele falou que, apesar de ele não ter performado tão bem como Blogger, como Spider, como River, ele tem o troféu. Aqui está o troféu, gente.
Muito bom. E vocês foram muito inteligentes nesses 3 jogos aqui. Como é que foi essa resiliência dentro de jogo para conseguir virar, principalmente esses 2 últimos jogos?
You were so smart in the series, specifically when you come back in the second and third game. Tell me a little about this resilience in the series to turn the series for you guys.
Sorry, one more.
You guys were so smart in the series, so tell me a little about this resilience to turn on and, you know, come back in the series.
I mean, for the comeback reason, I think our team just had the trust that we are going to come back if we trust each other. And we know that APA and Yon and Impact and Core JJ, you know, everyone just believe each other that we are going to make a good play. Like, we can make a bad play, but we are going to make a good play more. That's why.
Ele falou que basicamente a chave de tudo foi que eles confiavam muito neles. Ele mencionou a cada um dos seus companheiros que eles confiavam uns nos outros e justamente foi isso que permitiu com que eles pudessem voltar nesses jogos.
Você falou que você queria levar esse troféu aqui, principalmente porque você queria jogar lá na sua terra natal, lá na Coreia do Sul. Então eu quero saber a primeira coisa que você quer fazer quando você chegar lá na Coreia do Sul.
Now you guys going to first stand in Korea. It's your country, you know. And what is the first thing you will do when arriving in Korea?
Well, sorry to Buryeon, but I will be back Korea with the winning.
Que ele está voltando para a Coreia para ganhar.
Então, quero que você deixe um recado para todo mundo que está aí em casa. Afinal de contas, vocês foram os vencedores. Um recado para a torcida do Brasil que estava aqui em peso torcendo para vocês.
What is a message or a few words for Brazilian fans?
For Brazilian fans?
Yeah.
Oh, I want to do one thing, guys.
Oh.
Game back. Hola, yo soy Team Liquid Honda Changla. Hola. Obrigado, Honda.
Hi, I'm Nancy Jungler for Team Liquid Honda. Thank you so much, guys.
I'm gonna teach you something. Eu amo vocês. I love you.
Which means I love you.
Eu amo vocês.
El amo vocês. El amo vocês. My fans.
Which means I love you guys so much.
Congratulations once again, you deserve it. É isso aí, galera. Então temos aqui o mais novo vencedor do primeiro split de 2025 da LTA.
Love to see that. Travel safe, Umpty. Get back here in North America. We still got the packed house. We have Yon, APA, and Impact as well going to be joining us, I believe, right now on the big screen.
Hey, guys. Hello.
Can you guys hear the fans as well through the headsets?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Awesome, yes. Good stuff. I mean, my first question, this is a little bit for all of you. What was the biggest difference in your rapid improvement from arriving in Brazil to today where you 3-0'd the final?
To be honest, we just lost a lot.
Yeah. No, we were major losers in scrims. And I think we just decided to be winners. So we were just winners today.
Yeah.
Lose is improve.
You know?
Were you at all surprised? Because it seemed like your comeback mechanic was simple but very effective, which is wait for 100 Thieves to overextend on bot side, TP in, flank them, and kill them repeatedly. Were you at all surprised when they kept falling for that?
No, not really. I think the way they play is very telegraphed, to be honest. So once we have the TP wards behind, whether in game 2 it's me flanking or game 3 if it's Impact flanking, I think we knew of ways to come back after we had like kind of trash early games.
Yeah, I will say that Core called a lot of like very good moments to keep cheating, and when we're behind, he does very well. I think they got very desperate after they realized they were losing after advantageous positions. It's very hard to make like good comeback plays when you're very nervous and you're back against the wall. I think they couldn't overcome it this time around, unfortunately.
I agree.
Jan, like the last time we spoke to you, you talked about like keeping focus. It must be a little hard keeping focus when your glasses are just like, give us an update on the glasses because there were problems throughout the series, right?
Yeah, I
broke
think
them last night, by the way.
Yeah, I think it's fine now. But during like draft, I would like pushed it up a little bit, and then the screw fell out, and the lens fell. I was like, oh no.
How did you break them?
Yeah, what's the story?
So I got back, I showered, I couldn't see anything. I was looking for my glasses, and then I sat on it.
The classic.
Look, it's happened to the best of us.
I got a question. This one's for Impact in particular. Impact, I want to put the pressure on you because APA, if you look at that, you can see it right now. He grew a mustache. Spawn and Swiffer both have mustaches. I know you can grow one. Does that mean that for first stand you're going to grow a mustache? Can we see it? The crowd wants it, right? The people want it.
I mean, okay. Honest, my opinion, I'm not big of a fan of mustache that much.
Just for 1 week.
I don't know. When I see you, I can imagine the Pringles stick, you know, like the image, you know. So I don't. Maybe I will try. Actually, I will try if I'm in the mood.
There we go. We need it. It's the buff.
It might be the buff. Jan, another question for you. You have the most kills of any player in LTA Split 1, 102 kills. Have you, like, you're probably just going to say you're spamming the game and playing solo queue, but it feels like you're playing better than ever. What's happening about how have you accomplished it?
How do I have the most kills? I swear Core takes every single kill.
We're actually we just have the most games played.
We play
I think
most
we have the most games played, so it's really easy.
Yeah. For me, I honestly think I just play a lot, and I honestly tried a lot harder this year around, especially like the time I spent thinking about the game. I think that's the main thing.
Because I know
it's boring, but I just played a lot.
I mean, you already played a lot last year. You played like 17 hours a day. So you're saying you spent more time like analyzing your play, or was it actually just more hours playing? What was the big thing?
I just honestly I tried to take it a lot more seriously. Like it's hard to explain, but I'm just like in I would say battle mode a lot, and then I was worried I would get burnt out, but it didn't happen, thankfully.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah, you're playing great.
That's why I didn't want to say it.
No, I mean, we can award you the Kia Finals MVP as well. You won it this time, so congratulations, man.
Wow,
you didn't get it this time.
1-1
1-1. If I'm not dying to
1-1.
If I'm not dying to the ambassador, I think I can get it.
Yeah, 24 kills. I don't know if you can see that graphic on your screen. 24 kills, 3 deaths across the whole series. Really, congratulations.
And okay, first off, we'll let the crowd go.
No, John.
Jan, as we look through the last series that you just played, I want to give you the chance to also reflect on your journey. Because shout out also, by the way, Ayla, your opponent today. You played in Academy together, but you've had a long journey to make it to this point, winning Split 1 and getting MVP. So just reflect on your journey as a pro and what it means to you to now be able to go to first stand, the first ever representative from the LTA.
Means a lot to me, but I'm a bit worried because we haven't practiced that many BO5s. I don't think this was considered a BO5 either. I hope we practice a lot. I think it'll be fun.
And then, oh, sorry.
No, it's okay. Go on. I had nothing much to say.
No, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was going to ask all three of you about looking ahead to first stand. What is the key takeaway from this dominating finals performance that you guys will be able to take with you to Korea?
Take anything away?
I honestly don't think we were that dominant. I think we messed up a lot of our early games.
Yeah, we made a decent amount of mistakes. I think 100 Thieves just
I think
got desperate a lot of the times.
Yeah, I think we just made a lot of good comeback plays and we didn't get desperate like we usually do. I think we have to brush up on our early game a little bit more.
Agreed.
All right, well, hey, that's the focus going forward, but I want to give you one last chance because, Jan, I don't know if you're aware of this, but you had one of the best reaction cams we've had probably ever in the LTA. I think the crowd agrees. Can you teach APA and Impact what you did? Because I want to get one of all three of you. I think the crowd wants to see that too, right?
No, I need you to, I'm a visual learner.
No, how about you do it?
I'm a visual learner. I need you to do it.
Okay, let's do it together.
Okay, you go first though, ready?
No, together.
I'm a visual learner.
Me and Simon always do this.
Ready?
Raz, do you have a final follow-up?
Oh, God. I don't even know how to follow up on that one.
Guys, congratulations on the win once again. Safe travels back to Los Angeles. And then we'll see you in Korea for first stand. Have a good one, guys.
See you in Korea.
See you in Korea.
Amazing fans here in our watch party here in Los Angeles as well. It's also time to award our Kia Most Fearless Player for the North Conference. Most unique champions played in LTA Split 1 for North. Umpty wins this with 10 unique picks and the most even spread of champs to break the tie.
Umpty out of nowhere, honestly. And you know what's really funny is two of the picks that put him over the edge were Maokai and Sejuani.
True, right at the end.
Yeah, which is really, really funny because, again, this was the first time we were seeing him on those champions.
But what a journey for Umpty as well. We were so critical of him throughout the entire tournament, even just in the North play, but he's able to bring it back. 2 good series in a row and now winning the Most Fearless. I know we didn't get the full 5 games. I would have loved to see it. I'm sure everyone else would have loved to see it, but still it was cool that he was able to pull out such a wide champ pool along the way.
And that was the story, right? You talked about the journey. This whole journey throughout the split, there was a whole lot of talk about Team Liquid, obviously coming in as 4th seed, all these things, focusing on Umpty coming into the split. Fearless, how would be able to handle that? As a Maokai, Sejuani, especially in last split, the 3rd pick just being a major drop-off, the fact that he's able to play a different pick and he had a good showing throughout this series as well, says a lot, and it's going to be a good test going into the next event. So first stand's going to be a fun one for everybody.
This was really a very interesting weekend.
Yeah.
Because not only did we see 100 Thieves upset Flyquest, we saw Team Liquid upset Cloud9, but it's also Team Liquid returning to the form that they showed last year, and now they'll be moving to first stand. We're also going to pull up our Samsung SSD Fast 5 for the entire split. What stands out to you guys?
Whippo top fastest 100 CS, honestly.
Coach JJ fast item transformation too. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say I feel like he did pick a lot of like lane dominant champions, and that was sometimes like even with swapping, if they didn't swap, that was a huge part of their success. What is even going on?
Don't worry about it. When did FBI get a 51-second kill? What game was that? Was that the TL game? Was that?
I think so.
Maybe that was. I don't remember that one, but that's a very fast. That's like basically everyone runs out of base and just immediately
pretty unbeatable. So that's
the
Samsung SSD Fast 5 for Split 1. Use code 990PRO LTA 2025 through February 23rd to unlock 50% off the 990 Pro SSD, which is available in 1, 2, and 4 terabytes on Samsung.com. And guys, fans, that's it for Split 1 of the LTA. We're going to pull up the bracket one more time to remind us what happened. Thanks for showing up. This is the Americas bracket that we've seen for the last 2 weeks. Rat's taking a look at it as well.
Yep.
Team Liquid are going to be the LTA representative for first stand. We know they're going to be playing at least one of the teams. HLE is already gone.
True.
Not sure what's going to be happening from the other major regions. But that's it for us. Tune in to first stand. That starts on March 10th. Then you can watch Team Liquid take on the best teams from around the world. You guys have all been great. The fans have been great. We'll see you at first stand.
Team Liquid Honda and 100 Thieves have proven themselves the best of the best from the LTA. Now only 3 wins stand between these 2 teams and becoming the first ever LTA split winner.
Coming. Another issue in top. Let's
Look
play
at me, look at me, look at me, look at me, look at me. Look easier, look easier. Zix is not TP, guys. Zix is not TP. It's really good. No flash.
No flash.
Good.
Okay.
Scorner. Yeah. We win, guys.
Go downside, go downside.
Team Liquid just moving forward effortlessly.
I can maybe block Nico. You'll cut it after.
Careful Nico, guys. Careful Nico. Enemy coming.
Now they finally found him. River wanted to go in, but he doesn't hit the right target. Hostile takeover over the top. They're doing a lot of damage, but it's only the core JJ. Ayla's already down. Quid is burning. TL coming back in a 35-minute game to take us to match point.
Looks good. Thanks on the flash.
No flash. No W, no W.
Nice.
Go ahead, Victor.
Yeah. Victor 16.
Yeah.
Nice.
Victor dead.
Yeah.
I see no.
China flash, China flash.
I know. Go ahead, Zaya.
China flash.
I'm still going Zaya.
Chaya. Getting sucked in. Yeah. Be careful, don't get sucked in. China flash.
No, we mean China.
Yeah. Good job, guys. We're gonna play attack now. Well played.
Team Liquid ace them again. They are your split one LTA winners, and they are going to first stand in Korea.
You can always do that.